Now that's a real eater right there.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around the Joe Dog is going to be ranking some pancake toppings, and man, oh man, I am excited to get around to this one because I love me some pancakes. Some wet and sloppy flapjacks are exactly what the Joester needs, and they don't have to be the food kind if you all catch my drift.
Almost impossible to not catch what you're saying when you're basically hiding it about as well as Drake hides the fact that he likes them young.
Oh, you're invested in this rap beef too? I thought you liked Drake Barack.
I do, but man, I think I just like Kendrick Lamar more. He has absolutely decimated Drake.
I mean, I like them both, but if you think about it, all of our favorite artists have bad things about them, and it doesn't even just have to be rappers. Elvis married a 14-year-old girl at the age of 22. Johnny Cash cheated on his wife. Frank Sinatra had anger issues and was apparently fake as hell. John Lennon abandoned his son, but even worse, he broke up the Beatles. And then lastly, we get to our rappers in the beef. And what can we say that hasn't been said? Kendrick Lamar beats his wife, so he's a domestic abuser. Then we got Drake, who hides people like Joe and likes them young. And possibly worst of all the crimes I mentioned above, we have J. Cole, because he has done the worst thing out of everyone I mentioned above him, and that is because he has the crime of making ass music.
Wow.
Donald is on a heater, but like Drizzy, I want them kiddies because they got me all full of glee, like Giddy talking about you, Josh. They say they hate my rhymes because they can't handle the crimes I committed with the facts I omitted from what happened to those kids. I kid I would never harm a child, but that's just Joe Biden. If we're talking about Bo Jiden, then you better tighten them leashes around your family, because you'll clammily sweat when you see old Joe get wet over the family pet. But no worries, because I am not a threat. Yet because I'm a vet who cannot get under arrest for fondling that breast, no chest, I am talking about the verb breast to face and move forward against or through. But I am so slow, like I got the flu. No, wait, I am the glue holding this channel together. I tether the weather, whether you like it here or in the nether region. Talking about my pants, I hold that stick on me, ain't talking about my Glock, because we all know that the Joe Dog has a nice and fat...
All right, we don't need to see where that rhyme was going.
I won't lie, that's the most captivated Joe has ever had me in one of his tier lists. The fact that he was rhyming for that long, like I swear I have seen him mess up teleprompter speeches like 10 seconds in, yet he was able to string along all those words and make them rhyme. That's actually insane.
Well, remember, he did rhyme that fast, part in Rap God, in one of our videos. I forgot which one it was, but that was pretty crazy. Maybe we should put more respect on Joe's name.
Just don't mention what happened to me in the year of 1973. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this tier list started. Let's see, up first we have apples. And I don't really want apples on my pancakes, especially if they have the skin on them, like in that picture. So I am going to start this list off with a strong opinion, and that is the fact that apples go straight into D tier. The Joe Dog has spoken.
So cinnamon and apple pancakes just don't exist to you?
Yeah, notice how you said cinnamon and apple. Not just apple. It really makes you think about how this isn't really all that elite. What is elite is what's next on this list, because you're damn sure I am placing bacon up in S tier, because some bacon should be a staple alongside or even with your pancakes. Get you some maple bacon and you will be in a foodgasm so intense that not even your house burning down will be able to wake you out of it.
Now you're speaking my damn language, Joe, because goddamn the Don cannot have enough bacon in his life.
Donald, you already know that the Joester was going to put some respect on it. But yeah, then after that, we have two back-to-back A-tier entries in the bananas and blueberries, because I love the texture these two provide on some good old flapjacks, and the flavor profile gets enhanced with them both. I feel like it's not crazy at all to have them that high, and much of the same can be said with the next set of entries, because I have those next three going straight into S tier, because goddamn butter, chocolate chips, and chocolate syrup all bang. I don't even think you can call yourself a fan of pancakes if you aren't slamming butter on top, and the chocolate chips are damn delicious to sprinkle on top or cook into the pancake. And then after all that, you can do a generous drizzle of chocolate syrup. And oh man, even though all that sugar gets my tummy aching and makes me have to blow up a bathroom within half an hour of ingesting that thing, I can tell you all right now that it is worth every single delicious bite that I take.
Again, Joe, I have to ask, but why do you insist on putting so much sugar into your foods if you know it's going to make your stomach hurt?
Come on, Barack. Why even ask that question when you know damn well that Joe is a connoisseur of the fine arts, even at the cost of his own health? And I have come to respect that about Joe. He is quite literally putting his body on the line for the sake of having good-ass food.
Damn straight, Donald. I am willing to do that and so much more for the sake of my taste buds and our precious subscribers. Then following those bangers, we fall back down to earth a little, but it's still all right. And I have cinnamon going into B tier. I feel like you can never go wrong with cinnamon in most things, but if you ever add too much, it'll overpower what you're eating and make you want to sneeze like a grown-ass man. And one of those old man sneezes that are so loud that you just hear it echo throughout the room. And you just think to yourself, no way his sneeze was that bad. He had to have been gassing it up a little. But yeah, then after that, we have a fried egg. And I ain't ever had no fried egg on my pancake. But alongside of it, I have, and they're also pretty good, but I wouldn't say that it's a must-have for your breakfast. I've gone and gotten only hot cakes and don't have a regret about it. But if you're craving something salty and don't want sausage or bacon, then this is a good out for you. Oh man, but do you guys see what's next? We have 2 back-to-back S-tier bangers in the honey and ice cream. I'm a rub honey on your goat, ooh.
No, Joe. I am not letting you put ice cream into S tier. I'll allow honey, but man, who the hell gets ice cream frequently enough with their pancakes? Because I swear to God, that never happens. And you know damn well that it'll get your pancake all wet and soggy, but not in a good way. Joe, the highest I'll let you go is an A tier, and that's it.
But Barack, that's not fair at all. Ice cream is the best.
Need I tell the people what you did to those poor kids and that rooster in the summer of 1973?
A tier for the ice cream is good. I like the placement there.
Okay, I was going to ask Barack why he was so butthurt over the ice cream in S placement, but Jesus Christ, now that I know a rooster is involved, I want to know more. Like, what the hell happened in the summer of 1973, Joe?
That's for me to know and for Barack to unfortunately have found out when I blurted it out in an Everclear bender after trying to feed steroids to his ants in his backyard in order to create a super colony that would recognize me as its queen, but then he sprayed insecticide all over them, and all my queen ant pheromones went to waste, and it was a pain to rub that all over myself. But I rather not talk about that because we're talking about pancakes right now. So following that unfortunate ranking, we have an S tier in the jam because slapping on some jam all over your Flappy Jack is all a man needs at times. And I would place maple syrup in S tier, but I have to place it in A tier because I know Donald feels a certain way about Canadians.
Those Canadians have hell coming to them. The only good Canadian are the ones that are subbed to our channel.
Amen to that, brother. But not really because I don't care enough. All kids are beautiful to me.
Joe, we're not talking about kids.
Okay, and a brother can't just say what he's feeling in his heart. This is why toxic masculinity is ruining our country. Following that, we have Nutella, and of course, this is an obvious S-tier banger. I don't even have to go in depth or even talk about why, because you all know that we twerk for Nutella on this channel. It's Donald's go-to spread. If we're not talking about his cheeks, that is. But yes, then after we have a back-to-back-to-back B-tier entry because I have nuts, peanut butter, and sausages, all going into B tier. I don't really like these all too much as a topping, but I'm sure it wouldn't be bad at all when combined with other things, because I can't even imagine how dry a peanut butter pancake would be. And honestly, I do like the sausage entry, but those don't look like breakfast sausages to me.
You are such a hypocrite, Joe. You always tell me that time is just a concept and that there is not such thing as a breakfast food because you can eat whatever you want for breakfast, and now you're saying that you want a breakfast sausage.
Yeah, artard. I say that because breakfast sausages are made differently, and some are even maple syrup flavored. God, sometimes I wonder if you even listen to what I say. But enough of Barack's shenanigans, because after we have somewhat of a stinker, and those are sprinkles. Now, this would get more hate, but I honestly prefer sprinkles over apples. And I will be giving them a C tier. Call me an apple hater because I frankly don't care, because for whatever reason, I just don't like them on my pancakes.
Joe, I think you're an apple hater.
That felt worse than being called a slur.
Oh man, and how do you think I feel, Joe? You literally called me an artard earlier, and having you say that about someone is like having a gay person call you the F word.
Friend? Listen, man, I love me all types of people and have no problem with having gay friends. I love the gays, and you seriously need to go to therapy and sort those issues out, man. God, people like you disgust me, Barack. Moving past Barack's homophobia, we have strawberries, and these are an immediate A tier banger. But that's just because they are the actual fruit, because I then have the strawberry syrup going straight into S tier. I swear I love almost any and every fruit-based syrup because then I can just drench my pancakes in that and then have my other toppings swim in the pool of syrup I made in my plate. Sometimes some sausage or bacon bang even harder once they take a dip in my strawberry and chocolate syrup pool.
That sounds absolutely disgusting, and it's honestly what I expected coming from you, Joe.
Glad I never disappoint, but it's one of those don't knock it till you try it type of things. Now, rounding off this wonderful list, we have whipped cream. And although I heavily mess with a dollop of whipped cream on top of my pancake, I still wouldn't say it gets an S tier. It's probably an A tier at best, but I still really like it because whipped cream is very versatile.
Versatile in what way? I swear I can only use it on my desserts, and that's about it.
Have you tried it on your nipples or cock? What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we are going to be ranking various weapons that are used with parents whenever they're disciplining their kids, if that makes any sense. Like basically a tier list of what parents hit their kids with.
That doesn't sound very good. Honestly, hitting your kids is something that should be left in the past, and it really has been proven not to aid in teaching your child how to behave and act accordingly. Instead, you're just teaching them how to fear you, and as a parent, you shouldn't be doing that.
All right, see, we don't care because sometimes a kid needs a beat down, and not in the weird way Joe means, but they need to get hit sometimes, and damn, look at how good my kids turned out.
Yeah, and look at how good my kids turned out.
Okay, maybe there's some validity to your claim, Barack, but either way, this is a tier list we have to make, and we can talk about how we disciplined our kids or how our parents disciplined us. Come on now, Barack. Do you not look back fondly at the times that your mom hit you with a spoon for trying to eat desserts before dinner? Or the times that your dad would grab the belt and he would just hand out some belt whips for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all because you accidentally brought your muddy shoes inside?
No, I don't really look at any of that stuff quite fondly. Matter of fact, I think I really hated all of that.
Well, dude, I don't know what you want us to say because clearly you're the odd man out.
Yeah, man, Donald has a point because either way, this list is going to get started. And up first, we have a wooden spoon, and this gets an A tier. I feel like this is a mom-exclusive weapon. So, like, even though it's a wooden spoon, you know, in the back of your head, it won't hurt as much. Like, it'll sting a decent bit, but I'm sure if my dad or if I were to ever use a spoon as a weapon, then that would break faster than bats in the steroid era of baseball.
I have to agree with you, Joe, that it would fold easily under the Don's pressure and strength. Like me personally, with all the bulking I do, I'm basically as strong as a prime athlete on steroids. Honestly, I might be stronger, but I can't make that claim yet because I haven't tested myself yet.
Oh, but you can confidently say that you're on par with a pro athlete who happens to also be juicing.
Yes, just like how I'm more than certain I can take down an alpha wolf in a 1 versus 1.
Listen, Donald, Alpha, Sigma, Kappa, it doesn't matter because you're distracting us from the list at hand. We have to grade another entry, and after that, we have a ruler, and this is a C tier. Like, I feel like only teachers have this, and you got me all sorts of f***ed up if you think I'm going to let some nerd-ass teacher hit my kid. Still, though, as a weapon in itself for discipline, I have to give it a solid C tier because it has the length, but I don't feel like it has enough power for a good swing.
You know what else also gets the point across? Just talking to the kid, or if you really think you need to punish a kid, then just take away their bike, phone, basketball. I don't know, just take away any of that, because nowadays kids are so glued to their things that I feel like if you just take away something like their phone, then they'll be in absolute shambles.
Yeah, but why do that when you can give them a good spanking and then also take away their stuff? That's like a double whammy right there. But hold the phone, everyone, because we have a certified banger up next, because we have the good old-fashioned hand, and this is an easy S tier, because this is the most classic of classic ways to hit your kid. Give them a little spanking with the hand, and it's raps with that. It's too good to not be high up there.
Now you're spitting some hot fire right now, Joe, because goddamn, a good old-fashioned slap with your hand goes harder than any other thing on this list, because it just shows that you don't need a single weapon or item off this list, because just your hand is more than good enough.
I seriously worry for the both of you. But I especially worry for Joe, because obviously whatever he did with Hunter was clearly not the correct thing to do, because just look at how he turned out.
What do you mean? Hunter is cool as hell. He's unemployed, does meth, and bangs hookers all day. If you ask me, that's pretty dope, and he's living his own American dream.
Oh, thanks, Donald. I'm glad that you think he's cool. But relax, because he's my son and not yours.
Oh, trust me, Joe, I would not want to take him from you at all. He's more of a friend that I like having in Miami rather than someone I constantly want to hang out with.
I don't know what you mean by that, but whatever. Anyways, after that, we have some weird colored things, like some weird bendy straws. And I don't know what the heck these things are, but I'll give them a D tier because they don't look like they're good enough for spanking. Then after we have a shoe, and this gets a decent C tier because I feel like they have too much weight and F to be able to properly be used against your kids. But also because I don't want to use it and end up creasing my Air Forces, because that'll only make me angrier at my kid and then make me hit him harder.
Joe, you know what? That's a very valid take because I cannot imagine the anger that I would feel if I happened to crease a new shoe of mine just because my dumbass kid decided to eat rocks or do something dumb like break his glasses or something.
Okay, aside from the rocks thing, the breaking his glasses part sounded like a genuine accident, man. Like, what do you want him to do? Accidents happen.
Yeah, just like how I'll accidentally spank him so hard he'll either be beat red from the hits or he'll cry so hard that he has no more tears to shed.
Now that's how you know he's a great dad.
Are we totally sold on the idea that the both of you are good parents?
Well, I don't know about everyone else, but I'm more than certain that me and Donald are great parents. But enough of us glazing ourselves because we have a list to continue, and after that we have a coat hanger. And like, what the hell is this one about? What if I accidentally poke my kid's eye out or something? This has to get a D tier from the Joe Dog because unless I'm trying to give an impromptu abortion, I just don't see how this would be useful for me. Oh man, oh man. But after that, we have a goddamn S tier. And I know all the Latina hot moms know about this one. The sandal, or also known as the chancla, is one of the most prominent weapons for people of color. And I've started using it on Jill when she isn't behaving. And let me tell you that the results speak for themselves. And she now goes in the cage when I tell her on the first try. She knows that if she makes me ask again, she's going to get the sandal and the hose again.
All that sounded extremely abusive of you, Joe.
It's consensual, and she likes it. Just don't ask her opinion on it and just take my word for it. But man, I should have mentioned this one as well when I was talking about S tiers, because the belt is the go-to weapon of choice for all parents. Like when dad goes and gets the belt should be internalized into every kid's mind.
Damn right, Joe. You're speaking some hard facts right now because dads and belts should be a more iconic duo than Mario and Luigi, Bert and Ernie, Shaggy and Scooby, and even Tom and Jerry.
Well freaking said, my main man. We are going crazy with today's list and are feeding off each other's good energy. Too bad Barack decided to be a negative Nancy and not join us in this.
Yes, I apologize, and please forgive me for not happily talking about how much I enjoy hitting kids.
You're damn right you should be sorry, but it's okay because after that we have a cable and listen. This is more of a, I don't have a belt, so I'll grab the longest thing next to me. But this just a B tier for me, in all honesty.
Okay, but more importantly, Joe, why is there a bunny on this list?
Well, see, I tried a new type of parenting with Hunter for a bit. He actually behaved the best during this time, and I was quite pleased with the results. But you see, when Hunter was 12, he had this bunny named Roxy. She was this beautiful bunny, like the one in the picture, and he loved that bunny, something special. He would constantly play with her and parade her around the house, and he would just be obsessed with this bunny. Well, one day Hunter did a bad thing, and instead of blowing up at him, I kept my cool and I grabbed him and took him to his room. Then I went downstairs and picked up Roxy and brought her up to his room. I told him to not say a word or else, and I proceeded to pick up his bunny and cover its mouth and nose with my thumbs for a long time. And as Roxy was thrashing around in my arms, just absolutely going crazy because she couldn't breathe and wanted to get out of my grasp, I looked over at Hunter, and he had the biggest tears in his eyes, and just from glancing at him, I could tell that he was begging me to stop. But at that moment, I knew that he knew that the reason why Roxy was in so much pain was because he decided to leave his backpack in the living room instead of putting it away in his room. So then I let go of the bunny, and he grabbed her and made sure she was okay. And after that day, he knew to act accordingly. And I don't think I've ever had a problem with Hunter after that. Well, until after the bunny died because of natural causes, because Bro decided to crash out after that.
Nothing wrong with that. You're a damn genius, Joe.
Jesus Christ, that is not okay. What is wrong with the both of you?
What do you mean, man?
Everything you just said, Joe was messed up, and Donald supporting you is just even more messed up.
We're just good parents, man. What can we say?
Yeah, I'd say that our problem is that we care about our kids way too much.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, And this time around, you have the great Don ranking different Dum Dum flavors. And I love buying that big old pack of these things and just seeing what flavor I get. And many of you will agree with me. And there will be one person in particular with crap tastes in Dum Dums and argue that a certain flavor is better than it is.
Oh, God, it's cotton candy going in D tier, isn't it?
Barack, thank God you didn't do this list because that would have been a huge miss. And the comments would have been grilling you for this.
Yeah, Barack, because clearly Donald knows that artificial cherry dum-dums belong straight in garbage D tier and should not even be on this list because I throw away every single one whenever I get it.
God, hell no, man. Thank God we didn't let you do this list because I feel like anytime artificial cherry or pickles are mentioned, you just love to absolutely hate on it for no reason. And that's why you're doing bed tier lists.
Joke's on you because I love beds, and that was one of the best tier lists I've ever done. The people might have even loved it more than the chair tier list.
You know what? The numbers do show that the people did like it, so it's fair to say that. But I love this Dum Dums tier list, and I want to go ahead and get this started because the Don is the king of food, and let's get this started. And up first, we have grape-flavored Dum Dums, and I am actually a pretty big fan of grape-flavored things, and I know a lot of people don't like it, but grape-flavored Dum Dums actually go dummy hard, and I have to give this bad boy an A tier.
Solid selection here. I know I would have placed it that high.
Well, we know that.
I always feel like grape tastes better in candy form than it does into drinks.
I don't know about that, Joe. I mean, grape Gatorade is okay, but grape soda goes crazy, and grape juice also goes just as hard.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it does taste pretty good. I also like grape-flavored Nerds.
I'm glad we've learned that fun fact about you, Joe, but yes, that goes up there. And following that, we have orange or clementine, whatever the hell this flavor is, and I like these as well, but I won't bounce my ass off the walls for these things if I pull one out. I really like this, but this is probably the weakest B tier entry in this list because it barely squeaks by and edges out the others that I will place into C tier.
Oh, we talking about edging? You know, the Joe Dog has to notify the Guinness World Record people because I swear I can edge longer than any normal person out in this world. I take that shit seriously, and I will be at it for hours.
Why do you do that to yourself?
For the love of the game, Barack.
I don't know what game you're playing, but I'm sure the fellow Gooners are saluting you as you continue your edging streak. But yes, then, after we have two back-to-back S tiers in the strawberry and blue raspberry flavors, because strawberry is just automatically a banger in any drink or candy, and the case remains the same for Dum Dums, and the same can be said for blue raspberry because goddamn, I don't know who invented this flavor, but I need to shake their hand and nominate them for a Nobel Peace Prize because this is one of the best flavors I've ever had in my whole life in almost anything.
The glaze is unreal for blue raspberry, but I would not want to have it any other way. I always get me a blue raspberry iced whenever I go to the movies, and I always feel like when I don't have one at the movies, my viewing experience is ruined a little bit. I won't lie.
How can you say that, Joe, when the main thing about the movies is watching the damn movie?
But when you ask us to watch Madame Web in theaters the day of the release, I definitely had a really bad time when the Ice-E machine wasn't working, and I had to sit through hours of slop that not even Sydney Sweeney's Monster Honkers couldn't save.
God, you couldn't be more right about that one, and I hate Barack for convincing us to go.
I didn't know it was going to be that bad. Cut me some slack.
I don't think I will because I think I would have rather watched paint dry than to ever see that movie again. But if they would have made that movie rated R and gotten some Sydney Sweeney changing room scenes, then that would have automatically improved this movie by at least a solid 2 more points. So ultimately it could have been a 4 out of 10. But enough movie talk because I'm not in the mood to relive that horrendous night, and I would rather just continue doing this list. And up next we have cotton candy flavored Dum Dums. And Barack, much to your surprise, I actually don't have this going into D tier because I actually like this a decent bit and think there's an actual flavor that is worse than this, and I will be placing this into C tier, which I feel like is a pretty good place to put this thing because most of the time this flavor either hits or misses, but in the case of these Dum Dums, it just kind of tastes okay, to be honest. Nothing to write home about, but I won't be upset if I pulled one out the bag and will actually eat these. Thankfully, though, we have an absolute banger up next, and you all already know that the Don loves himself some green apple flavored stuff because I just like the way the sourness and the sweetness combine, and I have to give this bad boy an A tier because I will put some damn respect on its name.
Okay, I'm not upset about the green apple placement, but come on, Donald. The cotton candy flavor is actual butt, and you know it is.
I personally really like the taste of butt.
So do I, Joe, which is why we're a part of the AEC, and real ones know if they know. But yeah, I think you're just over-hating it, Barack. And the fact that you're so adamant on this being placed lower makes me know that I did the right thing, or that I might have placed it too low, to be honest. But moving on, we have root beer flavored Dum Dums, and these actually go kind of hard if you love root beer, but they don't go immensely hard because I just feel like root beer is elite, only in the drinking form. But I wouldn't hate on anyone who says that this is their favorite flavor, because I know some people really like this, but I think I can't give it anything higher than a B tier, to be quite honest. After that, though, I know that Joe is going to hate this because I have the cherry-flavored Dum Dums going straight into an orgasmic S tier, because I will twerk the hell out of my ass and shake it better than an Atlanta stripper when it comes to these things, and I don't even care about whatever Joe rant he has incoming.
I cannot handle this. Not only did you place root beer only into B tier, but then you had the audacity to place cherry into S tier. I think I'm about to throw up.
I agree with Joe here because there is no way root beer should be going into B tier only.
I would like to retract my previous statement. I now believe that you placed root beer in the correct position, but you still placed cherry way too high because that shit is garbage.
Love the switch up, Joe, but no cherry is staying in S tier. But yes, then after we have the mystery flavor, and this is literally made from all the random leftover flavors from whatever facility they make these from. So every single time you have one of these, it will quite literally taste different, and the Don loves that element of randomness, and I have to give this an A tier. What might be a controversial decision here is the fact that I am going to place butterscotch Dum Dums straight into C tier, and I understand that people who love butterscotch will probably hate this, but I am not a butterscotch truther because I am not a damn old lady, but it gets slightly saved because it isn't as bad as what I'm saving for D tier.
As a butterscotch enjoyer, I find this ranking quite bad.
Barack, you know damn well that there are superior butterscotch candies out there that even have caramel inside of them, and those are way better than what Dum Dums have to offer.
I love biting into those things and just having them glue my mouth shut because they won't unstick from my teeth. And all I can do is wait for my saliva to dissolve them or rip apart my molars by forcing my mouth open.
That sounds like a very Joe thing to do, so that doesn't surprise me at all. But yeah, then after we have pineapple going into S tier, which is no surprise to anyone because this is an A1 fruit, but then after I have lemon lime going into A tier, I just feel like it's too much for me, and I would rather have the things in S tier, but it isn't bad at all. What isn't all too good is our next one, which is the peach flavor, and maybe we have some peach believers in the comments, but it isn't all that elite of a flavor, and it only goes into B tier for me, which again isn't all that bad, to be honest.
The Joe Dog sees nothing wrong with these placements, but I would have given slightly more respect to the peach flavor. But I like the ranking so far, as long as we don't count the cherry ranking.
Jesus Christ, we get it, Joe. You hate cherry, man. Find a new slant already. But yes, moving on, we got fruit punch. And this is once again yet another S tier banger because who doesn't like fruit punch? Sometimes it can be kind of bad, but usually it's still in A tier or even B tier. But with Dum Dums, I think they got it right. But oh man, we finally gotten to the D tier. And if you guys predicted that I was going to place bubblegum into D tier from the start, then I want you all to give yourselves a pat in the back because you all truly do know ball. This is hot garbage, and I just hate bubblegum flavored things in general.
Now, what's the reason for all the OG bubblegum hate?
Because it's just damn bubblegum. Who genuinely goes out of their way for this flavor? I'll be a damn bubblegum hater if no one else will be. But yeah, we're finally approaching the end of this list, and thankfully for everyone, we have some goddamn good flavors, and we're ending this tier list off on a high note because first up we have cream soda Dum Dums, and once again we have the same root beer case coming up again because I love cream soda a lot and genuinely will get some as a drink and love the hell out of it, but as a Dum Dum flavor it kind of falls flat, but still gets a B tier from me. But oh man, we have an absolute banger of a selection up next, and that of course is watermelon, and you all already know how much I like watermelon, so I don't think it comes to anyone's surprise when I place this bad boy all the way in S tier. This is a damn delicious flavor, and it is probably the best way to end off this list.
Now that the list is over, let's talk about the banger discontinued flavors like chocolate or buttered popcorn, because old Joe here will twerk for some buttered popcorn Dum Dums.
Joe, those flavors sound like the absolute worst things to be mentioned on this list. Like, I'm pretty sure not a damn soul wants buttered popcorn as a flavor, and the chocolate flavor is just a ripoff from the Tootsie Roll Pop, but done worse. There's a reason these are discontinued.
That's because you don't know Ball Barack.
Jesus Christ, not you too.
Hell yeah! Where would you place those delicious flavors, Donald?
I'm glad you asked, Joe. I would place this wonderful flavor into dog water D tier.
Oh, man.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we are going to tackle something a little different, something a bit abstract that only the mind of the Dons can comprehend. And that, of course, are the different art forms that we have in this world. We have a variety of things here because people associate art with painting or drawing, but in reality it's like autism, and it's a spectrum of things ranging from writing and dancing all the way to architecture and gaming.
Wait, gaming is an art form?
Well, yeah, it's a creative piece of work that is basically art with user interaction.
Ha. Next thing you know, they'll actually make mayonnaise into an instrument.
Joe, you're so damn dumb, I just can't comprehend it at times. Next thing I know, you'll be saying that hot dogs aren't sandwiches.
Because they obviously aren't. They're their own thing, and in no way, shape, or form are they a damn sandwich.
Joe, I swear to God, man, how could you not think it's a sandwich? It's literally meat between two slices of bread. That is the literal textbook definition of a sandwich.
No, it is not. You have to be missing a few chromosomes if you think that.
I refuse to be called chromosome deficient by the man who slurps on hot dog water that has been infused with blue Gatorade.
All right, settle down, you two. If you both want, we can settle this on a debate floor instead of this video, because today's video is a freaking art forms tier list, and I swear to God, if you get too distracted, Donald, I am about to split a wig.
All right, man, Jesus, calm the hell down. I'm not done with this topic, Joe, but we'll save that for the next video because damn, man, I cannot comprehend why anyone would think it's not a sandwich. But let's get this list started because I don't want Barack getting extra angry today because we all know that gives him an upset tummy.
Who the hell told you that?
Dude, you leave your diary on your nightstand. Of course, me and Joe were going to read it and make fun of you. But anyways, like you said, let's get this list started. And up first, we have writing, and this gets an immediate S tier. Like, how could you not like to read some nice-ass writing? Because even if books are for nerds, you all have to remember that writing can be applied to comic books or manga. And those are things that the Don does indeed enjoy reading. Because hot damn, I'll be on the edge of my seat and scratching my chair while reading something. You'd think I'm like Ed from Ed, Ed, and Eddie when he starts scratching the hell out of that log. I'll gnaw on some wood from the sheer epicness of a good-ass chapter of One Piece.
That might just be a sign that you have some anxiety issues, man.
Nah, that can't be it. That's a load of fake news, and the Don has no anxiety. Let's not talk about my mental health because it is in tip-top shape. But yeah, up next we have dance, and listen, I don't mind me some twerking because that is the highest form of praise, and I like it even better when a girl is twerking. But dancing in general just doesn't do it for me, especially when we have some fake-ass dancing with all the TikTok trends, and it just devalues actual dancing. But when you do some performative stuff, it just seems like everyone is doing a bit too much, and I can't grasp the meaning of a dance. Like, I won't be like Frank Reynolds, who is holding back tears at the sight of a performative dance. This at most gets a B tier, and let me tell you all that twerking is heavily carrying this form of art that high because I can't envision anything else for dance.
Well, dance is the most useless art form of them all. Dancing contributes very little to society. In films, with the exception of musicals, dancing has little prevalence. The greatest paintings don't include dancing. Video games have little dancing in them. Music often incites dancing. However, dancing plays little role in making music. I believe society would not change very much if dance was never introduced. But then again, you bring up a good point in twerking. So I have to agree that B tier is correct.
God damn it, can you two literally not keep it in your pants? Like the fact that you're reducing a whole art form to just twerking and still praising it is absolutely baffling to me.
Let's be honest here, it is not surprising to you.
Yeah, you're right, but at least I get to express my frustration.
Express it all you want because the comments will always be on our side. Anyways, up next we have an absolute S tier banger, and that of course is music/singing. And come on, guys, was this ever in doubt of not being an S tier? Like the Don twerks for some music and he will throw it back to some good song. Catch me shaking my ass with some motion to Mad City by Kendrick Lamar. But yeah, that was in no doubt. And I don't think anyone will argue that it doesn't belong in S tier because even freaking video game nerds will say that their precious OSTs are amazing. But after that, we do have a bit of a stinker, and that is what I believe to be, which is interior design. And let's be honest, no one is really batting an eye if someone has excellent interior design. Like, I will appreciate a well-arranged and well-done interior, but I'm not going to go crazy if you have some lousy interior design unless you decide to do something egregious, like stacking everything in a corner or just having a lousy overall layout, so I'll give it a C tier.
What qualifies as a lousy layout?
Your living room, Joe. That's a lousy ass layout because for whatever reason you have a random stool in the middle and only bean bags instead of couches, and you have the freaking TV on the opposite side of the window, and the glare is so goddamn bad that I swear I go insane anytime we watch something at your house. All that, and I haven't even mentioned the smell.
Well, to be fair, Donald, smell isn't necessarily an interior design decision, but more of a knock on Joe's cleanliness.
It's so bad that I had to mention it. But anyways, following that mid-entry, we have 4 back-to-back entries going straight into S tier. Those being drawings, animation, movies/shows, and lastly, video games. I think the most debatable one here is drawings, but goddamn, if you draw some good-ass art, then I will be a fan of that. Talking about manga and comics earlier, I want you all to envision how much more the art enhances both mediums, and how in general maybe you'll find a cool-ass painting and you'll save it as a wallpaper or something, but damn, some of them just make you think.
Don't forget about the great hentai.
Yes, and the amazing hentai that Joe loves so much. Drawing is just a dope-ass thing in general, and I salute all you artists out there who can draw cool things. Then we got animation, and the art of good animation is something that is appreciated, especially after watching some dookie animated show or movie. You grow an appreciation for it, and it goes beyond drawings as it can be 3D models being rigged for motion and even animation in games. Then the explanation for movies and shows is pretty easy because, I mean, it's movies and shows. What is there not to like about a well-written script with actors who bring that character to life to the point where some people get referred to as only that character? Like no one can name the actor who plays Napoleon Dynamite, but they know it's him when they see him. And don't even get me started on all my crushes on the big screen. Then lastly, we have video games, and of course this one might be controversial for some snobs who don't consider this art, but goddamn if you can finish all of Red Dead Redemption 2 and Elden Ring and not consider this an amazing and absolutely masterful art form, then I don't know what to tell you because you are carrying some massive hater energy, but the Don respects your level of hate.
And don't forget the masterpieces that are the hentai games too.
Okay, Joe, I am banning you from mentioning the word hentai for the rest of this video. Once was okay, twice was pushing it. And if you say it a third time, then that's the straw that broke the camel's back.
I personally enjoyed it, but that's a valid complaint, Barack. Even if you're a hypocrite about it, because we all know about your copious amounts of furry hentai.
What I do in my personal life is only for me to know and for you guys to find out after invading my privacy.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Barack. Make sure to hide the diary somewhere not so obvious, but either way, we'll find it. Anyways, following those masterpieces, we have our very first D tier, and that is theater because I don't want to see no goddamn theater show and watch people sing and dance about some BS. Like you think I want to sit down and basically watch something that's worse than a show or a movie? You got me all sorts of up if you think I'm going to waste my time on that.
I mean, all theater isn't singing and dancing, so it's kind of dumb of you to insinuate that?
Yeah, and it's dumb of you to insinuate that people will enjoy that slop.
I don't think I did insinuate it. I just said that it's not all singing and dancing. Hold on. Donald, do you know what the word insinuate means?
Of course I do. I won't even answer your dumb question because it insults my massive brain. I bet that you don't know and you're trying to drag the meaning out of me. But I won't feed you any free answers and will instead move on because I have a list to make, and after that we have back-to-back A tiers because goddamn the Don loves himself some sculptures and woodworking. I love to work my wood every night, but seeing people make amazing things out of wood and being able to repair stuff like houses and just be good in carpentry is amazing. Then I love sculptures because it's just an amazing centerpiece and great thing to stare at in pure amazement, and you should have one in your home. I have multiple busts of my head throughout the halls of my home, so people are reminded that the great Don is always watching. And on the outside of my backyard, I have a full-on nude statue of myself as the centerpiece of my garden, and it also doubles as a fountain for people to sit by. Want to guess where the water comes out of, guys?
I think I have a pretty educated guess on where the water is coming from. Donald, and I don't think the audience wants to know.
Speak for yourself, Barack. I want to know, Donald.
It comes right out of my mouth.
Oh, that's actually not what I was expecting.
And my huge magnum dong.
There it is.
Must not have a lot of length to pipe the water out.
Shut the hell up, Joe. There is too much space for piping, if you ask me. But let's not get off topic because we have our final entry, and this is architecture, and I have this going into S tier. This makes or breaks buildings, and if your house looks stupid on the outside, then it'll probably feel stupid on the inside. And when we talk about buildings in general, it definitely needs to look good as hell, as we can tell by all the beautiful buildings and architecture all throughout different places like Italy, Greece, New York, and so on.
Bro tried to sneak in New York.
Tell me a better place with prettier architecture, Sleepy Joe.
Disneyland?
What is going on, gang? We are back with another certified banger of a tier list because we got the Don himself headlining a bagel tier list. And as the king of New York, I am more than certified to tell you what a good bagel is.
I mean, New York is an important place for the bagel, but it's actually a bread roll that originated from the Jewish communities of Poland.
Okay, but like all Jewish people live in New York, like they even were creating tunnels down there and doing God knows what.
Okay, can we not talk about that because we don't know who we defend?
I mean, we defend the Jews, of course, but nah, man, don't worry, because me and Jewish people are chill like that. I have a signed autograph from Allison Brie, so like I'm basically super chill with them.
That's actually kind of cool, I won't lie, but yeah, Barack has a point because we have to get this list started, and up first we got the Asiago cheese bagel, and you all already know where the Don is going to place this because this is a certified S-tier banger. Now, I may not be on Joe levels for cheese loving, but goddamn, you all cannot tell me that this would not bang. I'd have this with just some normal cream cheese, but man, if you get some chives and garlic cream cheese on this bad boy, then you'd be in for a world of deliciousness.
Why not say you're going to use some ham and make a sandwich or, possibly some other spreads because I happen to be the spread man.
Don't you dare shout out your tier list on my video. Have some damn shame, Barack.
Oh, but it's fine when Joe does it.
Yes, we've been over this. The people simply like me better.
You know, Joe, it isn't that hard to be more likable than Barack. You just have to have like an ounce or tiddlywink of personality, and boom, you're already ahead of him. But enough about Barack because I have a list to continue, and up next we got two back-to-back C tiers. And that is both the banana bagel and blueberry bagel, and I know people may hate me for this, but I just prefer the saltier tasting bagels. And if I want something sweet, why wouldn't I just get the chocolate chip or even cinnamon raisin bagels instead, because those are quite better. And since I'm already on the topic, then I may as well rank those two, and the chocolate chip bagel gets an obvious A tier from me because it's damn good, especially with the strawberry cream cheese spread, and the same can be said about the cinnamon and raisin bagel, but I won't be placing them as high as A tier, but I'll give them a decent B tier.
It's crazy that you refer to B tier as decent when C tier is the real decent ranking.
Barack, we all do these lists differently, and quite frankly, I don't give a shit about what you have to say. Anyways, after that, we got the egg bagel, and this is basically a standard bagel and remains pretty much the same, except egg yolks are added into the mix, which changes the bagel's texture and makes it more rich and slightly sweeter, and the Don is quite fond of it. I think a B tier for that is what's needed, but holy shit, everyone, we got two back-to-back S tiers up next, and I feel like garlic bagels are self-explanatory in that I think everyone would love some bread flavored with some good-ass garlic, but some of you might need an explanation on the everything bagel. Now, some of you are probably like, what the hell is an everything bagel? And I'm sorry to hear that because you are literally missing out on possibly the greatest invention that was ever made, because this quite literally has everything. Sesame seeds, poppy seeds, dried onion, garlic, and salt. Some may add in black sesame and cracked pepper too. And the end result is a supremely flavorful bite that will literally make you foodgasm in pure glee because you made the right decision in making and or ordering this thing.
More importantly, Donald, what would you slap on this bad boy? What spread or meats would you go with?
Joe, the everything bagel literally goes with everything. Well, actually, maybe not some sweet stuff, but I swear everything that is savory will go well with this. But then after we have our very first D tier, and that is the LGBTQ bagel. And it's not because I hate the gays. I just felt the need to clarify because I love the gays. As a matter of fact, I have many homosexual friends and I respect them dearly.
Ah, yes, the I have a ton of black friends excuse, but more importantly, what the hell is that rainbow bagel?
It's a scam, that's what it is. The rainbow bagels still taste like ordinary bagels, but now instead of being pure bread, it is now bread mixed with some red 40, blue 5, green 20, UB 40. You name it and it probably has it on here. Like, I guess the only cool thing about it is that instead of eating a plain bagel, I can just get a rainbow bagel and have some colorful poop after.
You had me for a bit and even made me chuckle with the UB40 joke, but then you had to take it off the rails when you started talking about your shit, Joe, and that's when you lost me. But yeah, a plain bagel, but rainbow gets an auto D tier for me because I rather have most things other than a plain bagel, and unlike Joe, I will not get entertained by the fact that you made a piece of bread multicolored through the use of artificial food coloring. But anyways, after that, we got a real banger of an entry, and that, of course, is a certified S tier in the jalapeno cheese bagel, because this is just like our first entry of the list. except now it has some nice ass spice introduced with the jalapeno, and it's just an overall improvement to the original concept of a cheese bagel. It's like when you add jalapenos to a pineapple pizza, which is a Don certified hood classic.
Oh my God, here we go with this bullshit about pineapples on pizza.
Okay, Joe, relax, because that is a banger and you just have an unnatural hate for a lot of things. Pineapples on pizza, pickles, artificial cherry, mint, and God knows what else you have cooking in that brain of yours. But yeah, anyways, after that we got the onion bagel. And even though I love the hell out of the onion bagel, I can't place it high in S tier because there are just better things up there, and the garlic and everything bagel just have it beat. It still gets an A tier from me though, but speaking of things that are better than the onion bagel, we then have a pizza bagel, and of course this goes into S tier. Like there is no argument here because this literally has everything you would want, and of course the Don wants some damn pizza. So if you put it into bagel form, you already know that I am only going to have good things to say about it.
Yeah, I bet you'd want to put some pineapple on that shit too.
Okay, Joe, relax because you're the only one with that opinion. You always hate on other people's favorite foods, but you never talk about what you like.
The hell are you talking about? I always talk about my blue Gatorade dogs.
Yeah, and quite honestly, I wish you would stop. It literally kills my appetite almost as much as your Subway sandwich order. But yeah, then after we got another uninteresting bagel type because this is the plain bagel, and this honestly goes into D tier as well. Maybe I'm putting too much disrespect on the plain bagel, but man, I would rather have something in it rather than nothing in it. Which, speaking of, we got the poppy seed bagel, and this bad boy gets an A tier from me because they give such a nice crunch and texture to my bagel, and it genuinely makes it taste better. Then after we got two somewhat stinkers, and I have the rye and pumpernickel bagels going into C tier, and the only reason as to why they're not going into D tier is because I can at least see the appeal to them, because they taste different from a normal bagel despite still being plain. I swear I am not a normal bagel hater though.
Sounds like you're a plain bagel hater to me because I don't know how you put those two above a plain bagel.
It's because he knows that it is the healthier option, and our dear Donald is finally taking his health seriously.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but sure, let's just go with that option. Moving on, we got the salt bagel, and while I do like it, it's just a bit too salty at times, but it is still worthy of a B tier. If you're into some really salty stuff, then I'm sure you'd love this as your bagel of choice alongside some nice cold cuts probably. However, after we got the sesame bagel, and once again, I am a pretty big fan of the sesame bagel. It's an improvement texture-wise to the plain bagel and gives a nice nutty flavor because of all the seeds. And I actually think that I honestly prefer the sesame one over the plain one almost any day of the week.
Okay, you know what? I can understand the reasoning now for putting the plain bagel down in D tier since you seem to just be a big texture guy, Donald. Which honestly, I can respect a decent bit, and I'm very happy to learn that about you.
Why, thank you for taking note of my amazingness, Joe. I wish I had a nice comment to say back in return, but I don't think I do when it comes to you, especially if it comes down to our taste in food.
Surely there has to be something deep down inside of you that makes you respect or have a little admiration for Joe.
Yeah, there has to be something deep inside of you, Donald.
Joe, I respect and admire the fact that you are a human garbage can who will consume almost any atrocity that sets foot on your plate as long as it doesn't include mint, pickles, pineapples, but specifically on pizza and artificial cherry flavored things.
Now, I don't think that was a compliment.
Shut up, Barack. And thank you, Donald, for complimenting me because the Joester loves to be complimented and told he's great, and it's even more genuine and better coming from you right now because you're neither bound nor were you tortured prior to the compliments. Meanwhile, those other people try to get away with a fucking lie to the Joe Dog's name and try their best to feed me lies and fake compliments because they try their hardest to escape me, but they don't know that the more they lie to my face, the longer I'm going to keep them in the dog cage in a storage unit in the middle of a plot of land that I own.
What?
Don't worry, they're fed well.
Yes, because that's what we were worried about. Not the fact that you have people locked up in a cage, but rather we were worried if you were feeding them correctly. God, I am not surprised at all by what comes out of your mouth, Joe. If anything, I should compliment you on being able to say more and more messed up shit every time you're given a microphone. But yeah, anyways, after that we got a strawberry bagel. And I know we suck off and absolutely twerk for strawberry on this channel, but this has to be one of the first times where I don't immediately place a strawberry product / flavor into S tier. Instead, I have this going into A tier because it is definitely still delicious, but I just don't feel like it slaps as hard as other strawberry things we featured on this channel. And speaking of shit that doesn't slap, we round off this list with an absolute stinker of an entry. And that, of course, is the whole wheat bagel, which I have going straight into garbage D tier. And I refuse to hear you out, Barack, with your bullshit, "Oh, it's so healthy for you" talk, because quite frankly, I don't care. Now, what I do care about is knowing more about this Joe situation where he has people locked up in cages. Now tell me, do you clean up their mess when they go to the bathroom, or do you just let it fester in there?
Well, I'm glad you asked. You see,
Nope.
What is up, gang-a-lang? It is your favorite president, the Doninator himself, and I am going to do a fast food fries tier list alongside Barack and, unfortunately, Sleepy Joe.
What's so unfortunate about making a list with me? I am the Big Meech, the Big Papa. They call me the Joe Dog, hold the mustard.
They hold the must, but not the tard with you anyways. Let's go ahead and get this list started because I, for one, don't enjoy wasting time. We have Zaxby's and these nasty fries. I don't want to hear anyone try to vouch for these things. Frankly, I'd be a bit upset if you tried vouching for Zaxby's in general. Like, what kind of name is that for a place?
It isn't that bad, honestly. I think the fries could have gone in the okay rating rather than the nasty one. I mean, it's pretty hard to mess up fries and make them unappetizing, to be honest.
Oh, but they managed to do just that. Trust me, Barry, I'm a fry and fast food expert. The people know that the word of the Don is the word of the law. See, up next we got Carl's Jr., or Hardee's if you're from another part of our glorious country, and these are pretty mid. I am truly neutral about them, just like how Joey here is completely neutral about our country going down the gutter because of him.
What about neuters? I don't see what gutters have to do with them, but oh boy, we have Chick-fil-A fries up next. I sure do love some waffle fries with their Chick-fil-A sauce.
Joey, you are spitting right now. Where do we have these Donnie S tier, or maybe A tier even?
This is how I know you buffoons don't know anything about what makes a good fry. They tricked y'all with their fries. Chick-fil-A has very neutral to good fries, but ultimately you may be asking yourself, Donald, are you crazy? These are amazing. Nah, man, trust the Don. The sauce is what makes those waffle fries elite, but I will admit they are still decent. I just think crinkle-cut fries are superior and are way better for dipping purposes as well.
Now that's outrageous. I would never fall for a sauce. Next, you'll say the Burger King chicken fries are bad. And if you said that, me and Barack would go giga mad at you.
I can't entirely agree with the Chick-fil-A take, but don't lump me in with your Burger King antics, Joey.
I'm happy you said that, Barry, because the Burger King chicken fries and the Burger King Cheeto chicken fries are both not amazing, and I will be putting them below neutral, to be quite frank. They just don't hit the same. And when I think of fry, I only think of potatoes. The same can't be said of our first S tier, and that is the tried and true McDonald's fries. That is the most American purebred fry I will ever eat or taste in my life. Make sure you get them fresh, though, and you will be in heaven for every bite. I hard dick ride McDonald's, and I will never be ashamed of it. I am just upset about how they massacred my McChicken price.
Really riding that McDonald's train, Donnie, but I do agree they have the best ice cream cones from any fast food chain.
Quite honestly, I don't give a shit about your ice cream, Joey. I am a fry man, and up next I got a big opinion on the KFC fries. Like, you have to be quite a devious human being to seek out fries from Kentucky Fried Chicken. I would flip my shit if I asked someone for a fry and they handed me a KFC fry purely based off principle, but I still place it below neutral.
Wow, you must really hate Zaxby's, Donald.
On everything in my life, I despise that place. If I could sacrifice the life of a bunch of illegals in exchange for erasing Zaxby's from human history, I would.
But then how will all your hotels and buildings be made Donald?
Ah, crap, you have a point. Never mind, you got me there, Barack. Plus, my beloved Mexican places would shut down, and Trump can't go without his Taco Tuesdays. Anyways, up next we have Wendy's fries going into S tier as well. And before any of you crucify me and hang me like Epstein, I will ask you all one question. Have you all tried the new Wendy's fries yet? Now I know before Wendy's fries tasted like raw sewage being slurred into your mouth, but these new fries. Man, oh man, these new fries. I just can tell you all how good they are. My mere mortal words wouldn't be enough to describe the gift the gods have descended upon us. These new fries are the most twerkable thing on this list, and it is quite honestly a good comeback story from Wendy's.
Jesus, Donald, I did not know you felt that strongly about Wendy's fries. Just for that whole monologue, I'll go get some later.
Thank you, Barry. I feel like a follower of Christ spreading his message.
Yeah, I've had them, and I have to agree with Donald shit bussin'.
I don't know how you did it, but you made me like it less all of a sudden. Let's just move on. And audience, I need your help. What in the ever-living hell are those fries? Like, where are they made? They don't look good, but I just never had them, so I'll put them in that tier. Up next, we got Burger King chicken rings, and I will be placing them with the rest of the Burger King items. These are not fries, so I don't know why the hell they're on this list.
Our editor, Fraile, probably got lazy and just found a random tier list online and didn't bother fixing it.
Of course he would. God, that guy gets really sick and then takes a 2-week break like he's really living up to his name of being frail. COVID was scared of getting into contact with my body because my DNA is made up of USA anyways. Up next, we got Bojangles, and this is awful. I also just hate the name Bojangles. Like, who the hell came up with that? Absolutely pisses me off. They go in the same tier as Zaxby's.
Now, Donald, this is a bit ludicrous. You only have 2 fries in a positive tier while everything else is either mid or worse. I think you're being too picky right now.
I have to be picky, Barack. I wouldn't want our loyal viewers to eat dookie fries from some piss-poor establishment like Zaxby's. But I will say that our upcoming selection most definitely belongs in the very nice fries category, and that is the Taco Bell nacho fries. God, these things are so delicious, and that's without cheese sauce as well. But if you add the cheese, you're going to get me creaming.
I love eating the fries first and then slurping up all that good and creamy cheese sauce. I just love feeling that viscous liquid reach the back of my throat. On God.
Joey, you're a disgusting creature, not meant to roam the face of this earth. You somehow one-up your lousiness every day. Anyways, up next we got what I assume to be our Five Guys fries, and if they are, then they most definitely belong in the very nice fries tier, as those Cajun fries are to die for, and they give you so many damn fries they are just overflowing.
Oh yeah, you got it down 100%, Donald. Even in that picture, you can tell that they overfilled it and they then became even yummier bag fries.
Bag fries increase the overall yum factor by 10. Something about seeing the grease at the bottom, goddamn man. Anyways, we return to mid with the Burger King fries. They are finally just normal fries, and honestly, they aren't half bad. I give them a neutral rating, to be honest. I can't say the same for the Popeyes fries, though, because that shit is going straight to the top. These fries are the best thing if they're fresh. They are God's gift to man, and that's not even the best thing from Popeyes. Don't get me started on their biscuits, because I will rant about how amazing they are.
I snuck a bunch of Popeyes biscuits to the movie theater when I was watching The Lorax in 3D, and I ended up choking on that dry biscuits and needed to get the Heimlich performed on me by this mother of 4 who exclaimed that I needed water if I were to eat a biscuit, but what does she know? I run a damn country, and if I want a dry biscuit with no water, I'll do it again.
I pray to God that next time no one saves you from choking. Anyways, we are on to our final entry, and that is the Arby's curly fries. It would be downright criminal for me to not put these at an S tier. Y'all can't sleep on Arby's fries because those curly fries get me creaming as much as the Jack in the Box fries do.
Massive, massive W here from Donald.
What can I say? The Don is always right.
Unless it's about him winning the election.
What is going on, gang? It is your supreme leader back at it again with another tier list. And this time around, we are doing a sports drink tier list, which I am obviously the most qualified for. I will be grading these on their thirst-quenching power, their design, their flavors, and taste. But most importantly, I will be grading them based on how well they can help with my hangovers.
Well, that's not really the best purpose for this tier list, considering that these drinks just help hydrate you and replenish lost electrolytes.
Yeah, well, I am in desperate need of that whenever I'm out late hanging out with Hunter and partying like the madman he is. I need a super drink if I'm supposed to recover from his alcohol and coke-fueled parties.
Dude, what the heck? He never invites me to those. How did you get in?
I already have told you dozens upon dozens of times, but your son prefers me as a father figure, and he has told me countless times that he wishes I were his real dad. Now I wish I could return the sentiment, but I straight up told him that it's very weird for a grown man to be telling me these things, but I like partying with him, so I let it slide from time to time. But enough of these weird familial issues you got going on in the Biden household, and let's talk about some drinks. Up first, we got the tried and true Gatorade. You can never go wrong with this drink, and really it's probably one of, if not the best drink on this list without a doubt. This is getting an S tier from me, and there should be no debate about it because they are bona fide in this and are the titans of the sports drink industry. My favorite flavor is definitely the blue Gatorade, but if you all want to hear more about that, you can check out our Gatorade tier list.
W plug for our video, Donald. And yeah, I always find myself gravitating towards Gatorade first and foremost whenever I need a drink like that. I'll have them when I'm sick, hungover, or actually tired and thirsty from playing sports.
So you admit that you use these for whenever you're hungover, but you chose to get upset at me for saying it.
I said that I was upset that it was a part of the rankings, you buffoon.
Now, can we all settle down and get along? It's just a fun little tier list, and we all know that we should only use them after we have had a heavy day of exercising.
Shut the hell up, Joe. Don't go telling me what to do, but I will go ahead and continue because I see some atrocity up next, and that is the Sam's Club default sports drink. This is like opening a case in a video game and receiving the most basic common skin in the whole thing. These things don't even have a name, they're just labeled as sports drink. I have to give this a C tier, and if I saw someone pull up with these, I would immediately call them out for even thinking anyone would want these.
Do they really taste that awful?
Oh, well, they don't actually taste that awful. Like, they're actually kind of decent. But what will the girls think when they see me sipping out of the Sam's Club default skin sports drink instead of a Gatorade?
I seriously doubt any single soul would care about what another person is drinking.
Oh, but you would be surprised, Barack. You would be shocked at what people have to say. But anyways, up next we got a D tier, and that is Gatorade's version of Pedialyte. This shit stinks and tastes god-awful. Like, I get that it is supposed to taste awful, but Jesus, man, I would rather drink taint sweat than ever subject myself to that abhorrent drink. Someone handed me this the other day, and I saw the Gatorade logo, and that shit lulled me into a false sense of security. I felt like I was a little kid who just got dropped off at a sex offender's house by his parents and was told he had to stay there the whole week, like that is raps. It's open season. That's just how awful that thing was when it touched my taste buds.
Oh, it is indeed wraps if that were to happen. Not that I would know.
You're not very subtle with these things. I hope you realize that, but I don't think anyone cares, which is the worst part of it all. Following that, we got Great Britain's national drink, and that is Prime. And let me tell you that these kids in the UK go absolutely batshit crazy for Prime is an understatement. Having a bottle of Prime would mean more to a kid in the UK than the Pope of the Catholic Church meeting Jesus Christ of Nazareth in the flesh. Like, there are levels to this that a normal human being cannot simply comprehend, and I'm trying my best to explain it to you all. But enough of that, because now we got to talk about the ranking, and quite honestly, I actually like Prime. I don't think it is as good as these people in the UK make it out to be, but I am a huge fan of the Glowberry and Ice Pop flavors. They are, however, loaded with sugars, but that's fine, I guess. And I am thinking that a solid A tier is needed for this pretty good drink.
Pretty spot on with that. I am not going to lie. I enjoy Prime too, but it is definitely overhyped, but I still enjoy the two flavors you mentioned. I'll have some from time, but ultimately I think I'd rather have a Gatorade or a Body Armor.
I have to agree on the Body Armor take, but we're not there yet, so let me continue with my list. And when we get there, you can start sucking off Body Armor. Anyways, up next we got Powerade, and this is like Gatorade's little brother. Like, everyone looks at this drink and they think it is sorry as hell. Still though, as much as I am hating on this drink, I don't think it's awful. And I actually kind of like it now that I think about it. I think I am just hating on it because it's funny. But this is a solid A tier in my books.
So is that why you make fun of me? You hate on me constantly, but is it because everyone in the audience expects you to do it? But in reality, you actually think I am super cool and love being friends with me? Is it like that one episode of SpongeBob where Squidward secretly likes Krabby Patties but doesn't want to tell anyone because he's so shy and embarrassed?
No, Joe, I genuinely have a certain level of disdain for you. Let's not talk about things that'll make me angry, and instead let's talk about something that I really love and is very much so near and dear to my heart.
Your kids?
No, you idiot. I'm talking about the list still, and I freaking love Liquid IV. I love this product so much, and it literally hydrates you so quickly, like I can feel it almost instantly, and I have to give this product an S tier because of that. Like, if you're drinking, I would heavily recommend taking these while you're drinking, and you will have an amazing time. And even when you're playing sports, these will help quench whatever thirst you have, and I can assure you of that personally.
Jesus, this is reading out like an ad read. You're not sponsored by them, are you?
I freaking wish, man. That would mean unlimited Liquid IV for me. And we all know I love that, but unfortunately I am just glazing like a motherfucker for fun. It's okay though, because up next we got Body Armor. And as Barack was saying earlier, this is indeed a pretty good product. Like, I wouldn't say it's better than the top two in S tier, but it is definitely the best thing in where I'll place it, which is in A tier. I like the flavors they have a lot more than the other drink, and they are the official drink of Kobe Bryant. And man, oh man, that guy is a close friend of mine. May he rest in peace. I'll never forget the fall he took for me out in Colorado. He was really a lifesaver for that back then.
What the hell are you talking about, your fall guy? Are you tied into that case in Colorado way back when?
Nothing at all. Let's talk about vitamin water, everyone. Oh man, I don't like vitamin water, but I do think it's better than that Sam's Club members mark default Fortnite skin-ass drink. I'd rather pull up to the function with this vitamin water drink than with that off-brand Gatorade wannabe Sam's Club drink. But on its own, I really don't like vitamin water that much, but a solid B tier would be an okay placement for it in my opinion. I don't think there are tons of vitamin water fans out there, and even if they are fans of the drink, they have to agree with this list. Like no way they'd argue with me that vitamin water is better than Gatorade.
You seem to be very passionate on signifying how mediocre vitamin water is. And as a fan of vitamin water, I choose to respect your opinion, but ultimately disagree with your verdict.
Joey, you don't not speak like that. Stop trying to talk all smart and formal when we all know you huff glue and paint in your free time. Anyways, enough of Joe, because up next we got Propel water, and I wasn't sure if I should include this on the list, but I decided to add it either way just to appease any person who is a fan of this water. I think it is another B tier in all honesty. Like, it isn't bad once again, much like vitamin water, but I will never go out of my way for Propel water. Like, why wouldn't I just drink water instead? I don't know, but either way, that is simply where it goes.
Okay, that's nice and all, but what the hell is that last drink?
Oh, you've never heard of BioSteel? Neither have I before making this list, and that's why I'm placing this in C tier alongside the other unknown-ass sports drink, because these things were not made for human consumption. They were made for real-life NPCs and human bots that go out of their way to drink these instead of consuming what every other person drinks.
See, a motherfucker like me goes against the grain and chooses to actively drink other things that not a lot of people drink. You know why? It's because I am different and I am not like all of you. I walk my own path in life and I am a trailblazer instead of a follower, which is the type of vibes you're giving me, Donald, big follower vibes.
Shut the hell up, Joe. You don't know what you're even saying. You're an old dementia-ridden man who can barely remember what color his own underwear is.
Joke's on you, they're all white except for the big brown stain near my ass.
That's so vile, Joey. But you guys want to know what the coolest sports drink is? Now, I drink this every day no matter what, and quite honestly, it beats everything else in this list. It can be used to cure thirstiness, hangovers, you name it, and honestly, it will help. The magical drink I'm talking about is called water, everyone.
Listen to this freaking guy talking about water. What is the point of sipping on water when I can simply get all the liquids I need in my day from Gatorade? And I will get some lost electrolytes. Come on, Barack, we all know the clear winner in this.
On God, Donald, now you're spitting facts. Like, please tell me, Barack, why in the heck would I ever decide to drink normal water when I get my yummy, yummy vitamin water? Well, actually, unless it's yummy, yummy Dasani water. But aside from that, I would prefer not to, because I like to see how yellow my pee can get before my doctors tells me to start drinking my water again.
Okay, that was a bit much. I very much so don't agree with everything Joe says, but his heart is kind of in the right place.
You two are both gross as hell and will eventually get diabetes. You two do realize that?
Joke's on you, I already do.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be ranking different heights, and I figured that as the tallest man out of the three of us would be the best person to do this list.
Wouldn't that make you the most biased, because you're obviously going to choose whatever your height is?
No, I won't. See, the Don will be purely non-biased in this and will describe the best heights for people, but mainly this is going to be targeted towards men because women can honestly be any height unless they're like WNBA players who are like 6'5" and above.
See, a real gooner like me would climb up any mountain, any tree in his way, and I love me anyone of any single type of person of any height.
Well, you frankly do anything and everything, Joe, so I'm not really surprised to hear you say all that. Either way, let's go ahead and get this started, because up first we have back-to-back D tiers to start off the list, because if you're 5 foot flat and or 5'2", then I have nothing positive to say, and I don't think I really need to explain it either. Like, no disrespect, but you yourself already know that it is not fun being those two heights, but hey, I'm sure that there's other things that are cool about being that short. Like, you'll live longer, and when you date someone, you know that it'll be purely for your great personality, because Lord knows it isn't for your height.
Jesus Christ, this is just a roast session full of backhanded compliments.
Well, what am I supposed to say, man? That I like how they need a step stool to reach an ordinary shelf. Or maybe I should mention the fact concerts are basically useless for them, because once anyone of average height stands up in front of them, then it's basically wraps and they might as well pack up and go home.
Stop roasting the short people, Donald. Listen up, all my short people. The Joe Dog Army will accept anyone of any height at all. We do not discriminate against anyone's height because we all know short people who are important in history. Like, for example, we have Prince, Tom Cruise, Danny DeVito, Kevin Hart, the guy who voices Chris Griffin in Family Guy, and Frodo and Bilbo Baggins.
You really had to scrape the bottom of the barrel with the bottom two. They're freaking Lord of the Rings characters.
Yes, but Frodo inherited the One Ring from his cousin Bilbo and undertook the journey to destroy it. And Frodo is repeatedly wounded during the quest and becomes increasingly burdened by the ring as it nears Mordor. He changes too, growing in understanding and compassion and avoiding violence. This just goes to show how much all of that mattered and how Frodo literally saved our planet. And I don't think they are talked about enough in our history books.
Joe, you do realize that it wasn't a real story?
What?
Yeah, it's a fantasy book. It's not at all real.
You mean to tell me that Frodo didn't save our damn planet and Mordor isn't a real freaking place? I thought that was like in South America or something because they were all so short. Well, there goes all my respect for him. Next thing you know, I'll have someone tell me that The Office isn't a real documentary.
Oh, Joe.
God, you really are something special, Joe. Anyways, let's just go through the list instead of giving Joe more attention, because after that, we have back-to-back C tiers in 5'4" and 5'6", because you're almost at a normal height, like you almost made the cut, but I won't entirely hate on you too much for being that height, because like, what are you gonna do? You can't grow any taller than that. You was born like that.
Why can't we just respect them for who they are as a person? Like Napoleon Bonaparte once said, "The greatness of a man is not measured from his feet to his head, but from his head to the sky." And I think more people should apply that to their own life because it's great advice, and less people should listen to Donald.
Don't listen to him, guys. He doesn't even know the actual quote.
Joe, I'm more than certain that it's the quote.
See, the actual quote goes like this. La grandeur d'un homme ne se mesure pas de ses pieds à sa tête, mais de sa tête jusqu'au ciel. Mange-moi le cul, Barack.
Okay, it's impressive that you know French, but why'd you say my name at the end?
I don't know French. I just know that quote.
Why you even bother to remember that quote in full French, I'll never know. Anyways, let's continue on with the list, because then after that we have back-to-back A tiers, because we finally get to a pretty good height, and that is 5'8" and 5'10", because you are finally at a point where I don't have to stare at the floor to begin a conversation with you. Now I had 5'8" edging B tier, but I decided to give you all a pass and put you 5'8" folks into A tier. Consider it a gift from the Don, because you aren't really getting much else in life. As for the 5'10" people, I want you all to know that you were close to greatness, and I'd even put the 5'11" people in the A tier category as well, because the same thing applies. Like, you two were so freaking close to getting into S tier territory, but I had to put my foot down because S tier is for the best of the best, and unfortunately I cannot give you all the pass into the elite club.
It's okay, everyone, because once again, you all have free entry to the Joe Head community.
That's a really bad consolation prize. If we're being quite honest, Joe, that's like someone running a marathon and first place gets 10 grand, but they lost and get second, and their prize was some $20 Chili's gift card.
Whoa, man, do not talk trash on goddamn Chili's. Those margaritas and all-you-can-eat wings go absolutely crazy. And guess freaking what? That $20 gift card would cover the cost of an all-you-can-eat wing fest, and you'd have some to spare for the margaritas.
All right, my bad, man. I didn't know you rode that hard for Chili's.
Dude, the Chili's fans are some real ride or die people. I don't know what's worse, the K-pop stands, the Barbs, or the damn Chili's fans. Either way, that's not the point of the tier list, and I am excited to get to this one because this fits the heights of me, Barack, and unfortunately Joe as well. And that's because I have 6 foot and 6'2" going straight into S tier. Now I'm 6'3", and I'd say that's the cutoff for normal height, but Joe and Barack here are 6 foot and 6'2" respectively. And aside from Joe, we're pretty cool and normal people. Like, these two heights are the last set of normal ones, because if you're taller than that, you're just going to get constantly asked, are you in the NBA? And that can be pretty annoying. Barron is 6'7", and he complains to me that he gets told that he should be in the NBA with all that height. And quite honestly, I'm with the people. I tell him, son, with all that height, you should be the starting forward for the Knicks. What are you doing here? Absolutely doing nothing. I swear he is misusing my God-given genetics because he was handed the best set of jeans and all he's done with it is just look tall and awkward. God damn, it would have been so cool if he were a ball player.
Come on, Donald. I'm sure he's done other things with that impressive height.
Dude, he just plays on his gaming PC, man. I had to custom order his damn chair so that he would fit. Not an ounce of athleticism on that boy.
Well, he doesn't need athleticism with that cute-ass face.
All right, now we're done talking about my kid. Anyways, after that, we then have our first entry that isn't a back-to-back because I have 6'4" going into B tier. Like, it's still cool that you're that height, but that's when the questions start rolling in about your height and you start feeling uncomfortable about riding roller coasters or going in public areas because you feel like such a giant.
All right, 6'4" isn't that egregiously tall. I feel that should be an S tier still, because I'd be cool with being 4 inches taller.
Yeah, it seems like you chose a really weird point to be really specific and unreasonably hate on a height, especially considering you're only an inch off of B tier.
Listen, man, I just had to do this because I realized that I didn't have anything in B tier. And looking back, I should have moved 5'8" down to B tier instead of 6'4". But there are more humans that are 5'8" rather than 6'4", so I need all the votes I can get for the upcoming election. So the Don had to make a business decision there. Either way, let's continue with the list. And to piggyback off my previous point, I also want to mention that at 6'6" is basically an even worse version of 6'4", because now you're just a tall freak and you have to be careful of doorways and you can't live your life in peace because everyone is going to be gawking at you like you're some damn spectacle. And for that reason, I have to place it into C tier. Then moving on, if you thought that for whatever reason that the Don was going to praise tall-ass people who are 6'8", then I don't know what to tell you because your height is a certified D tier. If you didn't play professional sports at all, then you were a waste of genetics. And biologically, you are more prone to heart disease and cancer because of all the excess cells in your body making up all those extra inches. You're so tall to the point where women probably don't want anything to do with you because you're so tall that they're not trying to have you bend to a 90-degree angle just to give them a kiss. This is all in all the worst freaking thing on this list unless you're the short-ass heights.
Give me tall dommy mommies and the Joe Dog will be happy. See, the taller the girl, the more she can mommy you. And what I mean by that is that they can pick you up and snuggle you like a dog. They can reach the taller stuff on the shelf. They can protect you if you get in a bar fight because the bartender refused to give you any more drinks because, quote, you shit all over the bathroom's urinals. And you should even be happy we still let you in here. Well, guess what, Ronald? I have me my tall-ass dommy mommy who will literally beat your ass and then proceed to pick me up and whisk me away from any danger. I love me some tall women, and I will do anything for them. Give me Cameron Brink of the LA Sparks, and I will die a happy man. Death by snoo-snoo is the only way any man should go out.
Is that a real story, Joe? Why is it that you have all these odd stories? Because I've never heard you tell us a story. And then I think to myself, oh man, that was quite normal. Instead, I'm left with weird-ass questions like, why did he shit all over the urinals in the bathroom if there were stalls there already? Like I shouldn't be pondering the fact that you soiled yourself in a urinal? Like, why can't you ever just say a normal thing, Joe? Even the death by snoo-snoo comments was weird.
Hold on, Joe might have been cooking with the death by snoo-snoo comment.
I thought what I said was pretty normal.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list. And this time around, we got a Hawaiian Punch tier list. And let me tell you all right now that this is the definitive tier list because we have no one else other than the Don making this list. Now, I am a connoisseur of the finer things in life, so you bet I have had every single flavor of Hawaiian Punch on this list, and I will be able to give the most accurate rating for every single one.
Watch him rate nothing lower than a C because, of course, Donald would love this sugar-infested drink.
Ha! That's how I know your knowledge on this magnificent drink is almost as outdated as you, Joe. Since you've been hitting us with fun facts, let me hit you with one about Hawaiian Punch. It actually does not have much sugar, and for every serving, which is about 8 ounces, there are only 11 grams of sugar, so it is actually not that sugary.
Donald, I really hate to be the one that burst your bubble, but the American Heart Association's recommendation for sugar intake is that men should consume no more than 36 grams of added sugar per day. For women, the number is lower at around 25 grams per day. So if you think about it, one serving of this drink is around 30% of our daily sugar intake. That is 1/3 of our daily sugars from 1 cup of your juice. And I can't even imagine what else you eat or drink because your bloodstream must be more sugar than blood.
Joke's on you, I already knew that fact, and I only drink Diet Coke aside from the occasional punch I have here and there. You know, Barack, not everyone goes all in on the things they do. I, for one, have self-control and do not go over my daily sugars, I think. Either way, only losers count that, and I am only a winner, but who cares about some nerd stats? And let's get started with this list. Up first, we got the classic Fruit Juicy Red, and before you guys try to grill me in the comments, it is actually called Fruit Juicy Red. I don't know why they didn't just call it Juicy Red Fruit or even Red Juicy Fruit, but hey, I am not in charge of their marketing. Nonetheless, we all know where this classic flavor goes, and it is an immediate S tier. This shit slaps harder than an abusive husband with a couple of brewskis in his system after his wife refused to grab him the TV remote. The light version is still okay, but that's a C tier. It is not as good in the Don's opinion.
All that red 40 going in my bloodstream. Yummy, yummy. I actually think I can become superhuman if I consume all the colors. Red 40, blue 1, yellow 5, green 3, and whatever the hell else they got. I will consume them all and become the ultimate being.
Joe, I don't know about that, but I'm sure it'll have the inside of your stomach looking like a goddamn rave festival with all the colors. After that, we got Berry Blue Typhoon, and this is another goddamn banger. This is another S tier in my book. Like, I don't know how you could possibly hate blue-colored things. Make any drink blue, and I think it'll just taste better. It might be the blue one Joe was talking about, but this is a masterpiece of a flavor, and honestly might top the red one for me, but let me not go too crazy.
Nah, I think you were spitting there for a bit because I honestly prefer the blue-flavored one to the red one. But then again, Michelle only lets me have the sugar-free one, so I can't really judge that well.
Sugar-free sounds so un-American, but hey, chalk my shit up full of aspartame or sucralose, and I honestly won't care. Cancer, this blah, blah, blah. Listen, all I know is that it makes my drink taste delicious, and it has no sugar. That's a life hack, and I don't care about the medical downsides. Anyways, up next, we got Berry Limeade Blast, and this is our first A tier. Don't get me wrong, I love the inclusion of the lime, but I rather have the original red flavor because that's like the OG. It is nice to have around and use whenever you want to switch up flavors, though. What isn't that good is our next entry, which is Berry Bonkers, and this looks like black sludge, but it tastes actually not that bad. I still would rather have everything above except for the light drink, but I'll give it a solid B tier. It really isn't that good, though, but if there's no other flavor, then I'll drink it.
Now you're Berry Bonkers for placing it that low, Donald.
God, shut the hell up, Joe. Do not make those puns. After that somewhat bad one, we got its cousin with Green Berry Rush. But unlike Berry Bonkers, Green Berry Rush actually tastes pretty good in comparison. Like it's worth an A tier in my opinion, and it almost had me debating putting it into S tier, but I have too many good things going up there that I just could not put it there. It was a good contender, but I think A tier is a perfect spot for it. Not too high and definitely not too low.
You're really getting analytical with these takes. Do you really care about the placements of these drinks that much, Donald?
Of course I do. I take all my lists very seriously, and even more so if I am grading the nectar of the gods. Don't try to distract me, Barry, because I am on a roll right now. And then up next, we got some good old lemon berry squeeze up next. This is honestly another A tier for me because this flavor has the nice addition of lemon with all the berries, but once again, it just doesn't quite reach the zenith that the other flavors above it do. Do you like that, guys? Yeah, I'm a pretty smart guy for using the word zenith, I know.
You know what? The Joe Dog likes the verbiage you just used. Zenith would indeed be applicable for those items on top.
No shit, Joe. That's why I used that word. I told you that the avant-garde incident was a one-time thing. Speaking of one-time things, I got lemon lime and lemonade Hawaiian punch going into B tier. Like, it isn't bad, but these two are just too citrusy for my liking. I'll have a couple of cups of this and my face will contort more than Joe's when thinking of what to say during live TV.
Wait a minute. You just said earlier that you don't drink more than a cup because it would exceed your daily limit for sugars.
Barry, why are you such a snitch, bro? And I obviously only do that during my cheat days.
That must be every day then for this round mound of a man.
Shut the hell up, Sleepy Joe. I do not want to hear any snide remarks from the man who is a professional kitty sniffer. Anyways, after that, we got yet another S tier, and that, of course, is Mango Monsoon. I am pretty sure if you make anything mango flavored, it will just automatically slap. Like, I legitimately think it's a cheat code when it comes to artificial flavors. Then, damn, we got back-to-back S tier ratings because I got Whitewater Wave also going into S tier. You know how I mentioned that anything mango flavored tastes amazing? Well, the same can be said about anything white colored. Like, You got the Glacier Frost Gatorade or whatever it's called, tasting absolutely amazing. And then now you have this. I actually don't know if there are any other white colored drinks, but fuck it. I'm still going to say that my statement holds true.
Would you count clear colored things with flavor a part of that category?
Well, that would make no sense at all, but sure. So like stuff like clear Pepsi, and actually didn't older Gatorades have a clear flavor? I swear, remembering that to be a thing, Joe, you're full of fun facts. Is this an actual thing?
Well, if you're asking me if I remember, buddy, you're asking the wrong person.
Of course, as always, you do not come through when we need you most. But watch out if you misuse a fucking word, because then you'll have Joe down your throat.
Figuratively and hopefully physically as well.
You are so gross, Joe, but let's keep going with the list because we're nearing the end of the list. Up next, we got Orange Ocean, and let me tell you all right here that this is not really that good. I give it a solid B tier, but most of the time, orange-flavored things miss unless it's pure orange juice. Oh, that and Sunny D, actually. So those two things are primarily the only two things that are orange-flavored that I actually really enjoy.
Did you know that Rice Energy has a Sunny D flavor, Donald? You might actually enjoy that because it tastes amazing.
Shit, actually. I might have to order some, and we'll probably do a tier list on that then. Following that, we got another S tier in the Polar Blast flavor. And once again, if it is blue, then the Don will probably like it 9 times out of 10.
What was the one time you didn't like it?
Okay, I can't recall that, but Joey people just say that to signify that they like something a lot. Stop being a smartass. Wait, I can actually remember the one time I didn't like it, and it was when you were talking about boiling hot dogs in Gatorade water.
When the hell did I say that? That sounds very un-Joe-like.
Fraile, roll the clip. Going straight into S tier. I honestly think I'm just a fan of blue products. I get blue ices, I get blue Gatorade, and I get blue Kool-Aid. I'm a blue sort of guy.
I freaking love the flavor blue. I think I'll eat or drink anything that's blue.
Whoa, hold on, Joe. What the hell is the flavor blue? Also, what can you possibly be eating that is blue? Like, seriously, honest to God, I cannot think of a food that comes in the natural color of blue.
Well, I sometimes boil my hot dogs in blue Gatorade, and it gives them this yummy tinge of blue that you can see and taste.
That is so freaking gross, man.
Oh, well, what can I say? If I said it, then it must indeed bang.
You are so fucking gross, man. Anyways, following that disgusting stuff, we return to some mid. And I know, Barack, you might find this controversial, but I have the watermelon flavor of Hawaiian Punch going into B tier. Please don't be so angry.
I really don't care. As a matter of fact, I actually kind of agree with you.
Barack, please calm down. Don't yell at me, please. I will never disrespect you ever again. I'll stick to berating the illegals instead.
Okay, I said that in a pretty calm manner, and I don't know if that's the right thing to say in this situation.
You're right. I just got to live with the fact that I'm pissing you off with that rating. And you know what? I feel better standing on business and not backing down to you. Watermelon Hawaiian Punch will stay a B tier no matter what you say, Barack.
God, Donald, you can be just as stupid as Joe sometimes. Actually, you can be as dumb as him a lot of the times, but we don't call you out on it nearly as much.
The fuck did I do to merit that stray?
Joe, do we need to roll that clip of the hot dog boiling in blue Gatorade again? God, sometimes just seeing you pisses me off. I want to like pop your head like a pimple.
Mama did always say that people are going to hate on my success. She always used to tell me they hate us because they ain't us.
Pretty sure you just ripped that entire saying from the movie, The Interview, like that was the biggest joke of that whole movie.
Yeah, you caught me. Boy, howdy, I freaking love that movie.
It was okay. I may need to rewatch it, though. But we're on the very last item, and that is Citrus Splash. And I don't know why there's 2, but we'll only rate 1. And as I said previously with orange-flavored things, I just don't really like them that much. I am giving this a B tier, but I will say it tastes slightly better than Orange Ocean.
Well, now that we're done with this list, I noticed another thing.
What is that, Joe?
That this fat ass didn't rate anything lower than a C, and the one and only thing he did put into C tier was the diet version of one of the higher-rated flavors.
Yeah, you actually have a point, Joe. Donald, you need to cut back on the sugar.
I'm telling you that my sugar levels are fine.
I bet vampires would love the hell out of your blood. They'd probably use it as a honey substitute for their pancakes. I can only imagine what they use your semen for.
What?
What is going on, gang? It's me, the Joester, also known as the Joe Dog. And I am here with my 2 best friends in the whole wide world, and that is Donald and Barack.
It's sad to me that you call me that, but I doubt either me or Barack return your unrequited feelings of friendship. I honestly hate you at times and merely tolerate your presence for our online audience. If that weren't a thing, I would have already left your presence around 10 times over already. We all know your son is so much cooler than you, and quite frankly, I'd rather spend a day with him staring at paint dry than spend one moment in Six Flags roller coaster with you. That's just how boring you are.
Damn, dude.
Ha ha ha, that's our Donald, always being so sassy, but deep down I know he doesn't feel that way.
I definitely do.
But anyways, now that we're done joking around, let's get this tier list started, my good buds. Oh, wait, before anyone says anything, I do not want to go through every single individual beef jerky brand because there are so many out there, so we just dwindled it down to Jack Link's beef jerky flavors first and foremost. And then we added a Slim Jim because why not? I feel like they're pretty well known. Anyways, up first we got teriyaki beef jerky, and I have to give this thing an S tier. I love the Asian persuasion that the teriyaki provides. And much like their women, you already know the Joe Dog enjoys his meat in small bits and very Japanese.
Yeah, I have no doubt in my mind that you would prefer small pieces of Japanese meat in your mouth. It's just so on brand for you, Joey.
Yeah, you totally get me. I love those meat bits in my mouth, but anyways, up next we got another S tier, and that is the original beef jerky. I feel like this is the pure essence of meat, and you truly cannot go wrong with original. Like maybe teriyaki is a preference, even though we all know it's delicious, but as for original flavored beef jerky, there is no dispute that this belongs up there because it is the purest form of dried meat. I can eat this on a road trip, camping, gaming, and even when I'm watching kids play at the park.
You do mean to say your grandkids, right? Like, you're watching your grandkids at the park, right, Joey? You got to be more specific with that. Joey, please respond and say that you were only watching your grandkids. Please, Joey.
So following up the original flavor, we got peppered beef jerky, and these things sure are delicious, but I will only be giving it an A tier. Like it gets a bit too spicy, and I feel like I'd rather have a sweet and spicy flavor or just the original. Because the pepper is like spicy, but it makes you cough, if that makes sense. Like when you chew on a pure pepper molecule, that shit kind of sucks.
On God, Joey, you know what? Thank you for standing up for those who can't handle spice because the peppered meat makes it tougher to eat, because I swear they just add hella pepper without even thinking of distributing it evenly throughout the slices of meat.
We cannot be seriously considering ignoring what was just said earlier, right? We're just going to act like he never denied my allegations.
We aren't ignoring it, Barack. We are addressing the pepper problems right now. But you must want us to talk about the pepper issues in the next one, which is another A tier in my book, and that is cracked pepper with garlic steak strips. Like, even though me and Donald talked about how the pepper bothers us, I just want everyone in the audience to know that most beef jerky is delicious, and we just nitpick the finest ones. There will, however, be some C and D tiers, so wait till you all hear about those. Thankfully for everyone, we won't be talking about those yet, because up next we got another S tier, and that is these absolutely delicious pork tender bites. And for as haram as they are, I cannot begin to describe how delicious these things are. You all need to buy yourselves a bag right this instant if you are a fan of pork and beef jerky, but have yet to buy these gifts from God himself.
I have to be honest, this whole list just looks delicious to me. I will have a hard time rating any beef jerky below a B or a C.
Nah, trust me, Donald, we have some coming up that you wouldn't even wipe your ass with. Like, they are so gross I would rather lick some unwashed taint than ever expose my taste buds to those things ever again. But don't worry about it quite just yet. We are still on the path of goodness and deliciousness. And up next we got jalapeno chicken bites, and I must admit, this is a B tier from me. I don't mind the jalapeno, but Jesus, man, I always find myself choking on chicken. I don't know how, but these freaking chicken bites almost knocked me out of presidency more times than I can count on both of my hands. These are choking hazards, and also I don't really like chicken that much, but it still deserves a B tier for providing something different to the table.
Joey, why the hell do you keep eating these if you keep saying that you're constantly choking on them? Like, what sense does that make? If I kept repeatedly choking on a certain type of food, I would simply avoid eating in the future to avoid said choking.
Yeah, but to be honest, I think I am addicted to the thrill of sometimes wondering if I am going to survive this bag of chicken bites. Like, it gives me a big thrill. It's like gambling. But instead of doing it on sports or horse races, I gamble on my own life. And there is no better thrill than that, let me tell you. Enough of my kinks, though, because up next we got the Doritos collab with Jack Link's beef jerky, and these freaking bang. I am immediately giving these an A tier because they are pretty freaking good. Like, it is probably the best thing in A tier if I am being honest with you all. The sweet and spicy mixture is always for sure a great combo for meat. And if it's the Doritos flavored ones, then it is a home run and just got knocked out of the park with this great combo.
Those seem deadly, but not as deadly as the ones we have up next. Like, there is no way that Jack Link's collabed with Hot Cheetos, and I wasn't there to find out about it until this tier list.
Oh, but they did. And let me tell you all that it is actually it's actually rather okay. I am giving it a solid B tier, but honestly, that might be the hater in me speaking. Because when I saw the flaming hot on it, I was expecting pure greatness from these things, but I was disappointed when they didn't taste like the nectar of the gods. They are still pretty good, though, and remind me quite a bit of the Hot Cheetos mac and cheese. Like, I also expected that and the normal Cheetos mac and cheese to be literally amazing. But they disappointed me with how mediocre they were. Like, I will still eat them and enjoy them, but I was expecting more. And funnily enough, I prefer the Hot Cheeto mac and cheese over the normal Cheeto flavored one.
Just goes to show that sometimes these Cheeto collabs don't always hit. Like, do you guys remember the freaking Mountain Dew collaboration with Hot Cheetos and we had spicy Mountain Dew? Like, that tasted like they put pepper in my freaking Mountain Dew drink.
I actually like the design of the can for that one, though, while this one has nothing going for it. But whatever that is for another day, because up next we got our very first C tier. And that is the pickle-flavored beef jerky. And maybe it's because I hate pickles and everything they stand for, but I did not really enjoy these that much. Like, again, it's still not that bad and is actually better than what we got in D tier. But Jesus Christ, man, I don't like the flavor of vinegar and cucumbers together.
Ooh, you are going to piss off the pickle lovers with that one, Joe. And quite frankly, I stand by them because I am a man of the people, unlike your sleepy ass.
There you go again with the Sleepy Joe comments. Learn a new bit already, Jesus Christ. Anyways, up next we got our first D tier, and that is the smoking hot peach-flavored beef strips. Like, I don't know who concocted this in the lab and thought to themselves, yeah, this shit is going to be banging, because they clearly should be blindfolded and then tied up and be shoved into a car trunk and driven for hundreds upon hundreds of miles and deserted into an abandoned forest and forced to fend for themselves for days and weeks, until they ultimately find a way out, and as they are about to escape to freedom or find someone to help them, we then kidnap them again and force-feed them these disgusting slabs of meat until their stomach explodes, or they choke on their own vomit, because that is the most merciful death I can conjure up for these lower-than-scum human beings. I'd even do that one medieval trap where they rub honey all over someone and tie them to a boat and let the insects eat them alive as they drift across a lake.
Jesus Christ, Joe. You have some morbid-ass thoughts. And I think this is rooted in some deeper problems you aren't quite tackling in your own life. Do you want to talk about it?
No, I don't want to talk about anything. The more I say, the more that can be used against me in court. I was just joking is all. I am just quirky like that. Anyways, up next we got the next D tier, and that is the Jack Link's Chew. And these taste the worst, but it isn't quite awful. I'd just rather have almost everything on this list over it. Well, not the freaking hot peach flavor, but that chew is good for the first, 2 bites, and then it's just kind of gross in your mouth. Like, I think this product was invented to help people who are into chewing tobacco. So, respect to Jack Link's for that. I can definitely see it as a substitute for it and can probably help with people who miss that chewing sensation. But unfortunately for me, I just am not a fan of it.
It's fun to chew, though. I have had it a couple of times, and I don't think it merits a D tier. I like chewing on it for fun, and unlike dip, I can actually swallow this and get my protein.
Yeah, I guess, but either way, this is my list, so I am happily leaving these where they are, and let's hurry up and round off this list because I am trying to go to the park right now. Anyways, up next we got another S tier, and that is the beef steaks. They are perfect to go size and shape, and you can snag one of these and just snack on them wherever you are. You can eat these at home while gaming, while you're doing groceries, while you're driving. And most importantly, you can eat these while at the park sitting down on a bench and then uncomfortably being forced to leave after a parent was about to fight you because, allegedly, you may or may not have been staring too hard, but as I was telling everyone, I was simply focused on eating my meat stick.
See, this is shit that will get you canceled, Joey. This is why we need to keep you on the right path and get rid of your outside privileges.
Fine, dude. Let me just finish off this list. And lastly, we got Slim Jims, and I like these a lot. I think it's a solid C tier because they taste funny after you eat so many in a row. I don't know, but they tasted mighty funny to me after eating 11 sticks in a row.
Jesus Christ, why the hell was your dumb ass eating so many in a row?
Well, the kids in the park weren't eating them, and honestly...
That's it. Cut this episode off or we won't get sponsors.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back once again with another tier list. And this time around, we have ourselves a freaking chair tier list. And I am actually super happy to be doing this one. Now, you all may not know this, but the Joe Dog is the king of sitting, and I will lead you all to victory with this list.
Pretty sure I sit more than you, Joe, but whatever. I'm happy with the lists I've done recently.
We probably chose Joe because he doesn't break the chairs after sitting on them, so he'd have a better review.
Now, that isn't very nice, Barack. I think it's okay that you break chairs, Donald, but anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got the Adirondack chair. And yes, that is what you call these things, and this is a nasty chair, and I don't like the layout of it at all. Call me crazy, but this belongs in D tier, while our next entry, which is the armchair, belongs in A tier. Love me a good armchair, but I must admit that it gets outranked by a lot of other things on this list.
Joe, the fact that you even know what the hell that first chair is called amazes me. You know what I am respecting your chair game now? Because I was fully unaware you even had chair game.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat as Donald because who the hell knew what an Adirondack chair is? Like maybe we just suck at knowing our types of chair, but good on you for knowing Joe.
I'm not used to you guys being so nice to me. I feel so good I can bust out in glee and laughter and nothing else. Anyways, let's go ahead and rate the next two because after that we got two back-to-back C tiers in the ball chair and Barcelona chair because these look nice, but I swear they are uncomfortable. The ball chair makes you think you'd be cozy and snug, but if you're tall or wide or both, like in Donald's case, you just don't fit in it quite right. And the Barcelona chair just has an awkward orientation, and I won't have one of these in my humble abode.
Okay, I'll respect the fact that you called me tall, but that wide comment better be because I work out so much and am just so buff.
We can say that, but yeah, then after we got a certified S tier in the toilet seat because goddamn do I enjoy myself a great toilet seat.
Okay, I don't want to sound like a hater, but what's so good about a toilet seat?
The toilet seat is the most sacred chair you can have in your household. And just think about the amount of times you sit in it and even stay in it till your legs fall asleep. The Joe Dog heavily respects the toilet seat. But yes, then after we have the barrel chair, and this gets a B tier from me because these make me feel like I'm sitting in a waiting room. And while it's not uncomfortable, it just makes me feel funny. And not the good type of funny either.
The hell is a good type of funny?
Like, ha ha, funny Barack. Come on now, that's an easy good type of funny feeling. But yes, then after I have the beach chair and C tier, because these kind of suck and are super situational and not really that comfy, and then the butterfly chair going into B tier because they're kind of mid. But oh man, we got an A tier in the camping chair because if you sit in these bad boys, you know you're going to be nice and cozy. And if they have a drink holder, it's a plus. Then rounding off these sets of similar chairs, I have the deck chair also going into B tier because it's quite all right.
Joe, you keep calling them mid, but then putting them into B tier. Make it make sense.
Oh, like you haven't done that before. Listen, man, any chair is a good chair, but there can still be some bad ones if that makes sense.
No, it does not make sense, Joe.
Well, I guess real ones just know, and I happen to be the realest MFer out there. But then following that, we got an auto S tier in the desk chair, and goddamn, if you get yourself a good desk chair to sit and relax on, then you got yourself a beauty. And just to clarify, I don't mean gaming chairs because those suck donkey balls. And if you're ever going to get a chair for your desktop, then 100% always go with a nice-ass office or desk chair, and your back will literally twerk for you.
Okay, Joe is spitting mad facts here because always get a gaming chair expecting it to be comfy as hell. But then they end up with a broken back, or even worse, with a broken chair like Donald here.
Listen, man, why do you have to go telling everyone in the world what happened during the Discord video call? It's not my fault the damn chair broke when I threw myself on it. With that much force and momentum, an anorexic midget could have broken it.
Donald, you calmly sat down on it, and as you were about to start your sentence, it just gave out.
You and I have different interpretations of what transpired that day.
I wish I could remember what happened, but I was too busy knocked out on call. I love hearing you two talk because it makes me so happy and fuzzy inside.
Gross, Joe. Don't involve me and Barack in whatever you got going on in your mind.
You can stop me in the call, but you can't stop my imagination in my bathtub. But, yeah, then after we got a director's chair, and while these look uncomfortable as hell, there must be a reason as to why all directors choose this chair instead of a lazy boy, so I gotta give it a B tier for that. But then after we got a metal folding chair, and these things are absolutely dreadful, and I don't think a damn soul in this world would argue that they belong higher than a D tier because, goddamn, what the hell is this man? These things suck so much, but thankfully we have a palate cleanser up next, and I don't know how this qualifies as a chair, but I am damn happy that the hammock made the cut, because this is an automatic S tier in my books. Get you a nice summer breeze going and sit out in the sun, and I can lay here for days. I've even had times where I accidentally fell asleep and Jill wouldn't open the door for me, and then I had to give her a sandwich the next day because of it.
Aw, that's sweet of you, Joe. You messed up in not waking up early enough to get back inside, and to apologize to Jill, you made her a sandwich. You know that is actually one of the sweeter things you've mentioned on this channel. And for a second, I doubted if you truly loved your wife.
Oh yeah, I gave her a sandwich, all right, a damn knuckle sandwich, because how dare a bitch get all twisted on my ass and not let me inside.
Never mind, there it is.
Personally, I would have gone with a pimp slap if she disrespected me that much.
No, you shouldn't be doing that.
That's a good one, Donald. I'm going to have to do that next time. But yes, then after we got a high chair, and while I like the type of age group that sits in these, I don't like sitting in them myself, and we'll have to give it a D tier. And then after the lawn chair gets a C tier from me, because sometimes the plastic parts stick out and hurt me a bit, but it beats everything in D tier for me.
Valid as hell, Joe, because those lawn chairs admittedly do suck ass at times and are weak and can't handle a lot of weight. Not that I would know.
Are we really going to ignore what Joe said to start that sentence off?
So yeah, then after we got the park bench, and this is okay, and this is yet another C tier. I don't think anyone goes out of their way to sit in one of these, but if they're there, you'll sit in it. Oh man, but then after we got a freaking S tier, because the recliner is a gift from God himself, and I freaking love these things. Taking a nap on one of these definitely has to be like a top 5 feeling you'll ever get in life.
Now, this is definitely something that Don can get behind, because a damn good recliner after a fat meal like one after Thanksgiving is definitely amazing.
Glad you see the vision, Donald, because the Joester is fucking cooking. After that, we got a rolling chair and a salon chair, both going into B tier. They're okay, but I don't think people realize how much more comfortable we could be getting if we just sat in something else while getting our hair cut, or how useless rolling chairs are if you got a good office chair with wheels. Then after I got something that may be controversial, but I don't have the sofa going into S tier, but I rather have this going into A tier. And the reason for this is that while this might be comfy, you have to also realize that these are meant for sharing. And the Joe Dog just can't nap nicely if there isn't enough legroom, or if the sofa is just poorly made.
What if that sofa on the list was a really nicely made one and you just judged it harshly for no reason?
Nah, man, I can tell by just looking at it that it's more of a backroom casting couch type of sofa, rather than a nice one to sleep on. But moving on, we got a stool, and I don't even need to explain why that goes into D tier or why the throne goes into S tier. These are super self-explanatory, but the wheelchair gets an A tier from the Joe Dog, and some of you might be confused, but these are actually kind of comfy, and I like playing in them. Then after the Windsor chair gets a C tier, because damn, these wooden chairs just suck ass.
Now what's wrong with a wooden chair?
Do you even hear yourself, man? You know damn well a wooden chair feels like shit. Sometimes I feel like you just talk to say, I swear to God. But yeah, then after we got 2 back-to-back A tier entries in the womb chair and the beanbag. Now the beanbag might be rated too highly, but that month before the beanbag turns to shit is magical, and I love how I can just melt in it. But yeah, then after we have our final S tier entry, and the chaise lounge chair, because these are so damn good to just sit in and literally, as the name implies, lounge around.
Well, way to spoil the fact that we don't have any S tiers, Joe. What if I didn't know you weren't a fan of the rocking chair or wicker chair?
Listen, man, you'd have to be missing a chromosome to like these last 2 chairs, actually. I take it back, because the rocking chair is at least a little fun because you can rock back and forth. So I actually am going to place that into B tier. But the damn wicker chair only gets a C tier from me, because these suck ass. And quite frankly, are not all that comfortable. And if you have someone as big as Donald sit on them, then you may as well call it wraps, because you are cooked, my friend. Better call up IKEA and ask about their refund policy in the case of being destroyed by a gluteus maximus.
Listen here, you little fuck. The only thing that is getting destroyed is my gluteus maximus when I work out, and nothing more. Actually, wait, that came across a little weird. You guys know what I mean when I say my ass is getting destroyed. I don't mean it in the way that I know Joe wishes it was, but whenever you do a nice glute workout, you just feel your glute muscles just tear apart, and it hurts so bad sometimes that you just can't sit down, and so you're left with a really sore ass, and okay, that also sounds really weird, but I swear my ass got sore from working out and nothing more. It is completely fine and normal to wake up with a sore ass and or butt.
And I'm making sure Fraile keeps that in the video.
I'd love to destroy your gluteus maximus, Donald. What is up, gang? We are back at it again with another tier list, and unfortunately for everyone, we have to do a vegetable one. Donald and Barack said I wasn't allowed to do another tier list unless I do this one, even though I barely eat veggies.
Literally, the other day I saw you munching on raw onion like you were Shrek or something, bro. How are you going to say that you barely eat veggies?
Ew, did he really do that?
Listen, don't knock it till you try it, and there's a reason why Shrek be eating his onions like that, but just because I like that doesn't mean I like them all. That being said, I have had most, if not all of the vegetables on this list, and immediately I want to start this list off by saying that artichoke is terrible and belong in D tier. I hate it, and if you love artichokes, then I would probably hate you too. Actually, I take that back. I wouldn't hate you. Sorry I said that.
Way to freaking backpedal on your comments, Sleepy Joe. This is why you can't establish a loving relationship with your son.
Oh, you're right.
I don't think those two things correlate, Joe, but let's not bring up Hunter and instead continue on with the list, please.
Dude, I wish I could, but what the hell is arugula? Are we still talking about vegetables, or is this shit a Pokemon? I have never seen this or tasted this, but it looks a lot like kale, and I freaking hate kale, so I have to place it into F tier.
Common Joey L, I personally love arugula.
Do you actually?
No, but if Joe hates it, then it has to be good for something.
That thing looks like poison ivy. If you like it, you may as well go outside and munch on some grass, bro. But enough of that, let's move on to an actual good vegetable, and that is asparagus. If you don't like asparagus, then quite frankly, I don't think I like you.
Ooh, way to get them, Joey. That'll teach them.
I'm just saying how I feel because some roasted asparagus hits and makes a great side dish if you're eating something meaty. And as we all know, I am the meat expert. Donald even said I am the best meat beater out there, so you all know I am pretty much bona fide. I can confidently say I need some roasted asparagus alongside my steak, just to expand my flavor palette and introduce my tongue to a melody of flavors. And for that, I have to give asparagus an A tier.
A melody of flavors. When did you decide to start using your brain more, Joey?
Ever since I've been putting young Sheldon on loop, I swear my brain has expanded to like triple its normal size. I think I can hear people's thoughts.
Guess what I'm thinking right now?
Hold on, let me focus in with all my powers. Brain blast, you're thinking about young Sheldon, aren't you?
No, I was thinking about how your son doesn't love you.
Yikes.
Well, at least I tried to guess it, and I'm sure Sheldon would have appreciated that. Anyways, up next we got avocado, and I'm pretty sure that's a fruit, but the list maker must have not seen enough young Sheldon to know that. But alas, I will rank it in this tier list, and this is an obvious S tier. Like we sucked this fruit off in our fruit tier list, which you should all see if you haven't already. Let's just head on to our next one, and that is beets. I actually don't mind these a lot, and it's cool how multifunctional they are. Like, I think you can use them for red dye, and like they have a ton of iron in them, which is good for us. They kind of taste like nothing, which is a W in my opinion, and I think a B for beets is a solid assessment. I don't like go crazy for beets, but a motherfucker like me would partake in some beatery.
Did you learn that beets can be used as dye from young Sheldon, Joey?
No, what the fuck? Why does everything have to relate to young Sheldon, bro? You need to go outside more often. Anyways, up next we got bell peppers, and I think a solid B tier is in order for these. I like them, but I don't really like them that much, if that makes sense. I'll eat these on my pizza because they add a nice extra crunch, and they're nice to add in for your chicken and rice, but again, I do not go crazy for these things. Then while we're at it, we may as well grade broccoli, and I do indeed fucks with broccoli, and I think it's a better add-in for different foods than bell peppers. Like some steamed broccoli slaps, and the juiciness from it adds to the food that you're eating. I think an A tier is in order.
Broccoli does not slap that much, Sleepy Joe. You're insane. The so-called juice you're tasting from the broccoli is just water from the steam, bro. You're literally confessing to liking broccoli water.
And so what if I do? You're gonna take me to the cops or something. Yeah, I didn't think so, bro. Maybe your fat ass could use some more broccoli in your diet with your overgrown Oompa Loompa ass. Sorry about that. I just won't take any broccoli slander, but you all can slander the next two because I am very indifferent towards Brussels sprouts and butternut squash. Like, these are both okay, like Brussels sprouts are overhated in my opinion, but yeah, I think a solid B tier for them both is in play.
I don't even remember the last time I've had butternut squash, if I'm being honest. Like, I literally cannot recall the time I had it.
It's slightly better than what I have going into C tier. But if anyone was expecting cabbage to go there, then you will be upset to learn that I actually have cabbage going into A tier. I think it's pretty good, especially when you have it accompanied with the right dishes, but more importantly, everyone, we have an actual S tier coming through, and that is carrots. I love carrots so much, and I would even juice my carrots sometimes, and if you combine that with some OJ, then you got yourself the healthiest banger of a drink on your hands. Plus, by itself, it's good as hell too. Like you can smack on some baby carrots as a snack if you got some munchies. Like some baby carrots and hummus, absolutely slap.
Baby carrots and hummus? Way to get real ethnic here, Joey. See me personally, I'd rather just have my carrots with ranch, but I'm glad you actually placed this where it belongs. I feel like carrots can go in almost every dish.
On God, Donald. I'm glad we could agree on that, but anyways, up next we got cauliflower, and I think I like this almost as much as broccoli. I think a solid A tier is in order because, I mean, who doesn't like cauliflower? And actually, now that I think about it, it may actually be better than broccoli. This next veggie, though, I am pretty conflicted about. I like celery a decent bit and can eat it with some peanut butter, but what else is celery used for?
Dude, it's often used in soup, like a lot, actually.
Oh, then I guess I'll put it in A tier. I just like it with peanut butter, though, but more importantly, are you guys seeing what I'm seeing? Because I spot two back-to-back monsters. Corn is an absolute S tier, and I don't want to see anyone arguing otherwise because I will eat corn in almost anything. Sure, it may have next to no nutritional value, but I personally love the flavor enough to not care. And I think it's funny that my poop has little corn pellets. Then we got cucumber, and oh man, I love me some cucumber. I also think this is technically a fruit, but it won't matter because it's an S tier either way, like some cucumber lime Gatorade slaps, and some cucumber sandwiches absolutely bang.
What in the hell is a cucumber sandwich and why does it sound so cursed?
It's actually pretty good. It's cucumber with cream cheese and some people add other stuff to it, but I keep it plain.
That sounds almost okay, but couldn't you just make normal sandwiches?
Huh. I guess I could, especially since I'm not a vegetarian. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. And up next, we got edamame, and I think this is a banger that belongs in A tier. Some salty edamame in my mouth sounds so good, and then I got eggplant, and I genuinely have never had eggplant in anything aside from having eggplant lasagna once. And they replaced all the pasta layers with eggplant. I think a B tier is good for this.
Why was it eggplant lasagna?
I don't know, dude. Maybe because it was vegetarian or something.
Dude, that makes no sense at all. Why would they replace the pasta if they were going to make it vegetarian?
Huh. Now that you mention it, it still had meat and cheese, so it couldn't have been vegan or vegetarian. Well, I guess I just got scammed. I don't know what else to say there. Up next, we got the best vampire repellent, and that is garlic, and I am a huge fan of garlic. It adds flavors to your food and is amazing on bread as a spread. I think this is an instant S tier for being yummy and defending you from vampires.
Joey, how many times do we have to tell you that vampires aren't real?
You go ahead and think that, man, but once you get bit by a vampire from San Francisco and wish you had your garlic on you, don't go crawling back to me.
Yikes, from San Francisco, that would be game over, bro.
Yeah, because they would bite you in style, but anyways, after that we got some ginger and jalapenos. I think ginger's all right and would add that into B tier. I'm not really a huge fan of it, but I respect it as an ingredient that probably gets added to my food without me knowing. And as for jalapenos, I think that's our first C tier, fellas. Like, there are better chilies out there, and jalapenos are so whatever.
Just say you can't handle the spice, Joe.
I saw you dying from hot Cheetos the other day. I don't want to hear it from you, man, but oh God, we have my worst fear up next, and that's kale. It's pretty garbage, but arugula looks like poison ivy. I'm at a crossroads, but I think I'd rather have kale going into D tier. Then after we got leeks, and I don't know, place this into B tier, I guess.
You spent the whole list just shitting on kale, and yet you didn't take this opportunity to place this into F tier. What the hell, Joey?
Yeah, I just don't know. The arugula really threw me off, and again, this is my list, so no arguing with the Joe dog. And up next, we got lettuce and mushrooms. I have something to tell everyone, and that is that lettuce is overhyped. It has no nutritional value at all. The better thing to put in your sandwiches is spinach, and that's a life hack for everyone listening. But I will admit it adds flavor to your burgers. So I will not disrespect lettuce too much and give it a solid C tier alongside jalapenos. Mushrooms, however, they get special treatment from me, and I will place them into A tier. I know there are a lot of mushroom haters, but I love them in my pasta, my pizza, you name it, and I will love it.
I like the lettuce take, but mushrooms taste like wet Lizzo ass, bro.
Well then, I'd love me some of that then, but more importantly, what the hell is an okra? It looks like a messed up piece of corn.
No clue.
Yeah, same.
Well, I'll put this into F tier, and you all already know where I'm going to place onions at, so no need to explain the S tier ranking, because these are simply elite. And next up, we got peas and potatoes, and I like me some peas and think they should get a solid A tier ranking, but more importantly, we got potatoes. And that's an honest to God tier for me. Maybe it's the Irish blood inside of me begging me to place these that high. But when have you ever heard of someone complaining about potatoes?
The people who try to lose weight, that's a lot of carbs.
And you need those carbs for energy. Come on, guys, it's simple, young Sheldon science. Up next, we got pumpkin and radishes, and pumpkins are kind of whatever. I think Barack rated it higher on the fruit tier list because I think it was on there too, but I give it a solid C tier. And as for the radishes, I also give that a C tier.
How is pumpkin so low? Like there's a reason people get excited for fall because they get their pumpkin-flavored desserts.
Yeah, well, I don't care because these are veggies. Now settle down and let me talk about these next two, which are indeed some bangers, and we all know I love normal onions, and oh boy, if we mention red onions. Well, I actually like them less, but still an S tier for me, and honestly, I don't know why I hyped up scallions so much. I think they're an A tier.
Joe, your mind is actively rotting as you're making this tier list.
My mind is as sharp as ever. It's sharper than a knife, actually. A cool knife, but anyways, we got spinach next, and I definitely am a spinach guy. It adds extra iron to your meal and has fiber instead of just being a whole load of nothing like lettuce. I think that alone gets it A tier and it would go higher, but admittedly it doesn't taste the best. Kind of like our next entry, which is sweet potato, and I do not like it that much, especially when compared to normal potatoes. It still gets a B tier from me because you can do some good stuff with it, not gonna lie. Up next, we got a good veggie up next though, and that's the tomato, the real showstopper. Now I know a lot of don't like it, but I love tomatoes. I can eat cherry tomatoes like they're candy, and they're full of all the good nutrients you'd want while also making your food better. An S tier is needed for this veggie.
I'm pretty sure that's a fruit too.
Shut the hell up, Barack. You think I don't know that already. I did not make this list, so stop telling me that. And wrapping up this list, we got turnips and zucchini, and I think they're both pretty all right. I think a C tier would be nice for the both of them.
Who the hell actually likes turnips, bro?
Maybe some people do, Donald. You can't judge.
Yeah, Donald, maybe some people love to turn up like a turnip. Hey.
Joe, kill yourself.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another food tier list, and this time around, old Joe Dog here is going to be doing a ranking on the delicious Wingstop flavors. And I am possibly Wingstop's #1 stan. I even run a Twitter fan account dedicated to just posting different types of wings and flavors I get from Wingstop.
First of all, it's X now, and second of all, how many followers does it even have?
Okay, whatever, Barack, and frankly, followers don't matter because what really matters is how much love and care I put into the account. And I don't want a large amount of fans either way because I am more than happy with having the most dedicated and loyal of followers.
It has less than 100 people following, doesn't it?
12 to be exact. And I'm more than certain that they are bots because every time I post, they always say pussy in bio. But whenever I go to their page, there is never any pussy in there. And instead, it's this weird link that sends me to a bunch of different sites, and then I end up having to get a new computer because it just gets messed up from all the viruses.
Yeah, that sounds like something that would actually happen to you. Now, riddle me this, Joe. Have you ever given thought to possibly not clicking the suspicious link in bio from those alleged girls, but more likely bots made to get gullible boomers like you?
Yeah, and miss out on the chance to get free pussy? Yeah, miss me with that because the Joe Dog is not a quitter, and one of these days I'll get some sweet kitty in the Twitter reply girl's bio.
Joe, I just admire the sheer level of ignorance and admiration, but at the same time, I just can't help but worry for you at times.
Why the hell would you worry for him? He's literally doing this to himself, and quite honestly, I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten scammed for money or had something even worse happen to him. He should be thankful that it's only viruses that are affecting him.
Oh, well, I did get scammed a couple of times. I remember they hacked into my account and found all my saucy pictures, and they made me pay them over $1,000 every week. And if I didn't meet their deadline, they were going to leak all my saucy pictures.
Jesus Christ, Joe, why the hell were you even taking photos of yourself naked? Ain't a goddamn soul that wants to see that?
Joe, you literally said saucy pictures.
Yes, as in saucy like sauces. There are a bunch of photos of me slurping and licking honey mustard and different types of sauces on my camera roll. And I was just really embarrassed by them, but eventually I told them that enough was enough. I stood my ground and told them that I quite frankly didn't care if they leaked it. So if our dear subscribers ever see me sucking on some honey mussy nuggies, you'll know why. Man, oh man, it feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulder.
Joe, you are such an idiot. Out of all the things you've said on the channel, that was the most embarrassing thing for you? Like, really? You were scared of that getting leaked, but you'll happily confess to crimes and mention your hentai addiction, all without even touching your clear gambling and alcohol addiction.
Well, no shit, man. I literally just said it. But anyways, that was a long-ass intro to the video, so let's go ahead and get this Wingstop flavors tier list started, because I feel like we've been moving away from the original topic of the video. But yeah, up first we got the garlic parmesan flavor. And
Wait, hold on. The hell did you say it like that? It's pronounced Parmesan.
oh, really? That's kind of embarrassing.
Oh, so once again, you're embarrassed by something like that, but aren't when you mention your love for hentai.
Because hentai freaking rules, dude. But yeah, anyways, we got the garlic parmesan flavor, and of course, this is an auto S tier. If you like yourself some flavorful and tasty wings, you can never go wrong with garlic parmesan. Wish I could say the same for Hawaiian, but I'm sorry, Barack, but I am not a huge fan of these, but they still get a decent B tier from me.
Why are you apologizing to me? Are you making jokes because you think I'd get offended over a wing flavor rating?
Well, yes, because you're Hawaiian.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Well, carry on.
Why, thank you, Mr. Obama. Anyways, following that, we got plain, and of course, this is a D tier, and if you're the type of gutter slug degenerate who literally pays Wingstop to fry your wings and then put absolutely no flavor on it, then you need to be banished to the outer depths of an abandoned village near the coast, and then take minutes to reflect on all the poor choices in your life, and realize that you've accomplished nothing in your petulant existence, and have a mental breakdown near the cliffside and contemplate jumping off and ending it all. But then you have an epiphany. You have a sudden urge to not jump, as if some otherworldly power is preventing you from taking that leap forward, and you gain this sort of gusto and want to need to live longer. So you decide you're going to change something about your life, and you're going to stop being the person that was ordering plain wings and making all sorts of terrible life decisions. So you slowly start building up your relationships with all of your loved ones. You go back to school and study up to be a social worker, because you want to change people's lives for the better, just like how yours was changed by fate. You build this loving family, and while you don't have a ton of money, you're still content with what you have, because it's not all about the money, and you realize that now. You get a beautiful family with 2 adoring children, ages 1 and 3, and your spouse says, "Hey, honey, can you go get some Wingstop for us?" You jump in glee for that opportunity because it's finally time to redeem yourself and get something different. As soon as you get to the Wingstop, you look at all the wonderful flavors and think to yourself, man, I wonder what I'm going to get. All I know is that it won't be plain chicken. Then after you conjured that thought, pow! You suddenly feel a shock in your abdomen and immediately go to touch it. And you start getting disoriented and realize that you're profusely bleeding out and your vision is fading. The Wingstop workers all run in a hurry and don't bother even calling 911, and as you breathe in your final breaths, you see me standing over your soon-to-be corpse while you realize that I did something far more painful than just ending your life. I built you back up from zero and waited till you achieved the highest level of happiness you could get before stripping it all away from you, thus leaving you with nothing but a pitiful husk of pain as you fade into darkness. But yeah, then after we got lemon pepper, which is another obvious S tier, and mild, of course, goes into C tier, haha.
What the fuck?
Honestly, this might not even be the most messed up things he has said, but I like the variety in this story.
Thanks, Donald. And I don't know what confuses you about my rankings, Barack. Mild is mid and lemon pepper is amazing. But yeah, then after hot honey rub, and this gets an A tier from the Joester, because while it did taste great, I just wasn't a fan of the spice level and feel like it needed more. Same with the original hot and Louisiana rub, because I have both of them going into B tier, because the original hot is kind of just vinegary and somewhat spicy, and the Louisiana rub doesn't really do it for me.
Honestly, these are fair ratings, but I'd have the hot honey in S, but depending on your next entry, it'll either make or break the list for me, in all honesty, Joe.
I'm with Donald on this, because if you disrespect the spicy Korean Q, then I'll have Fraile revoke your list privileges.
Good luck with that. Fraile loves it when I headline these lists. He has told me himself, and he also mentioned that he thinks you're quite boring.
Wait, he said that about me?
No, but I imagine if I asked him about you, he'd probably say that. But yeah, don't you two worry about this rating, because of course the Joe Dog is going to do what he does best. And that is making the best of the best tier lists because, of course, I have the spicy Korean Q going straight into S tier because it is an absolute banger and quite possibly my favorite sauce from Wingstop.
Okay, you've passed me and Barack's test here, and you managed to not disappoint us. Honestly, I could care less about what you rate the other flavors because it all goes downhill from this point onward. And I don't even bother getting the mango habanero because it's too damn spicy, and I'm pretty sure I'd die if I ate an atomic wing.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not put any disrespect on the mango habanero because that is a banger of a flavor, and I have it going as high as A tier, to be quite honest.
Well, thank God this isn't your list because I have this sauce going into straight S tier. This bad boy with some delicious Wingstop ranch goes unbelievably hard. And I usually get mango habanero if I'm craving something with a good spice level, because the other entries in S tier don't do it for old Joe over here. It's sweet with heat, and when it all becomes too much, I dunk it in that delectable ranch sauce and then basically finish the whole damn thing with ranch, and I'll even slurp that bad boy because Wingstop ranch is something magical. It's like when you're a kid and you think everything is wonderful and great, but then when you grow up, you realize how much everything sucks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Wingstop Ranch pulls me back into those youthful days of happiness, and for a couple of minutes I think to myself, this isn't all too bad, and my will to live only continues to grow and grow.
That's super depressing to hear, but somewhat on brand for you to say.
Depressing that my will to live grows? Yeah, you're messed up in the head, Barack. But anyways, following that, we have our second to last entry, which is Cajun, and this is a pretty good one as well and pairs excellently with the ranch as well. But I don't have this going high up into S tier, but rather I was going to put it lower at B tier, but I think an A tier is in order because hot honey looks lonely.
Okay, Joe, now let's wrap up this list because I want some damn Wingstop.
Ooh, you better let me come with you. But anyways, lastly, I have Atomic going straight into D tier because me and Hunter wanted to try the Atomic wings since we thought they were really hot and wanted to test our spice tolerance. Upon eating them, we found that they weren't too spicy. And actually were probably less spicy than the mango habanero, but not only that, because they also tasted absolutely atrocious. It's like they put all of their focus in the spice and not in the flavor, and the Joester just was not a fan of it. It tastes better than Buffalo Wild Wings Blazing Wings by a mile, but still I was very disappointed with the spice level on something labeled as Atomic.
Speak for yourself, Joe. I had one of those wings and I was absolutely dying. I thought I was going to speak to Jesus himself in the pearly gates after taking one bite out of one.
That's because you're a pussy.
Hey, what the hell? Why wasn't that censored?
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and the dedicated cheese master is here to grade and rank all these cheese-related snacks because the Joe Dog knows himself what good cheese is.
You made a tier list based on cheese once, and now you think you're some sort of cheese savant.
Barack, let's be nice here and give Joe the title of cheese master. It's very clear to me that I know he's the cheese master, considering how badly he reeks of cheese every time we see him.
Why, thank you, Donald. The cheese smell is my natural odor from consuming so much cheese.
Joe? I don't think he meant that as a compliment at all.
Sure he did. Why else would he say I smell like one of the best tasting things in the world? Unfortunately, I tried tasting myself, and I did not taste like cheese at all.
Joe, how'd you even test that? What part of your body did you taste?
Well, you see, I got in sit-up position and pulled my legs behind my head and began to suck on my...
We do not need to hear more. Please just start the list.
God fine, what a negative Nancy you are, Barack. Anyway, starting off this list, we got good old cheese balls. Now, these bad boys are only $5, so you already know you're getting a banger of a deal for all these cheese balls. And there are so damn many that it makes this deal totally worth it. Now, the Joe Dog will be the first to admit that these do not taste the best. But for that value and the generic cheese flavor, I have to put some respect onto their name and give them at least a C tier. They provide too much cheesiness and goodness to not be rated at least a C tier. But I'd understand if people despise these things. But luckily for the Joester, he is willing to go down and dirty for a bucket of cheese balls.
How dirty are we talking, Joe?
Oh man, I can go on and on about how dirty I'd get.
Would you put on some cat ears and meow for us?
Dude, what the fuck? I hate cat roleplay like, wow, you meow like a cat. That means you are one, right? Shut the fuck up. If you really want to be put on a leash and treated like a domestic animal, then that's called a fetish, not quirky or cute. What part of you seriously thinks that any part of acting like a feline establishes a reputation of appreciation? Is it your lack of any defining aspect of personality that urges you to resort to shitty representations of cats to create an illusion of meaning in your worthless life? Wearing cat ears in the shape of headbands further notes the complete absence of human attribution to your false sense of personality, such as intelligence or charisma in any form or shape. Where do you think this mindset's going to lead you? You think you're funny, random, quirky even. What makes you think that acting like a fucking cat will make a goddamn hyena laugh? If you're into cat roleplay, Barack, then I personally feel extremely sympathetic toward you, as your only escape from the worthless thing you call your existence is to pretend to be an animal.
Jesus, man, I was making a joke.
Was that really a joke, Barack, or were you merely trying to test the waters on your demented and weird fetish?
Okay, how is cat ears and meowing equivalent to any of the messed up shit both you and Joe have said on this channel?
Because we are not cat-loving freakazoids who want to make love to our pure-hearted feline companions. God, this dude is messed up in the head. Just like whoever made this tier list, because they decided to put hot Cheetos in this list despite it being a cheese-related tier list. Now, I love hot Cheetos, don't get me wrong, but in this cheese tier list, it gets a freaking D tier. Then after we got string cheese, and oh man, I love getting these bad boys and sucking on them for hours before eventually eating them. I like to edge the hell out of my cheese sticks.
See, it's shit like that. Like, how is that okay? But God forbid I make a joke about cat ears.
Barack, edging is an art form that a nincompoop like you would never understand. Don't undermine the sacred art of gooning by comparing it to something as simple as just wearing cat ears.
On God, Donald. Then after we got the classic Cheetos, and I actually have these bad boys going into A tier. Now I'm sure some of you are already writing comments on how I should be tied to a piece of debris and thrown off a cliff for this, but hear me out.
I'm sure they wanted to do that before that ranking either way, but we'll hear you out.
I just like Cheeto Puffs more. That's the only reason these go in A tier, and I don't need to explain further. Anyways, after that, we got the Pocky Chips up next, and these are good, but I can't get the one chip challenge out of my mind whenever I see one of these things, but I still think it's a solid B tier. Following that, we got the greatly named Pirates Booty Popcorn, and these things are good, but I am definitely giving it a higher rating because of the name, and we'll place these into A tier.
Joe, did you really have to go placing that in A tier just because of the name?
Well, duh. That and like cheesy popcorn is good, so like what is there to hate? Anyways, after that we got the Ritz crackers with cheese, and you can even dip them in the little cheese socket, and these are actually quite all right. Like, I don't think anyone was twerking for these, but it still gets a C tier. A low C tier, but a C tier nonetheless. But man, oh man, we got back-to-back S tiers coming up next, because I love me some goldfish crackers and Doritos nacho cheese. Like Doritos Locos Taco Goldfish is the classic cracker where you shove as many in your mouth and just get that sweet old cheese glob in your mouth and try to swallow it in one gulp because you love that saliva and cheesy cracker mixture in your mouth.
Joe, you have to be the only one who eats their goldfish like that.
I mean, to be fair, I do get a little glob going, but I don't do a mega ball like Joe does.
The mega cheese ball's a must. There are many out there like me. Anyways, after that we got Parm Crisps, and I've never had these, so someone tell me if it's a boom or a doom. But oh my God, we got yet another back-to-back S tier in both the Cheddar Pringles and Cheez-It snacks. We made a freaking tier list on Cheez-It, so you all should already know why it's high up there, and Pringles Cheddar are simply elite. Then after we have Ritz Bits, and these are actually kind of bangers. I think I like them because of how snack size they are, and we'll slot them into B tier. But combos and grips do not get the same respect from me, and I will have these things going into C tier.
But Joe, grips are basically the same snack size things, and they're pretty good.
There's such a thing as too small, and grips fits that category, Barack. As an expert handler of small things, I can tell you that these do not fit the bill. Then we got Wisps, and I don't know what the hell these things are, so someone tell me if they bang or not. But more importantly, we got Ruffles up next, and these are the cheddar and sour cream flavor. And these bang and go into A tier. But damn, I remember biting into these the wrong way once, and those ridges fucked up the Joe Dog's mouth, and not in a good way.
How can someone fuck up their mouth in a good way, Joe?
Oh man, just hang out with me on a Saturday night and I'll show you.
Yeah, I don't think I will.
Fine. You're the one missing out on a good time. Speaking of good times, we got another S tier in the Smart Pop Popcorn, and these things are just absolute bangers. Then after we got the Hippies Puffs, and these guys are pretty all right. Like, they're no Cheeto Puffs, but that's no knock on them because they're a good imitation. Unlike these abominations up next, because these dumbass whale snacks get a D tier from me. How dare they blatantly try to rip off my precious goldfish. These snacks most definitely don't smile back.
No need to hate on the brand Joe. How come these get hate, but the hippies from earlier don't get any hate at all?
Because the whale snacks don't have smiles and they don't have eyes, and that pisses the Joester off. But anyways, after we got Sun Chips, and I actually am a huge fan of Sun Chips, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't think they slot into S tier, but I really do like them, and will place them into A tier. I remember advocating for the original flavor of Sun Chips in our chips tier list when no one else would, and I'm still unafraid to hold that opinion. But yeah, then after we got yet another ripoff, and that's Cheese Nips, these vile things dare encroach upon my precious Cheez-Its territory. But these are actually kind of not that bad, and despite me absolutely hating them, I think I have to be somewhat fair and give them a C tier.
Joe, you disappoint me. You don't hold enough hate in your heart, and you know these things belonged in D tier.
Donald, don't go encouraging Joe to be so bitter. I think that you did a great job placing these where they belong, Joe.
Man, I know I fucked up if I got Barack complimenting me.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
Nothing bombing Barry. Anyways, after that, we got Chex Mix, and this might be a ranking that gets me in hot water. But I have these going into B tier, and the reason for this is because it barely has any cheese. Like, you get some cheesy goodness with the Chex and Cheetos, but the pretzel fucks it all up in that one super burnt chip thingy.
I actually don't hate that reasoning, but I mean the pretzel adds some new flavors to the mix.
Yeah, but this is a cheese snack flavor tier list, not just snacks in general, but yeah, then after normal non-flavor blasted goldfish in the milk carton, and this gets a B tier. I prefer my fish to be blasted with cheese flavor, and can someone please tell me what the fuck moon cheese is? Like, what the hell is that? But then we reach my dearly beloved, and that of course is the Cheeto Puffs, and goddamn do I love these things. The airy crunch and just making the challenge of trying to shove so many in your mouth and just build up the ultimate cheese glob is just amazing. I keep adding more and more till my mouth just can't take anymore, and let me tell you all that the Joe Dog can fit a whole lot inside of his petite mouth. But yeah, I just chew so many that I can't even swallow the glob in one gulp and have to do it in parts. But believe you me that I try my best to get that one cheese gulp down my throat.
That's such a grotesque form of eating these things I can't even explain. Why can't you just enjoy these things like a normal ass person, Joe?
Barack, are you forgetting who you're talking to?
Point taken.
Yeah, you better take that point like a good little boy. Then lastly, we got the toast cheese snack. And these have peanut butter in the middle, and that's pretty cool. But these things are kind of the, I guess I have no other snacks, so I may as well eat it. Like, I damn well know no one goes out of their way for this, but I'll still give it a decent C tier because despite me not wanting it, I still end up enjoying it when I do eat it.
Wow, what a quote from Joey. Despite me not wanting it, I still enjoy it. I gotta hang that up on a wall.
Yeah, I just wish the kids I kidnap would follow the same fucking motto.
What?
What is up, gang? We are back with another video, and go figures, Donald and Barack give me the freaking bug tier list. They're just lucky that I get caught watching those super long video documentaries where they do like the daily lives of insects, and you follow around one of those dudes for like a 40-minute series. I won't lie though, because those videos bang, and not to mention I'm a huge fan of those terrarium videos on YouTube. I can watch a dude assemble a terrarium and choose what insects and animals will inhabit that place. I watch those for a long bit too. I have them in queue constantly and use them as background noise, huh? I was originally going to complain about you guys giving me this list, but I am starting to actually see why I was given this list.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you, Joe, but me and Barack suspect you have a case of the tism. Much to nobody's surprise, though.
That, and you have been playing a lot of Grounded recently, Joe. You're basically a bug expert when compared to me or Donald.
Well, I wouldn't say he's more of an expert than me, but I had to throw him a bone occasionally, and he got this video.
Well, you know what? I will make this one of the best videos on insect rankings to ever exist that was made in the year 2023 during the month of December.
Extremely specific parameters, but you know what? It may be an actual factual statement.
I know, I have never lied in my whole life. If I did, may Hunter stop snorting coke lines off some random escort's belly. And we all know that ain't stopping anytime soon. So let's just instead get started with this tier list. And up first, we have a very simple bug, and that is the ant. What can I say about these guys? They are cool and can lift up to 10 times their own weight. That's pretty cool, but me personally, I don't think they are the best. I think that ants belong in B tier just because there are most certainly cooler insects on the list, and I want to have this from my personal perspective. Like most of the time I see ants, I am not in a good mood because they are in my house just eating and messing up my things.
Well, maybe you should start closing your various food items and spraying insecticide around your home, because that is a very solvable issue.
The Joe Dog refuses to admit defeat in the face of insects. Following that, we got our first S tier in this list, and much to nobody's surprise, it is the humble and mighty bumblebee. These little dudes are harmless and produce honey, which, if you all don't know, is very delicious, and I have got to have honey on my pancakes or French toast. I am a syrup man as well, but man, oh man, all natural honey has a special place in my heart, and these little dudes do that and pollinate the plants. All around bees are just the best.
That's a pretty good rating for these guys. This is actually a base take from you, Joe. I will not lie.
All the Joe heads believe that my takes are based. That's just how the Joe dog rolls. But anyways, following the great bee, we have a beetle, but more specifically, the black ox beetle. How do I know this, you ask? I am just a master at knowing what bugs are what.
Shut the hell up, Joe. He literally only knows what it's called because he played Grounded. But either way, watch that be wrong.
Okay, you caught me, but I swear that's the right beetle. But let's get to the rating. And I firmly believe that these guys are pretty cool. You can make them fight, and they are just all-around swell guys. I think I am giving them an A tier for no other reason other than them looking cool and fighting in a cool way. After that, though, we got another S tier, and that is the butterfly. Who doesn't like butterflies? Like, you have to be on some big hater shit to be able to hate butterflies. I remember getting that little kit to grow your own butterflies and then releasing them once they were fully grown.
Don't you mean you got caterpillars and then they turned into butterflies? You can't just get butterflies, you have to get caterpillars first and have them cocoon into a butterfly.
Way to get on my ass for something as simple as that, Barack. But sure, yeah, I meant to say caterpillars, but either way, those are next on the list, and they frankly are not as cool as butterflies. I would rather just have their final form, but seeing them crawl and squirm is pretty cool, so I'd have to give them an A tier for their potential coolness. It's like that one episode of SpongeBob where they get a pet caterpillar and they thought he was cool as hell. After that, we got our first D tier, though, and that is the goddamn cicada. I would firebomb an entire colony of these things because I swear to God they make so much noise when you're so close to sleeping, and it takes a lot to bother me from my sleep. I remember Donald brought me to a nightclub, and while they were playing hardcore EDM, my ass was simply napping in the corner. That's how you can tell cicadas are the real problem if they stop me from sleeping, but EDM won't. Then that shows how annoying they are.
Joe, I don't think you realized you were roofied at that nightclub.
What?
Yeah, you took a drink from this one guy who was eyeing you down, and even though I told you not to, you said, and I quote, "The Joester never turns down a free drink," and next thing you know, you were knocked out cold in the corner of our table. I would have helped you, but I was too busy dancing, and I could not leave this hot chick I was with just because you were getting dragged away by that guy to the bathroom.
Well, that would explain why my butt was so sore, but whatever. I still hate cicadas, and that is the moral of the story.
Are we sure that's really the moral of the story?
Okay, new moral of the story: fuck cicadas and never take drinks from strangers. After that, we got another goddamn D tier, and those are cockroaches. I don't even need to explain this one at all. We all know how much everyone hates them and how gross they are. After that, we got dragonflies, and these dudes are dope. Like, they are really cool to look at, but you can't really interact with them, and they just buzz around. I think I am feeling a solid B tier for them because they're not really all that.
What the hell do dragonflies even do? Like, what is their purpose in the environment?
I honestly don't know, but oh God, after that, we have the absolute worst bug in all of existence. There were a tier below D, then I would put the fly there because these things just ruin everything. Like, I hate when they just land on any food you have out and then you don't want to be gross and eat it because you already imagine the fly landed on some poop or something outside. So now if you take a bite out of your food, you're sitting there with the thought of yourself ingesting shit particles. And the absolute worst is when you're outside minding your own business and a fly keeps landing on you and harassing you like you're a 14-year-old girl in front of R. Kelly. I hate that because then people will think I didn't shower.
But Joe, you don't shower a lot of the time.
Yeah, but I don't want people to know that. Well, anyways, after that we got I think these are grasshoppers, and I really have no opinion on these. I think they jump around a lot and are a solid C tier. Ooh, but the ladybug is an amazing bug. I have these dudes going into S tier. Like, who doesn't like these little guys just crawling and flying about? I know that I like to hold them sometimes, and they just chill on my palm for a bit. After that, we got the praying mantis, and these things can be kind of cool, especially with how they can kill so many things, but that also in turn scares me. Like, I know that me personally, I am not scared of them. But what if someone who happens to be scared of them encounters a praying mantis? Because these things can kill birds, bro. I think this is a B tier still.
Joe, how big do you think these things are?
I don't know, but they look huge.
Joe, you freaking idiot. They like not bigger than 3 to 5 inches, which is actually, never mind, that is freaking big. I might even dare to say that they are huge, especially if the right set of hands are next to them.
Actually, 3 to 5 is pretty small or barely cracking the average. I think you cured my fear of these little dudes. Following that, we got mosquitoes. And you all already know that these malaria-giving pieces of garbage are going to D-tier, and if anyone likes mosquitoes in the comments, I want you to know you're a dim-witted lack of space singular cell organism with no bitches.
Okay, you adding on that last part was not necessary at all.
Make it make sense then, Barack. After that trash bug, we got something that isn't as bad, but I don't see any good in a moth. They are like evil butterflies, but not really. They're just like the ugly-ass version of butterflies, and they'll go in C-tier for me. Following that, though, we got a solid A-tier in snails. I love these dudes and just messing with them. I'll grab one and move him like 10 feet back from where he came from and just do that over and over until I get bored. It brings me much joy to see them stuck in perpetuity.
Bro got the snail on the same path as Sisyphus.
Only until I get bored, though, because I do have some compassion. After that, we got another C-tier, and that is the spider. Now, don't get me wrong, I do mess with spiders and understand they help protect gardens from other bugs and that tarantulas are cool. I just am a little scared of them, like whenever I get bit by a random spider, I suddenly think I am going to die of super hyper mega death AIDS, and I would rather not die of that.
Joe, do you realize how stupid that sounds? Most spiders aren't even deadly to humans.
That's what they want you to think before they make their strike. But anyways, let's go with the next set of bugs, and up next we got a stick bug. And I have nothing to say then. They look cool and should go in B tier. Now the next one is a wasp, and I have a deep hatred for wasps. They automatically go in D tier and are the worst of the worst. They are super territorial too, and their stings hurt like hell. I love watching wasp extermination videos where they just go in there and either poison or destroy their homes, and they can't do anything but watch.
The wasp hate is valid, so I am not even going to hold those comments over you. I personally enjoy the ones where random idiots try to take down a nest. Like, did you guys see that one video where the dude eats a wasp nest?
No, I have not. Fraile, play the video for me and the audience.
You wanted him, bitch? Is that who you really wanted? You sure about that? Dun, 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 dun. There he is, bitch. There he is. There.
Jesus, that was terrifying. But I oddly enough have respect for that guy. Well, rounding off the list, we got worms, and these dudes are cool. I give them an A tier. They remind me a lot of my uncircumcised
All right,
penis.
that's a wrap.
What's going on, gang? Me, Barack, and Donald are going to rank some chips on our tier list.
Let it be known Donald is probably the most qualified for this.
Why, thank you, Barack. I appreciate the fact that you know about my superior taste buds.
I think he just meant you're the most qualified because you look like you eat the most chips out of all of us.
You calling me a fat ass, you sleepy motherfucker?
Let's get this list started with Cheetos. How we feeling on that, fellas?
Solid starter chips, I like them, but I've never heard someone say, yo, get me some regular Cheetos.
Barack is right. Ain't no way a sane person would go and say, please give me some regular Cheetos. Like, if they're there, then I'd eat them, and they're not bad either. They're okay.
Safe choices belong in C, and next up we have Funyuns, and I personally am an onion man, so I like them a lot.
No wonder your breath fucking reeks, Joe, but they are pretty nice chips, but not the best.
Yeah, they're slightly better than Cheetos, so I'd say B tier is solid.
All right, sounds great. Next up is Lay's Salt and Vinegar, and I'm a huge fan of these.
Ain't no way you're a fan of these, Joey. If you took one bite out of these, you'd crumble to dust.
I swear I love these.
Yeah, they're okay, but let's not overrate them, Joe. It is just salt and vinegar.
And what more could you want from salt and vinegar?
Say the end of vinegar, Joe.
Why?
Don't fall for that, Joe, but I know you love these chips, but I'd say me and Donnie would put them at B tier, right?
Yeah, they're good, but not that good.
Fine, I'll move them to B tier, but you guys better put these next chips high because I love spicy, sweet chili Doritos.
I gotta admit it, Joe. These are underrated, to be honest.
As a man with great taste buds, I like the little tang these chips have, but they're not the best Doritos.
Oh, I agree, but I'm thinking A tier is good for these. And the spicy nacho Doritos up next, I'm giving a B tier while I'm ranking the Doritos.
Yeah, they're not as good as the originals, in my opinion.
Agreed. Next, I'm putting Pringles Original at B tier because they're solid as well. Can't go wrong with Lay's or Pringles Originals.
Good take, Joe. Not everything needs to be fancy.
I just hope you guys don't get too upset at my next take, because I have barbecue Lay's at B tier as well.
No fucking way you have these the same rank as original Pringles. Like, I know I just praised them, but what the fuck, Joe?
Nah, he's spitting right now. Lay's barbecue chips are weaker compared to other barbecue chips. Like any kettle cooked, one blows it out of the water.
On God, Barack, and with that, I'm putting Ruffles Original at D tier because the ridges hurt my mouth.
Yeah, you ever bite one the wrong way and next thing you know, the roof of your mouth is bleeding?
Too many times, Donald. And next I have Cool Ranch Doritos at B tier because they're solid but are outclassed by the other flavors.
Agreed.
And with that, our first S tier is coming up, and I'm proud to say that it is sour cream and onion.
I have to agree with that. Alone cheddar and sour cream are good. But combined, they are elite.
Those make me want to come with how good they are. Have you guys tried the LeBron chips?
The chip is good as fuck, Donnie.
We gonna ignore what he first said? Okay, fine.
Ooh, one of my personal favorites is coming up, and those are original Sun Chips. I want to put those at B tier.
Fuck no, you aren't. They are going to D tier. Who the fuck says they like original Sun Chips?
Yeah, Joey put that shit in D tier.
Fine, we can put it in D tier, but Cheddar Sun Chips have to go in B.
That's fine, Joey. Those aren't bad.
Now here's a sleeper chip, and that's the Chili Fritos, which I'm putting in A tier.
That's an actually good sleeper, Joe.
Waking up for that, take Mr. Sleepy.
Thanks, guys. Hope you guys like classic Lay's at A tier as well, since it's a classic as the name implies.
Can't go wrong with that.
The next two I have at S tier, and that is both the Nacho Cheese and Flaming Hot Limon Doritos. The Nacho Cheese is a classic and deserves its spot, and the Flaming Hot one is just so fucking good.
I see too many illegals enjoying the limon flavored things, Joe. I don't know about that one.
No, Trump, trust me that Joe is spitting right now.
Then I have sour cream in A.
Another banger.
Thanks, Barack. Next I have Fritos at D tier. I wouldn't even feed this shit to my dog.
On God, that shit is gross as fuck. We need to deport all those fucking chips.
Next I have Cheeto Puffs at B tier because I like grabbing a bunch of them and chew them till I have a huge glob of cheese in my mouth.
What in the ever-living fuck, Joe? They're good, but who the fuck does that?
I like having the big glob and then swallowing it.
So, where are you ranking cheddar Pringles?
They're pretty good, and generally I'm a fan of Pringles, so I'm putting them at A tier.
I can get behind that, but the sour cream and cheddar would be higher, correct?
Yes, and up next we got these god-awful Frito scoops.
Another D tier, honestly? Who the hell eats these?
I would rather be a blood-sucking vampire in San Francisco than ever eat those chips.
Next I'm putting sour cream Lay's at B tier. Whoops, accidentally moved original Sun Chips to B.
This fucker did that on purpose.
Joe Buddy, move that back to where it belongs.
Wow, guys, so next I have Hot Cheetos at S tier.
We all know it would be there, Joe. Now fucking move the Sun Chips.
Joey Buddy, please.
And lastly, I got Hot Cheeto Puffs at B tier.
Joe!
Fine, guys, I'll do what everyone wants, what everyone is thinking. I make my lists with honor and integrity, and I plan to take your guys' opinion on this, and I won't just ignore it. I am a man who carries himself highly and will never make people upset. I will make a move.
Thank Christ.
Thank you.
I will move Lay's sour cream to A tier.
Motherfucker.
Hello all. As everyone can see by the title, we are continuing my epic and amazing tier lists with a Mountain Dew flavor one. Before any of that, I'd like to thank at the John Apocalypse for suggesting this idea because I personally think I am the biggest Mountain Dew expert we have.
The only Dew you're an expert of is doing absolutely nothing in Office Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, but I wasn't sleeping when it came to these lists, and let's be honest, you're just mad because we didn't do a soda tier list in general, but we'll get to that eventually, Donald. Your Diet Cokes will not be disrespected, probably.
Joey, I for one am excited for this list as an average fan of the Dew. I love me some Major Melon.
Barry, you gotta wait for that placement, but I can assure you all I drink the Dew as water because that's how much I like it.
Bet that piss is the darkest yellow of the world.
On God, it's almost orange. Anyways, let's get started with the list, and I have original Mountain Dew in C tier. It's a solid selection, but trust me guys, the flavored stuff is so much better.
I don't know, Joey. C feels kind of low, like as if you're disrespecting the Dew.
Let me cook once again. Barry C tier is not bad, it is simply average, and I believe out of all these flavors that the OG Mountain Dew belongs here. As for the next entry, we have Livewire, and I'm putting this as our first A tier entry. It's a bit slept on, but I personally enjoy it.
Hilarious hearing you talk about something being slept on, Joe, considering all you do is sleep.
The only thing I sleep on is a bed, Donnie. Chew on that. We do have another A tier, and that is Major Melon. It's a little newer, but I love me some melon, guys.
I do like melon, and this is one of the better, newer flavors in my opinion.
I love melons, guys. I am a huge fan of big ol' melons. In fact, I think I may be the biggest fan of melons that I know of.
Right, Donald. The flavor melon has is great. Up next, we got Diet Mountain Dew, and out of all the flavors, this fits into the D tier the best because it's good for a diet soda. But in general, it's one of the weakest of the list. Don't worry though, fellas, there's going to be another one joining it in D tier.
I have to agree that Diet Dew is not as good as other flavors and frankly isn't as good as Diet Coke either because we all know that is the most elite diet soda.
Well, I don't know about that, but it's a discussion for another day. This next one is a spicy soda, and that is the Mountain Dew Hot Cheetos collab. This was surprisingly not awful like I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it added a nice little kick to the soda and did not taste like utter garbage. And as for a novelty soda, I think it was neat.
Hell no, fuck this drink. I almost died from the spice. It was literally like someone mixed pepper and soda together. The carbonation plus the peppery sensation almost killed my ass.
That's why it's going in C tier, Donnie. Don't you worry. I wouldn't drink a whole case of these, but if they're there, I would definitely drink them. Then after that, we have another A tier, and that is Mountain Dew Frostbite. This is a nice flavor overall, and I like it a lot, but just not enough for S tier.
Joey, I don't know, that shit is pretty good. What could you possibly be reserving for S tier?
That is easy as hell, Barack. Much like with my Pop-Tart list, I'm only reserving 2 flavors for S tier, and the easiest S tier of my life right now is this next one, and that is Mountain Dew Baja Blast. This shit is so freaking good, I would go to Taco Bell just to get this flavor. Like Taco Bell Baja Blast is simply elite. And then we have it alongside some chalupas. Jesus, I'm gonna cream myself at the thought of it.
Now you're straight spitting, Joey. Baja Blast is legitimately one of the best Mountain Dew flavors, and I refuse to hear anyone else say otherwise. Woke up feeling dangerous, didn't you, Joey?
You know the Joe Dog got that dog in him, of course. Then I have to put the ginger snapped flavor at D tier. This might be one of the worst Mountain Dew flavors to have come out in a while. Anyone who has ever tasted this knows that you would be better off chugging battery acid off of Lizzo's ass crack than ever drinking one of these.
Jesus, the Lizzo jokes are back. I thought we were done with them.
Only I make the Lizzo jokes, Joey. What the hell? I'll make a better analogy. Drinking ginger snapped Mountain Dew is like having Lizzo throw up in a blender and then mixing it with some dying person's stomach bile and then savoring every second of the sewage smoothie.
Thanks for the tag team, Donnie. Anyways, up next we got both Baja Gold and Legend going in B tier. Baja Gold just isn't as good as normal Baja Blast in my honest opinion. And Legend is good, but it pisses me off that it's only available in Buffalo Wild Wings. Like who the hell goes to Buffalo Wild Wings when they could go to Wingstop instead?
Wingstop is way better than B-dubs if you're going to get wings. I can agree with that.
It's all the same shit, guys. We have to remember to rate the soda and not the food, you freaking troglodytes.
Sorry, Dad, and next up we have Mountain Dew Spark going straight to A tier. I am building up suspense for that next S tier, but yeah, I have Mountain Dew Spark in A because it is one of my personal favorites and is relatively new, so I gotta let it marinate a bit and truly let it earn the higher ranking if it ever reaches that.
On God, you have to let that shit ferment for a while before we decide on moving it up, but out of the newer Dew flavors, this is a good one.
Now you guys may have been expecting this, but I have Mountain Dew Code Red going in S tier simply because it is the best year-round flavor. Like you can never go wrong with Code Red, and it is definitely up there with Baja Blast.
I don't know if I agree with that. I tend to prefer the newer flavors more just because I get sick of having so much Code Red.
No one is telling you to drink that everyday you mouth breather. It is elite, and I refuse to hear otherwise. Then to top off the list, I am putting Voltage in A tier as well. It's good, but again, not as good as Code Red.
I want to get topped off right now.
Like on gas or something?
This fucking guy.
Disclaimer. The following video does not glorify the use of substances, but instead attempts to be non-biased when delivering information disguised as entertainment through the form of satirical humor. All information contained on this video is for entertainment and informative use only, and does not claim to be an authority. You should not construe the publication of this content as an endorsement by Fraile of the views expressed herein, or any warranty or guarantee of any strategy, recommendation, treatment, action, or application of medication or preparation made by the author of the content. Viewer discretion is advised. What is up, gang? Your presidential trio is back, and this time around we are doing a substances tier list. Just to frame that in a nice way. But we are ranking these based on what I have heard from others, because the Joe Dog may or may not have had all of these. Plus, remember that these things are bad for everyone. and we here do not condone it, but we did it because the comments have been begging for this to be made for like over 2 months.
Oh, but you'll let Hunter do anything he wants whenever he wants.
Yeah, he's such a little rascal, but let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got some Benadryl. Now, I know what you're all thinking, Joe, this is not what we wanted. We want you to talk about LSD or something cool. Well, guess what? This is also a substance, and I will review it before we get to our heavy hitters. Now, I am a fan of Benadryl, which I am giving an S tier. This stuff is great for treating allergies, so if you're ever like camping out at someone's house and staying in the bushes waiting to jot down their everyday schedule, but happen to be laying in some poison ivy, well, don't you worry, because you will be covered with this stuff and you will not blow your cover when you're constantly itching yourself, because the Benadryl will help treat that.
I really don't like where that is headed. Can we talk about cough syrup, which is up next? I doubt even you can turn something as useful as that into something horrible.
I don't know what you mean by that, but up next, we got some Delsum cough syrup, and we might as well grade the Robo Tablets cough medicine, which of course comes in tablet form as well. I'm giving them both an A tier, but honestly, I might give the upper hand to the syrup, because if that bad boy has any dextromethorphan, or as the streets say, DXM, or as their other street names, Black Beauties, Brownies, Dexies, Dextro, Drix, Gel, Groove, Mega Pearls, Poor Man's Ecstasy, Red Devils, Robo or Robo Tripping, Roho, Rome, Skittles or Skittling, Scissorp or Syrup Sky, Triple C, Tussin, and Velvet. But I don't know about any of that. Don't abuse over-the-counter medicine, people. You're better off just drinking Everclear.
Jesus Christ, Joe, don't tell them to do that either.
I'm not telling them to do it. I am merely suggesting that it may be the healthier option if they were to choose between both. Only if they are of age, of course. We made a disclaimer, we're fine, Barack. Anyways, up next we got Adderall, and old Joe can definitely tell you about this one, since I was prescribed this one, wink, wink.
Joe, you don't audibly say wink, wink when doing stuff like that? Jesus Christ.
Well, the Joe dog is not one to follow the rules, but yeah, this stuff is freaking amazing. This is a real-life cheat code for those with ADHD. And I swear I took some when I had to read up on King Henry VIII's wiki page, and I was beyond locked in. Like you could not distract me even if you tried. It was like I had a case of the tism and I saw a train pull into a station. I have to rate this thing an S tier.
I don't like the way you're promoting these things. I am starting to think this tier list was a bad idea.
Well, it's too late for that, isn't it, Barry? After that, we got another S tier, and that is a vape pen. As long as you're of age, then this is perfectly legal. And let me tell you that I want those metal monsters in my lungs from smoking. Like I have never been addicted to a vape, but I love getting that buzz from hitting it. Here's a little tip for all the people who think they'll get addicted. Just give them away or stop using them once you feel the urge of suddenly using it without any warning. Like if you're chilling on the couch and you think to yourself, man, I want to hit my vape. That's raps, buddy, because you done got addicted and you better stop.
Joe, how are you not scared of getting addicted? Because I see you hit vapes and even use Zins.
Oh yeah, I am a part of Zen Nation, but if it were on this list, it would also be an S tier. But to answer your question, Donald, I always tell people that they shouldn't have a fear of me developing a nicotine addiction. They should fear my already very much so real masturbation addiction. I can't stop cranking it, and people think I'm joking, but I am truly suffering.
Joe, stop with the gross jokes and continue with the list.
No one understands me. Oh, well, I'll just live with that for the rest of my life. Anyways, after that, we got some magic mushrooms and shrooms going into S tier. Hypothetically, if you were to use these, make sure you crush them up and put them in a cup and squeeze a lime or two into it and mix it all together and then ingest it. It'll make the effects hit harder and pass by quicker. But I would not know that because I only do legal things like alcohol, which is up next, and I absolutely hate that whoever made this used a freaking Everclear bottle, but yeah, this still goes into S tier. Remember once again that we are not saying you should do any of these substances. We are merely ranking them in an entertaining manner for you all.
Joe really worried about our ad revenue with this video.
The Joe Dog fears the YouTube algorithm. But yeah, up next we got another S tier, and that is marijuana, and this stuff is an S tier as well, and can be as fun as drinking if you are partaking in legal states, of course. I mean, just look at how happy Cheech and Chong are because of it. After that, we got DMT going into B tier, and this stuff will make you live a lifetime within 30 minutes, and I personally have not done it, but I love hearing from people who have. Like, if you are curious to hear it more in detail, check out Psyched Substance on YouTube, and he has a whole channel dedicated around trying out different substances, and he does DMT on video. After that, we got what I assume to be is MDMA. At least I think it is. But yeah, this stuff is pretty cool at raves, and you can see everyone's pupils widen, and they just talk about how great life is and have their brains stocked filled with dopamine. And I think I have to give it an A tier.
You know, despite you not taking a lot of these, I am still surprised that you have been around people who have taken this type of stuff.
How are you surprised? I would be more surprised if he wasn't. Hunter probably tried every damn thing on this list and even more. Who knows with that guy?
Well, I won't deny that, but yeah, I have seen some stuff after that we got, as Martin would say.
Cocaine, no, flour. Somebody just asked me why I hate the military.
And this stuff is pretty all right, but if you get a poor man's version of it, then you will be absolutely out of your mind and it'll ruin you. Cocaine and crack are the same, but at the same, you're getting a more shit version of it with crack. This has to get a C tier for me, and it ruins your nose. After that, we got some, I actually cannot think of what that is for the life of me, so I will place it into D tier. Someone in the comments educate the masses on what this is, because remember, this video is for entertainment and educational purposes only. Shit, after that, we got some pink powder, and I don't know what that is either. I'll still give it a C tier because I like the color pink, and after that, I assume that's meth, and from the various meth head videos I've seen across multiple platforms, including the ones that start with an X, I can tell you that this stuff only looks cool because of Walter White, but this belongs in D tier. Then after that, we got some grass-looking thing. Listen, guys, I don't know what these are. I am not qualified for this list, and frankly, I don't know why I am the one making it, but this goes in C tier, I guess.
I won't even lie, Joe. Me and Barack talked it over and chose you specifically so you wouldn't do a good list in the near future. But we also kind of assumed that you would know what these things are, just because we thought you and Hunter probably did them together.
No, not because I didn't want to, but because he wouldn't share. But yeah, I just need the comments section to clutch up for us and just tell us what the hell the things are. But thankfully, we won't need the comments for this next one because old Joe here is quite familiar with LSD's game, and I have to also give this yet another A tier. I may or may not have tripped, I can neither confirm nor deny, but oh man, oh man. The Joe Dog hypothetically thinks that this is cool for a one-time thing. But preferably never guys remember that. And wrapping up this whole list, we got literally have Viagra, or like some sort of performance-enhancing thing, for when you're getting down and dirty. And let me tell you right now that this belongs in D tier. The Joe Dog never needs any help in that regard because I run on pure, raw, unfiltered Joe Energy.
What the hell is Joe Energy?
Oh, you'll know Joe Energy when you sense it deep inside of you building up until it eventually releases in one big bust.
And now I wish I didn't ask that.
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and oh my God, I don't know if you all can tell, but I am so excited.
All right, Joe, relax now. If you literally were not threatening my life last video, then we probably wouldn't be doing this right now.
That has only taught me that violence is always the answer. But you're lucky because my thirst for blood has been satiated with this. Now, this has been what the Joe Dog was craving. The children yearn for a hair tier list, and now they have finally received it.
Joe, what children would want this?
The ones that I have stored deep within the dwellings of my being. They are the ones that fly sky high whenever the Joe Dog is ready to let it rip.
Gross Joe, at least now you can finally get this over with and stop begging us in private about the hair tier list.
I wouldn't say I was begging.
Joe, you groveled on your hands and knees while repeatedly hitting your head on the floor while continuously complimenting me and Barack. Now, I, for one, did not mind the compliments, but what I did find odd was how after that you decided to bring out a whip and kept lashing yourself while saying, "Is this what you guys want? Do you all like to see the Joe Dog in pain? You must love it since you won't let me do the hair tier list." And quite frankly, that was all somewhat traumatizing to me, especially since no one asked you to do that, and your lip kept quivering and your legs were shaking with excitement.
Don't forget he had a smile on his face the whole time, and every now and then he'd let out this little moan that he thought no one heard. But I'll let you know that I most certainly heard it, Joe. The worst part is how you found me tied up to the chair, Donald, while he did this to himself.
I think that story is blown out of proportion.
Actually, the fact that neither Barack nor I are actually exaggerating is what scared me the most. Should I tell the audience what you did with Barack's TV remote?
No, don't.
Wait, what the hell did he do with my TV remote? He did leave the room while I was tied up. Man, what the hell, Joe? My family uses that remote, man.
I'd heavily advise you to disinfect it as soon as possible.
Let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first we got an afro. And ladies, the Joester will get down and jiggy with an afro. I think a solid B tier is in order for this one because I can imagine the sheer volume that'll come with it and the wonderful aroma it must exude.
I feel like that comment about you saying that you'd, quote, get down and jiggy with an afro is racially motivated.
Barack the Joe Dog would have said so if it was. Just for that, I'm placing this into C tier. And all my wonderful afro ladies can blame Barack for it. Oh my God, but up next we got the tried and true curly black hair, and holy shit, the Joe Dog already knows that this one will bang. The curls can hold pencils and shit, so that's already an S tier for that.
Why the hell would you need to store pencils of all things?
I mean, how else is she going to be ready for high school?
Okay, valid.
What the hell are you talking about? That's not valid at all.
Shit, Barack, just because you're into dumb high school girls doesn't mean that we all are. But anyways, after that we got some blonde hair, but with black roots, and this will go into an A tier. Like, I don't mind the roots showing, but ladies, embrace whatever color hair you have because the Joe Dog will never discriminate. Just make sure that it's lathered up and smells nice. Or actually, I'd like it a bit more if it was sweaty and you came back from a workout and I can just take a whiff of all your pheromones.
You're a vile man, Joe.
Only thing that's vile about that statement is how I don't get enough sweaty girls in my DMs. Please, everyone, send lockets of your sweaty hair to the White House, please.
What if you're not even in office by then?
It's fine because I know that Donald smells me on this too.
It's true.
Stop egging him on Donald.
Listen, Barack, you can stop being a hater because the Joester can't stop his love for hair. After that, we got back-to-back S tiers in the curly blonde and curly black hair. The Joester just loves his curls on girls because they know how to take care of their hair. They need all that extra product and shit, and meanwhile, I'm just all up in their ear just sniffing the fuck out of their hair. Except for the next one because she's a ginger. Even worse is that she's a ginger with curly hair, and I'm sorry, but even I have some limits, and this has to go into D tier.
So out of all the monstrosities that have come out of your mouth, this is where you cross the line at a girl with curly and red hair?
Listen, man, I know I'm Irish, but miss me with curly-haired gingers. Like, goddamn, I don't want to be sniffing the hair off that one girl from the Brave movie. You all know that one Disney movie. I didn't see it, but I did look up Rule 34 Brave for a bit. But man, I now am repenting for that time. But then we got this bitch with the bob haircut, and I ain't talking sponge.
Joe, what in the ever-living hell are you saying right now?
Her haircut is quite literally called a bob haircut. Yeah, I don't really like this one because it feels like I'm just sniffing a little boy with long hair. And this has to go into B tier.
So if it feels like you're sniffing a little boy, how is it in B tier?
I never said that was a bad thing, did I? Anyways, we got 3 back-to-back S tiers once again, and what can the Joester say other than the fact that I love myself some hair? Sometimes I like to go to hair salons and beg the salon ladies to sell me bags of the hair that they cut, and most of the time it works out well, and I can tell you all right now that if I saw the black hair blonde and brunette with straight hair getting their hair cut at the salon, oh man, I'd be sliding hundreds upon hundreds of dollars to the salon lady and get that big old garbage bag full of hair and just dive in like Scrooge McDuck diving into his gold. Just don't try eating it because your tummy can't digest hair well and you'll end up pulling some shit that's tangled in hair and then you got to cut it off with scissors. It's a whole mess that I'd rather not explain.
There was so much wrong with your statements that I can't even begin to explain. Like each time you continued speaking, it somehow got worse. Like, can you explain to us why in the ever-living hell you pay salon ladies for hair scraps or why you even ate hair?
Well, dipshit, it's not like I can grow my own hair, can I? And it's basically the same thing as buying used panties. So what's the big deal?
What's the big deal? What the hell do you mean? You just compared that weird act to yet another fucking weird act. Who the hell buys used panties? What do you even mean by used?
Now, don't listen to him, Joe. I get you on the used panties bit, but I'm more curious about the hair-eating part. Did you just chew on it like a horse eating hay, or did you incorporate it into your meals?
That's an excellent question, Donald. And yes, I did chew it like a horse eating hay. I didn't consume all of it, but pieces did snake their way into my tummy. I'm going to have to incorporate them into my meals because that is a wonderful idea. Maybe I'll make a nice hair flambe or something. Now, before I continue grading these hairs, allow me to tell you all a poem I wrote in preparation for this list. Ahem. In the kingdom of follicle flare, I crown myself a lover fair. Of women's hair, oh yes, I dare to write a verse beyond compare. It's not just clean, but greasy locks that fill my dreams and mismatched smelly socks. I sniff and touch, ignoring shocks. My love for hair is as sturdy as my cock.
All right, settle down there. We do not need to hear more of that.
You're such a Debbie Downer.
I personally really enjoyed the direction where your poem was headed towards, Joe. It's a shame we can't hear more.
Stop egging him on Donald.
How can he even egg me if he's not even next to my house, you idiot? God, sometimes I swear you think like a microbial being, Barack. But up next we got yet another gross one, and that is a ginger with bangs. Now, I don't hate bangs in general. I think they are good for covering up foreheads, and it does look nice, but if you're a ginger, you might as well shave it all off or just dye your hair. Absolute D tier.
What is up with your hate towards people with red hair? Like they can't do anything about it.
Just because you were born a certain way doesn't mean you should stay that way. Plus, she can dye it. What the hell are you babbling about? But then we got some curly slash kind of wavy black hair, and this is a bit too wishy-washy for me, but still goes into A tier, but holy shit. Then, oh my God, we got another S tier, and that, of course, is our tried and true wavy-haired brunettes. And of course, these beauties are going to belong this high up. Honestly, this might be the hair type to rule them all. Like, if I had to make a separate ranking for all the hairs in S tier, then I'd put this one all the way up in number 1.
Joe, I'm going to have to definitely agree with you here, because you were losing me a bit with all the love for curly hair, because quite frankly, that's all a bit too ethnic feeling for myself. And I feel like if I would have said that I was a fan of pure straight hair, then I'd look like one basic ass bitch. But thankfully, Joe, you put this hair type up in S tier because wavy brunettes are indeed elite as fuck. So the Doninator signs off and endorses this placement.
Honestly, I find this whole list pretty dumb because I feel like we shouldn't judge others for their exterior. Their hair, mouth, feet, nails, none of that matters. Because all of that stuff on the outside does not influence who they are in the inside. And what I want on the inside is a great, thoughtful, intelligent, and funny woman. Because to me, that's the true S tier of all S tiers. And I'm sure many others would agree with me.
Okay, pussy, whatever you say. Anyways, wrapping up this list, we got another ginger, but this one is kind of bad. Like, not bad, but rather bad. Like, she may have no soul, but goddamn, and I can't tell if it's because the girl in the picture is hot, but goddamn, I think I'm gonna have to add this other one into S tier. Look at the girl, she looks hot as hell. Now, I know damn well if she was shedding, or if the salon ladies would let me have her hair, I'd take it in a heartbeat. Maybe it's good because it's nice to have a mix of hair to play with from time to time.
Now, this is a super important question here, Joe. Now, I really need your input on this because this is a matter of national security, maybe even life or death.
What is it, Donald? I'll answer anything.
Now, how do you feel about women's armpit hair?
Yeah, I'd lick it like a lollipop.
For a second, I thought you were going to ask him something even more gross. I'm actually proud of the both of you for not taking the joke too far and saying something absolutely obscene.
Oh, don't mention it, Barack. You know we'd never go there.
Joe, quick, what about women's pubic hair?
I'm glad you asked.
Nope.
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around the Joe Dog is ready to make a hot dog topping tier list, and oh boy, you all know how much the Joe Dog loves his dogs.
As long as there's no mention of hot dogs infused with blue Gatorade, then I think we should be in somewhat okay hands. Definitely not the best, though, because the Don would have annihilated this list.
Thankfully, I don't really see anything atrocious on this list either, so yeah, it should be hard for Joe to mess this up.
The Joester would have not messed up anything. And if there were blue Gatorade hot dogs, then you already know that would have been an S tier. Unfortunately, somehow, someway, pickles made the cut before my precious blue Gatorade, or even bacon for that matter.
Joe, you bring up a great point.
That the omission of blue Gatorade dogs is awful?
No, I don't think I will ever mention blue Gatorade hot dogs in a positive light. But yeah, there's no bacon on this list. And to be honest, the Don loves his bacon bits on his dog, or even wrapping around a piece of bacon around my dog and then grilling them and getting a nice crispy bacon hot dog.
Oh, well, that does sound delicious, but we all know that the Joe Dog would have rated that an instant S tier.
Joe, do we really know that? Ask yourself that question again, and then let me answer it for you, because no one knows what the hell you're thinking half the time.
The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma. But anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got some peppers, and I am mighty indifferent on this. They provide a nice crunch, but I'm not going to keel over and die if you can't offer me some peppers for my hot dog. I can literally do with or without it, because that's just how mid it is. And for being so incredibly mid, I will award it with the most mid ranking of all, and that is a fat C tier. Thankfully, though, we immediately get saved from the midness, and we 3 back-to-back-to-back S tier rankings. And that, of course, is the spicy brown mustard, the original yellow mustard, and of course, some goddamn onions. The spicy brown mustard is quite literally one of my favorites for a hot dog, but don't get it twisted, everyone, because the Joe Dog also loves his classic yellow mustard. And then wrapping things off, you got the onions, which are an absolute must-have, and one of my favorite dogs includes an all-beef hot dog served on a steamed bun with a layer of yellow mustard topped with a mountain of sweet colossal Spanish onions grilled to perfection and with an abundance of spicy hot sport peppers.
That last part read out like an ad, what the fuck? But yeah, as a consumer of dogs, I can confirm that these ingredients are indeed elite. Like, what I don't get are the people who scoff at you for putting ketchup on your hot dogs. Like, why can't I enjoy a ton of mustard and a ton of ketchup?
Well, if you want an authentic Chicago-style hot dog, then you'd have to have no ketchup on your dog. All the locals know that.
Well, thank God both me and Donald aren't from that place because we both love ourselves some ketchup. I don't know how those Chicago people brainwashed you, Barack, but ketchup most certainly belongs on a hot dog. We are not there yet, though, and I instead have to talk about Dijon mustard, which I surprisingly don't have in S tier. I really like it, don't get me wrong, but I feel like I would be hard glazing mustard if I have 3 different types of them up in S tier. So instead, I think I'll just put it in A tier because it is still pretty delicious, but the Joester actually prefers his Dijon mustard on his burgers rather than his hot dogs.
You know what? I can't even hate this decision because it would indeed be some maximum glaze on the 3 mustards being up in S tier.
I don't see what would be wrong about having all 3 up there in S tier. We all know damn well that ketchup doesn't belong there, so we may as well have those 3 up there.
Barack, you're not the only person in the world who has lived in Chicago. You don't have to keep reminding us of that fact with your downright tarred takes on hot dogs, because I have ketchup going straight into S tier. I know you're like a stick in the mud about it, but Donald, I know you got my back on this.
For once, you're actually quite right on this, because not only will I take the opportunity to shit on Barack, but I will also come to the aid of ketchup at any time of my life.
Thanks, Donald, but yuck, up next we got an absolute D tier, and that, of course, is relish. And I am relishing the fact that I relish how badly I will rate relish.
Joe, absolutely no one will laugh at that joke, and relish isn't bad at all. I don't throw it back and will off myself if my hot dog has no relish, but if I have ketchup and mustard and I can't add much else, then why the hell would I not add relish?
See, as someone who lived in Chicago, I must inform you all that you must have relish with your hot dog. A great Chicago-style hot dog must come with yellow mustard, sweet pickle relish, chopped white onion, tomato slices, a dill pickle spear, pickled sport peppers, and celery salt. If you got all these, then you got yourself a Chicago classic and a banger on your hands.
You literally sound like a fucking ad right now, Barack. And that sounds absolutely dreadful. You know, now it makes sense why Chicago people don't put ketchup on their hot dogs, because they must be so used to eating fucking shit-tasting garbage-ass hot dogs that once they include a yummy ingredient like ketchup, they get too scared and start worrying that they'll actually enjoy the hot dog rather than eat it in pure disgust for repentance because of a great sin they must have committed in their past life.
Joe, what if it just tastes delicious to me?
I'd have your head checked out for possible abnormalities and diseases.
Joe, you do realize how ironic that must be when it comes from you?
The only problem with my head is that I receive too much of it. Book of Joe, passage 12, page 50. But let's go ahead and move forward with this list. And up next we got jalapenos, and I have these going into C tier. They can be a nice compliment, but my ass is not trying to have a spicy hot dog. I respect people who add it in for that extra spice and crunch, but the Joester wants to enjoy his dog in peace. Then, after we got chili and cheese, and I love these 2 combined. Like if this were both combined as one entry, then I'd have it going into S tier. But on their own, they are far weaker than anyone could ever imagine. I can handle the chili on its own, but I won't go out of my way for it, but I still think it merits a solid B tier. But maybe it's the Kraft single as the thumbnail. But goddamn, if I had a hot dog with only a single Kraft single on top that was slighted melted, then I'd probably throw that shit back in your face. I still don't think it's as shit as relish, but I will give it a C tier, and it is probably the worst C tier item on this list.
Okay, those aren't bad takes at all. And I definitely feel you on the chili and cheese combined would go into S tier, but I'm afraid for our next entry because we all know how much you hate pickles.
That's where you'd be wrong, Barack. I actually enjoy dill pickle spears alongside my hot dogs. It's a great change to my flavor palette and helps with all the grease.
Wow, that's unexpected as hell, Joe. Kudos on you for opening up your mind and allowing different flavors to be tasted.
Yeah, I'm just joking. Hell no, I hate pickles of any kind, And you all already know that I am placing this garbage into D tier. You've got me fucked up if you ever think I'll ever say anything positive about pickles because they always ruin my dining experience. For every fucking burger or sandwich place I order from, I have to specify and say no pickles. Then guess fucking what? 75% of those end up having pickles. Another 10% had pickles on them at one time before someone removed them at the last minute. I'm sick of my fucking burgers and sandwiches tasting like pickles, so of course I'll hate them on my hot dogs. You can't even just pull them off because the flavor is so fucking pungent it leaks into the bread. Stop making pickles the default for every single piece of food. Fuck pickles.
Dear God, Joe, we get it. You fucking hate pickles and mint so much that you've made it an intrinsic part of your character. I am dreading the upcoming sauerkraut rant that you surely have cooking up in your brain as we speak.
Oh, I actually like sauerkraut a decent bit. It's like kimchi without the fiery spice, if that makes sense. And the Joester loves himself some kimchi. I'll be placing these bad boys into B tier, but holy shit, guys, we have an absolute banger up next, and that is another S tier in grilled onions. Now, I'll say it again if you haven't heard any of us proclaim in previous lists, but if you hate onions with a passion, please try out some grilled onions. They get caramelized and taste nothing like their fresh counterparts, and I can guarantee that those things will absolutely bang. That and fried onions, because some onion rings as a side to my mustard and grilled onion hot dog will fucking make me go rock hard.
I already know that breath has to be worse than SpongeBob Sunday breath. If we fill a jar or bag with your breath, I swear we could let it ferment, and it'll basically be bear mace in a bag. Shit can be used in chemical warfare, and it will be deemed as a weapon that is too cruel and inhumane to be used against other people.
My breath after some onions can smell a bit funky, I'll admit.
It smells funky before and even after the ingestion of onions, so I don't think that's your primary concern.
I don't know what you mean by that because my breath doesn't smell that bad unless I eat something stinky. But yeah, let's just go ahead and begin finishing off this list because our second to last entry is lettuce, and let us come to a conclusion about this. And I don't really have a strong opinion on this, to be honest. I think this barely sneaks into B tier, but I like the texture it adds to my hot dog. Like, I'm not talking leafy lettuce. I'm talking about a crispy, refreshing iceberg lettuce. If you put lettuce on your hot dog among your other desired toppings, your hot dog experience will change. The iceberg lettuce adds a refreshing aspect to a hot dog you normally don't get. It also provides a nice texture if you only have condiments on it.
You know, for someone who doesn't have a strong opinion on lettuce going on hot dogs, you really hit us with a somewhat convincing reason as to why we should put it on our hot dogs.
Well, yeah, it's pretty good, but our last entry takes the cake for me because I love some tomatoes on my hot dogs, and I will give it an A tier. I feel like most people can agree that some diced tomato on your dog can moisten it a bit and add some good flavor. And you all know how much Joe loves his moist things.
Hope you're referring to only food in that statement.
You know, the Joe dog is talking about how he likes all his things moist and wet.
You know, contrary to popular belief, I actually respect how you can turn a normal conversation into something gross and sexual.
What is up, gang? We are back with a Joe Dog tier list, and this is for all my Joe heads out there. Rise up, everyone. I finally got a tier list. Now, for today's list, we got a little hot sauce tier list going on, and I will be doing my best to rank these based on flavor and spice levels.
The only reason why Joey likes hot sauce is because that's the only thing that wakes him up when he's about to knock out from his ongoing dementia.
Now, while that might be slightly true, I just enjoy the art that is hot sauce. I've become enamored with the sauce and use it on a lot of my foods. Like, you cannot have tacos without hot sauce. As a matter of fact, you can't have some wings without some spicy sauce. But I digress, because I must save this all for the tier list. Now, the spiciest thing I've had was a Carolina Reaper doused in Blair's Megadeth sauce, alongside a shot of Everclear to wash it all down. So let that be the peak for my spice level. But thankfully, almost everything on this list does not compare to my experience that day. I swear I was high off how spicy everything was, like my freaking brain was tingling so hard, man.
That sounds absolutely painful. Why would you subject yourself to these things?
I was bored, and I had some peppers and hot sauce lying around. The Everclear was just a cool bonus to wash everything down. And you bet your bottom dollar it was a full shot of pure Everclear. But it was not as bad as it seems. Once you reach peak spicy, all things just fade away and become nothing, and you enter a Zen mode. But enough dilly-dallying, because we have this list, and up first we got Louisiana hot sauce, and I am a big fan of this. I love to have some over some Popeye's chicken, specifically, but all around it has an excellent flavor. I have to give this a solid A tier. Then we also got crystal sauce, and since I am still speaking, let me rate it. And I think a B tier is in order for this one.
I personally am a bigger fan of Louisiana hot sauce, so I'm happy you're placing Crystal beneath it.
No shit, Sherlock, that's why I did it. The Joe Dog understands flavors and stuff. Anyways, after that, we got one of my favorite sauces, and that is sriracha. I love this by itself, and I love to mix it in with my mayo. Whenever I add mayo to my hot dog buns, I make sure to mix it in with some sriracha just to give it some added kick and flavor. I have to place this into S tier because of how magnificent it is.
Just had to find an excuse to squeeze in hot dog talk during a hot sauce tier list, didn't you, Joe?
I will take any opportunity I can to praise hot dogs because that is just the type of man the Joe Dog is. After that, though we got some spicy ketchup, and I won't lie to all of you, the Joe Dog is not the biggest fan of it. I'll still enjoy some, but I would rather have normal ketchup. I think this is mighty mid, and will say that this belongs in C tier, unlike our next hot sauce, because we got Tapatio going into S tier. Now I know all the Hispanics will be with me on this. Tapatio adds the right amount of flavor and spice, like it is spicier than our next entry, which is Valentina, but it is what I would want if I were craving something with a nice spice level, whilst also wanting some flavor.
Joe, I know you did not just shit on my precious Valentina. I love that stuff with my hard shell tacos, and I would say soft shell too, but I eat whatever green sauce they put in there, and that shit also slaps. But hard shell tacos get the Valentina treatment.
Whoa, settle down there, Donald. I actually really like Valentina as well. And when I am craving more flavor rather than kick, I always get this one. This is another S tier for me, and honestly, I love the flavor Valentina gives on my chips or ceviche whenever I make some at home. I'd like to say I prefer the Black Label Valentina more, but in all actuality, I rather have the normal one. Like, the point of the Black Label is to be spicier, but at that point, just give me some Tapatio. So I think for the Black Label Valentina, I'd have to give it an A tier. I still very much so love both of them, and would urge people to buy these if you have not tried them already, because boy howdy, I love me some Valentina.
Okay, that is respectable, man. I was about to go apeshit if you did not rate these highly. But once again, I feel like you are stepping up to the plate when you make the tier lists. Like, I feel like you do not care at all and troll me and Barack when we make them, but then you try hard for your lists.
Yeah, I think it's like his bit now. Like that's what he's doing to garner the Joe Head army cult he has going on.
We are not a cult, and I do not do this for them. The Joe Heads simply understand that I am above all and rule all. It is quite simple. I don't get how you two don't understand such a simple concept. But alas, the Joe Dog has a list to keep making, and after those excellent sauces, we got even more greatness coming up. This was like going through the Larry Bird versus Magic era to the Michael Jordan era, because up next we got Frank's Red Hot, and I fucking love this sauce. The Red Hot Original and the Red Hot Wings both get an S tier from me. Now, it is not spicy at all, but I just love the flavor on it so much, I swear it is so delicious. What's that one commercial they made too? The slogan for it was, I put that shit on everything. Like, I smelt that commercial so much and related to it extremely. I will put it on my wings, my chips, my burgers, my tacos, my seafood. Hell, I would put it on a burger. Probably because Frank's Red Hot is just that good. The Joester will die by Frank's Red Hot.
That was a super passionate advertisement for Frank's Red Hot there, Joey.
If you ask me, it could have been more passionate, because the Don is also known to partake in a lot of Frank's Red Hot. It does provide the most excellent blend of flavor and spice.
Well, I don't think it's spicy at all, but the flavor is immaculate. After that, we got Tabasco sauce. And I don't think I've ever used this hot sauce on anything other than eggs. And even then, there is a clear winner in that competition, if you ask me. I have Tabasco going into B tier because it isn't better, but definitely better than Spicy Ketchup Man. After that, though, we got Secret Aardvark. And I only heard of this sauce after watching Hot Ones on YouTube, and it just looked so interesting, so I had to order it, and I sure am glad I did. I was pleasantly surprised by it and still keep ordering some to this day whenever I want something different, because the habanero sauce is a knee slapper. I think this deserves an A tier in my opinion.
They always make sauces look good as hell on that show. Well, at least the first couple of bottles where the spice level isn't crazy. After that, though, it looks like pure pain and suffering because everyone dies on Da Bomb.
Do not even get me started on that, because we will eventually get to the rating for Da Bomb, but for now, we will talk about Texas Pete, and I think this sauce is okay. I am sorry to disappoint any Texas Pete hot sauce fans, but let me tell you that there is definitely better sauces out there. no shame in this being your favorite, but just know that it is not as amazing as you think it is. I'm feeling a B tier for this sauce. After that, we kind of hit a bit of a block because I have not had those next 4 hot sauces. Like, I don't recognize the labels, and I don't want to throw out a random rating in case they are actually good or awful. So I will be placing them in the haven't tried tier and moving on to our next entry, which unfortunately for everyone, the next thing I have to rate is Da Bomb. And this thing is hot garbage. It is absolutely awful and will genuinely ruin your day if you have this. There is no flavor, there is no nothing, it is just pure pain and nothing more, and I guess that's kind of the point. But yeah, this is an automatic D tier in my book. Jesus, I didn't even notice the next one. But the same applies to Blair's Mega Death Sauce. And basically everything I said about Da Bomb applies here, but I would rather have Blair's over Da Bomb if you ask me.
Sounding like a bit of a hater here, Joe. Why don't you describe your experience when trying these? I am sure the audience would love to hear you go more in depth with it.
What the hell is there to describe man, my burning asshole? Or would you rather me talk about my bubble guts and how my stomach was entering a wormhole whilst it processed the absolute vile and putrid lava that entered my system? See, me personally, I would rather not talk about either, but instead I would rather talk about green pepper Tabasco. And I'm not that big of a fan. I think a C tier for that one. And the Chipotle Tabasco is honestly even worse. I feel a D tier for that one because it is quite simply that bad. It's probably better than the 2 in the same tier with it, but I think I will keep it there. The Tabasco habanero sauce actually slaps though, and I put it on the same tier as Tabasco Original because I think it is worthy of the B tier.
Now, I don't know why you hate Tabasco sauce so much, Joe. What the hell, man? I genuinely want to know what it did to merit these stinky grades because I have a lot of those sauces going higher. Not to mention you talked about only having Tabasco on your eggs and that another sauce is better for eggs and you have that one going higher. What sauce were you talking about? Fucking Frank's Red Hot?
I won't even lie to you. I have had Frank's Red Hot on my eggs and I do not regret it one bit because it slapped. No, but the funny thing about your whole rant is that I actually do not really like Tabasco, and frankly, I have no reason for my hate other than the fact that it's personal bias. That being said, the sauce for eggs that I mentioned is actually the one that is up next, and that is Cholula sauce. This sauce right here is absolutely amazing for eggs. Like, I'll prefer to use this one constantly for my scrambled eggs because it just gives it the right amount of oomph and flavor. This is an A tier in my book, but the Cholula green pepper sauce does not slap as hard in my opinion. I give that one a B tier, but it still is pretty solid in my eyes. I may just be a hardcore Cholula fan though.
I don't think you're a fan of anything more than Frank's Red Hot. I've not seen you ride something harder other than Frank's this whole video.
The Joe Dog loves his Frank's Red Hot, what can I say? After that though, we got hamburgers. We got a bunch of sauces I have not tried, so I actually have to place all of these in the have not had tier, unfortunately.
Looking at that have not had category makes me think you may not have been the most qualified to do this list. That, and it tells me that you did not do your proper research on this, Joe. I'm actually somewhat disappointed with you, Joey.
Shut up, bitch. Disappoint these nuts, Barack. What is going on, gang? Your favorite presidential trio is back, but this time we're going to be grading Gatorade flavors, and seeing as how I am the most athletic of the group, I'd say I'm the most qualified to make this list because I constantly drink Gatorade.
Joe, you are definitely not the most athletic person here. I doubt you'd be able to beat Donald in a race, even though he's as big as Lizzo.
Why the hell did I catch that stray? And weren't you the one that kept saying we shouldn't do Lizzo jokes?
Yeah, but she's canceled now and was fat-shaming other people. Imagine how fat you got to be to have Lizzo call you out on your weight. Probably some huge chungus of a person.
Okay, but none of that matters because I am making the freaking list because I drink the most Gatorade.
You know what, I will give you that, because I know for a fact you only drink Dasani water. And when that isn't around you, exclusively drink Gatorade. I already know your pee is darker than amber.
The harsh yellow in my pee is my power level, and I wear that with pride. Anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started because I'm getting a bit tired. Up first, we got Fruit Punch Gatorade, and this one is like basic, but it's a very good basic. No one has ever rejected Fruit Punch Gatorade. It's a solid A tier for me because it's not the best, but I believe it is universally liked.
Sleepy Joe, what if someone doesn't like that flavor? It's not too crazy to say someone doesn't like Fruit Punch.
How the hell does someone not like Fruit Punch? Like, I'd get it not being your favorite, but that shit just tastes like fruit. Like it doesn't even have a real flavor because it's a bunch of fruits mixed together. The literal flavor is fruit. You cannot hate fruit.
Okay, he actually spat there. I can't even lie.
I always be spitting. Anyways, up next we got Citrus Cooler, and this is pretty decent. I don't think it's as loved as Fruit Punch, but it deserves a solid B tier if I'm being honest. Then we go back to A tier with the Arctic Blitz, and I just want to ask this question. What the hell is Arctic Blitz supposed to taste like? I can tell you one thing though, the Gatorade company nailed it with that flavor. I may not know what it's supposed to taste like or what flavor it is, but if you drink an Arctic Blitz when it's cold as hell, you get exactly what they mean. Like, I don't know how else to explain it, but it's an amazing A tier for me.
Joe, you're spitting, so don't worry. Having these cold is a game changer. I really like this flavor, but not as much as the Glacier Freeze, if I'm being honest.
Dude, we will get to that, but we have to talk about what I honestly think is one of the most overhated flavors, and that's orange. I still don't think it's better than anything we have on the list. And whenever you tell a motherfucker you got orange Gatorade, they look at you kind of funny. And for that, I will have to put it into C tier, but it's not that bad.
It's me, Joey. I am the motherfucker who will give you the meanest stare down if you try handing me an orange Gatorade. I think I'd rather just drink water at that point.
Yeah, Joe lost me with that one. I think he only likes it because it resembles the color of his piss.
Okay, it does look like my piss, but that's aside from the point. Moving on, we got our first S tier, and that is the Fierce Strawberry. God damn, is this shit good. I love strawberries, so that probably plays to my bias, but I think it is one of the best Gatorade flavors to exist. And you know what? I'm going to carry the momentum from that selection and say something that might trigger some folks. I think the lime cucumber flavor we got coming up is a solid B tier, and I'm tired of pretending that it isn't. It's a solid flavor, and sure, I won't have a whole fridge full of these, but every now and then, the lime cucumber combo hits me harder than Hunter hits his bong.
I cannot agree with you on this one, Joe. You must have some tamale in you because the only people I see enjoying the lime cucumber are the illegals. They beg me for the stuff once they're done with the lawn work.
I can't help it. Must be the hard-working bone in me that loves that cucumber lime. Up next, we got Glacier Freeze, and it's like the evolution on Arctic Blitz. Unless I got those two mixed up, but I swear one of these is better than the other, but they both slap. I'm pretty sure I got it in the right order, though, and I am placing Glacier Freeze into S tier.
Joey, you're supposed to know we literally bought you every single flavor and made you do a taste test so that you would have the most accurate rankings. Dude, what the hell?
Go easy on him, Barack. It's hard to remember when you're his age, and on top of that, he's got the dementia to worry about.
Thanks, Donald. I always knew you had my back.
I wouldn't really say that counts as having your back, but whatever, move on to the next entry for us, Joe Dog.
Okay, so up next we got Glacier Cherry, and it's another great entry in the Glacier series. I do wonder how the heck they made it white/gray when it's supposed to be a cherry flavor. That genuinely bamboozles me, but whatever, I won't complain as long as my mouth is filled with that white, yummy goodness. I am placing this into A tier.
Man, I bet you're a huge fan of having that white liquid in your mouth, Joe.
You betcha. Unfortunately, same cannot be said for our next entry, Fierce Green Apple. I don't vibe with it all that much, but it's a solid flavor. I'd personally place it in B tier. And my opinion is kind of the same for the Fierce Grape flavor because I like that slightly less, and I think I'll have it joining the orange flavor because I am not that big of a fan of grape. Sorry, Barack.
You hear that, Barack? You better get it back in blood. Your homeboy Grape is getting dissed by this nursing home patient.
Dude, what the hell are you on? You're all so lucky I actually love the hell out of grapes.
Yes, we all remember the freaking fruit tier list. Please let me finish because we have two final flavors. And up next, we got the Lemon Lime Gatorade. It can get a bit sour, but I enjoy the flavor and have it going into A tier. Up next, though, we have the best freaking Gatorade flavor to even exist. I still don't know what blue is supposed to taste like, but I swear that this flavor tastes just like blue. I have the Cool Blue Gatorade going into an easy S tier.
What the hell is up with Gatorade making flavors that have weird names? We got Cool Blue, Glacier Freeze, Arctic Blitz. Like, what the hell is next?
Me personally, I hope we get a female discharge flavor.
What the fuck?
What is up, everyone? Your presidential trio is back at it again. And this time, we are proud to present an electronics tier list. Now, this won't include all electronics like a fridge because then Donald would beg us to put that into S tier. But maybe we'd do a bigger version of this list as a technology tier list later on.
Okay, but who the hell wouldn't put fridges into S tier? Like, you got me fucked up, man. That literally keeps our food cold and is a very valuable thing to our society. Like, think to yourself for a moment what we would do without fridges.
We'd use coolers or ice boxes. Not that different.
How is that not different? We'd need to constantly buy ice, and then that would get annoying to drain. What you just said is like saying, oh, we don't need this stove. We can just make a fire real quick to cook all of our food.
Ooh, he definitely got you there, Joe, but enough bickering, because I think most people would agree with Donald, because it was kind of out of pocket of you, Joe, to assume a fridge would not go in S tier.
Jesus, fine. It's my bet. Good thing there's no fridge on this tier list. But anyways, up first we got the TV, and man, I love TVs, and I think they immediately belong in S tier. Like, think about it. We watch our shows on there. We also play games on there. And now with smart TVs, they've only gotten better since their invention. And I think they belong high up there.
A little stuttery starting off, but valid as hell. They are pretty important for entertainment. And to be fair, you do need a TV if you plan on watching movies or shows. Unless you watch them on your phone or computer.
Yeah, but the screen size isn't the same. And it just doesn't feel right if you're watching a 4K movie or show on a teeny tiny screen. The same would go for playing video games, because if you have some game running at 4K, would you really want to have that being streamed to your phone rather than on your big-ass TV? I'll answer that for you, and it's no. And speaking of video games, our next entry is video game consoles, which I coincidentally also have going into S tier. I know it has a PlayStation 5 logo on it, but I'm including every single console out there. These are possibly one of the best electronic inventions in the whole entertainment industry. Like, I don't think people realize how much money video games make or how they're bigger than the film industry. Everyone loves playing video games, and it is becoming the new normal, so I fully believe it deserves the S tier ranking.
I'm surprised you said all of that without stuttering, Sleepy Joe, but you made a valid point on video games. They are booming and are more popular than other things in the entertainment industry. I mean, we got esports coming with them too, and it's just something that'll only continue to get bigger and bigger.
On God, Donald, up next we got a bit of a stinker. I got speakers, and let's be real. Who uses speakers? Like, unless it's in a public place or like an event or even surround sound for your TV. Who the hell is using them? Like, I mean, portable speakers too. Like, I don't see much use in them when we have everyone in the world using AirPods or headphones. Like, even when we game or watch something, I use headphones most of the time. So for that, I think I'll place them into C tier.
Okay, but wouldn't car speakers or TV speakers count for this? Like, you really going to use headphones in the car, Joey?
That's a trick question, because I'm not allowed to drive anymore. Ever since I fell asleep on the wheel. An accidentally vehicular man slaughtered this group of kids waiting for their bus one morning.
What the hell? Why have we not heard of this yet?
Oh, it's the CIA. I had the same thing happen to me down in Oklahoma. I was too busy trying to eat my bowl of mac and cheese, and I was driving with my knees, and then boom. I look up and I got toddlers in my front end of my hood. Thank God for the CIA, though, and thankfully they told me it happens to everyone.
No, that does not happen to everyone. Jesus Christ, this has gotten so morbid. Joe, please just continue with the list.
Don't know why you're making this into a big deal, but sure. Up next we got laptops, and they will be placed into B tier. They're kind of being made useless by smartphones. Like, before it would be like, damn, I got to write an essay, but I'm going to be traveling. I guess I got to bring my laptop. Now I can just write up a whole paper and pass a law from my phone while I'm taking a huge diarrhea dump in my house. And because of what I mentioned earlier, I guess I may as well rank smartphones right now, and I think we all know this, but I am placing them into S tier. Like, there's no argument here. We all can't live without our phones. You may be watching this video right now on your phone as we speak. That being said, they serve a purpose in calling other people, but not only that, you can entertain yourself by watching a movie, show, or playing a video game. And if you need to get work done, you can write papers, upload documents, watch some videos on your favorite website.
My favorite website with videos is one that starts with an X. Can you guess the name, Joe?
Ooh, I know this one. I know you're an X videos type of guy, Donald. Well, that or Xhamster.
Get your mind out of the gutter. I meant X as in the website formerly known as Twitter. Jesus Christ, Joe.
Yeah, you can't be saying those things, Joe. What the hell?
It was a damn setup. It's okay. Let's just move past that and go to our next entry, which is the desktop we have on here. I am giving this an S tier. Now you may be like, oh my God, this virgin is putting his precious gaming PC in S tier. And first of all, I am no virgin. Second of all, I just like desktops. You can do everything a console can, and you can work on your PC, which you can't do on console, so like checkmate.
Okay, Joe, I agree with this, but you could have sold this better. Like, there were so many things you could have said, but you just stuttered and faltered your way to the finish line.
Can you blame him, Barack? It's getting close to his bedtime.
Haha, very funny. It's only 7:30 and we all know I sleep around 8:30 and 9 p.m., so I still have a bit of juice left to finish this list. Up next, we got a picture of a Steam Deck, but I meant it to be handheld consoles, so like a PSP, 3DS, Game Boy, Nintendo Switch. Basically anything portable and meant for pure gaming. I have that going into A tier, like I would rather have these than a gaming laptop, because who the hell wants to game on a laptop that will overheat or have a fan as loud as the towers collapsing during 9/11?
Jesus, Joe, too soon. That day is literally around the corner. Have some goddamn respect.
Was that in poor taste just now?
Beyond poor taste, Joe. What the hell goes on in your head sometimes?
I just thought it would be funny because laptop fans get loud. I should have used my school shooting joke instead.
No, you should have not used either.
Jesus, fine. You guys are bumming me out. Let's just finish this list so I can nap before I sleep. Up next, we got a Wi-Fi router, and this kind of has to go in S tier. I like the internet as much as everyone else, and I think without it, all of these technologies would be terrible. Like no Wi-Fi for streaming movies, no Wi-Fi for playing video games, and no Wi-Fi for disproving whether or not 9/11 was an inside job.
Not this shit again.
Now hold on, he may be onto something.
Jesus Christ.
What is up, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, but this time we are going to be ranking Cartoon Network shows.
Oh boy, I'm so excited to rank these. Looking at this list, we got a decent chunk of shows too.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited about this too.
Enough blabbering, you two. Let's get this list started. And up first, we got Adventure Time. This shit is a classic, and I am moving this into S tier without a doubt in my mind.
Has to be S tier after making Princess Bubblegum and Marceline into a couple. That shit is hot.
On God Joe, and it was a pretty great show, even though I never finished it. But up next, we have Uncle Grandpa, and this show was specifically designed for kids who got on the short bus, so this has to go into D tier.
Incredibly rude comment. But I can't even lie. If anyone genuinely enjoyed Uncle Grandpa, then I hope you were fried out of your mind or on some sort of drugs.
Oh, don't worry, Barry. Me and Hunter would do some lines of coke while watching this. Kind of banged.
That actually sounds like a blast, holy crap. Too bad we don't have anything here with us, but at least we got another S tier in Ben 10. The show was a banger, and the sequel to it was also great. Same can almost be said about the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy, as it was great in its own right, but I have it a notch below the others and have it going into A tier.
I feel like I need to rewatch that show to give it a proper opinion, but I remember that show absolutely slapping.
You know, I agree with that because I remember it being amazing, but I don't know if it's worthy of S tier. Same kind of goes with Chowder. Like, I remember liking these shows a lot. Obviously, I prefer the grim adventures of Billy and Mandy more, but I feel like they're both good A tier shows.
Yeah, I think we all need to rewatch those shows, because I swear Chowder was funny as hell. I might need to be on a little something before I start my watch if you all catch my drift.
I actually, for once in my life, am actually catching your drift for once, Sleepy Joe. Now let's move on to Clarence. This is like a new generation show, I feel like, so I can't really comment on it.
Yeah, I never watched this, if I'm being honest.
Don't worry, guys. I'm so hip with the times that I've seen this in most of the new shows. Clarence is all right, to be honest. I'd probably give it a C in all honesty. I would, however, do anything for the moms in that show.
Joe, you absolute dog. I'll put it at C for you, but I've seen We Bare Bears, and I kind of liked it. It seemed fun and lighthearted, so I think B is a solid placement for it. But now we are coming up on our generation of stuff, guys. We got Cow and Chicken, and maybe it was because we were younger, but I thought this shit was comedy gold. Looking back, it's probably a B tier at best, but I thought this shit was amazing back then. Then we got Dexter's Laboratory, though, and Dexter's mom alone gets a high rating, but the show itself was good as hell, too. I give it an A rating.
Solid freaking selections, Donald, but I personally would have Cow and Chicken at C tier. It was kind of mid and not really anything great, even when I was younger.
I like the devil guy with those big clappers. He had booty cheeks made of gold.
Okay, and with that, I am done. Let's go ahead and move on to three of my personal favorites. I have Ed, Edd and Eddy, Flapjack, and The Amazing World of Gumball all going into S tier. I love the classic that is Ed, Edd and Eddy because those three goblins were always scheming to get money, and I hard related to that shit. Flapjack is probably one of the best shows to watch under the influence of any type of drug because of those scary, funny moments. Definitely underrated. And as for Gumball, I think we all know that shit is banging. No explanation is really needed for that.
I think Flapjack is a bit too high, but I'd agree with the other two shows.
L take for the flapjack comment, but my opinions are amazing. What can I say? I am the great Don. Up next, we got Johnny Bravo. This shit is all right. I like it enough to merit a B tier. Then we got Codename Kids Next Door, and I really like this show. I'm giving it a solid A tier ranking because I feel like for its time, it was a good show. Like they had lore when needed and just had funny moments in general. Then after we got Camp Laszlo, and I have that going into C tier. I don't remember it being anything special, but maybe it needs a rewatch. But more importantly, guys, what the hell is OKKO?
I have zero clue what this is about, nor have I ever seen an episode of this, to be honest. Joe, you said you were hip and cool. What ranking does this get?
I'm going to have to keep it real with you guys. I only watched Clarence because some Rule 34 stuff with his mom came up. I have no clue what that show is, so we have to place it in the question mark tier. I do, however, know that Powerpuff Girls is mid, though.
I agree on the Powerpuff take, but way to be useless as hell, Joe. I'll place Powerpuff Girls into C tier and then proceed to gas the hell up out of these next two shows. I have regular show easily going into S tier. I don't even think this needs to be explained either. The show is funny as hell and the humor was generational. I then have Samurai Jack going into A tier because, like, it's not really Cartoon Network, and the sequel on Adult Swim was better in my opinion, but still super amazing.
I think Samurai Jack should be higher. It was a good-ass show, even before they brought it back, but I guess it's fine. I just hope we're all on board on the notion that Steven Universe is overrated.
On God Barack, it started off strong, don't get me wrong, but that shit is too much singing and fusion. Felt like I was watching motherfucking Dragon Ball Z with all the fusions. I give it a solid B. Same can't be said for Teen Titans Go. This shit made a mockery of the original Teen Titans, but it had some really funny ass moments, like the show sucked, but if you get certain clips, it kind of banged. For that, I have to put it into C tier, but as for the OG Teen Titans, we all know where that shit is going, and we have to place it into S tier.
That's a given, especially with how breedable they made Starfire and her sister.
Yep, what the hell is wrong with you, Joey?
Nah, let that motherfucker spit because he is on to something. Anyways, we got our last entry, Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Now, I really enjoy this show, and I thought it was great. I don't think it's on the same tier as the S tier shows, but I will give it a solid A tier.
Why the hell do you have so many shows in A and S tier, bro? I feel like we've been too wishy-washy on these lists. I feel like Foster's was probably like a B tier at best.
I bet the only reason you don't like Foster's Home and have it at B tier is because you were always trying to imagine yourself with some bitches and always had none.
What is going on, Gang A-Lang? We are back once again providing you all the most top tier of top tier content, and this time around, we got the Doninator handling this precious cargo because no one else can challenge me in my Coke expertise.
I don't know, man. I'd argue that Hunter can give you a run for your money because he does Coke like a freaking machine meant to only consume Coke.
Joe, can you look at the tier list before you say anything next time? Because one look would have told you almost immediately that you're referring to a different type of Coke.
Oh, hamburgers. Now I look like a complete buffoon.
Yeah, because that's the comment right there that made our viewers think to themselves, hey, and I'm starting to think that Joe is being a bit dumb here. Because surely nothing else you've said in the past has ever made one of them think that before.
Dude, I'm like the smartest person I know.
Well, Joe, I quite frankly don't know what to tell you if you genuinely believe that. Sometimes people are just meant to be left alone with their own delusions. But anyways, we have a goddamn Coca-Cola tier list to do, and I am more than excited to start this. So without further interruptions, let's go ahead and begin this. And up first, we got Coca-Cola Lemon, and it just so happens to also be zero sugar. Now, this is what I'll say about the lemon-flavored Coke, and it adds an extra layer of tanginess to my beloved Coke. But the Don definitely does not prefer this over the other flavors. Like, if you ask me if I had the choice between a lemon Coke or literally almost anything else on this list, I'd pick the Field. But I will say that it isn't bad to have every now and then if you've had your fill with the other flavors.
How much Coke does someone have to consume for that to even enter their mind?
At least half as much Coke as I have, but that's quite the high number. But yeah, I will be placing this into C tier because it's mighty mid, but it's not absolutely terrible.
Hearing all this Coca-Cola talk reminds me of a joke.
Go ahead and tell us, Joe, because I'm more than certain you were planning on doing it either way.
So someone threw a can of soda at me today. But I'm quite all right, though, because it was a soft drink that hit me. Isn't that a knee slapper?
Joe, your joke was so terrible that I'm actually so depressed from hearing it.
Well, that's because people who aren't used to hearing soda jokes must not know a lot about pop culture. Bam, I am 2 for 2.
2 for 2 is questionable, Joe, because no one thinks you're a professor of physics.
Now that one was a stinker, Barack. What the hell does him being a professor have to do with anything? And before you say it, yes, we get it. You said fizz and soda fizzes, but my God, man, that shit stunk more than Lizzo's farts.
Speaking of farts, man, oh man, I'd suck a fart out of Margot Robbie's butt box.
See what the hell you got Joe saying now, Barack?
Me? What the hell did I do? You're the one who mentioned farts first. Actually, wait, I didn't say anything about farts at all. So what the hell, man?
Yeah, but your joke stunk up the room so bad that it made my mind automatically think of farts. God, Barack, you should honestly be ashamed, but you know who shouldn't be ashamed? You zero sugar cherry Coke enjoyers, because I have this bad boy going straight into B tier. Admittedly, it isn't as great as the original cherry Coca-Cola, but I won't hate on any of you for preferring this one because of the zero sugar. It's a nice little flavor boost to the original Coke Zero recipe. And unlike Joe, I don't hate artificial cherry, so you all already know that the Don is quite on board with this flavor.
What, me, an artificial cherry hater? Now that's quite absurd because I personally very much so enjoy the medicine chemical taste that artificial cherry products offer. Sure, it may taste like putrid ass and has absolutely no similar flavor profiles to the actual cherry fruit.
Okay, we can do without the sarcasm, Joe.
I don't think you can. Just to reiterate, I hate artificial cherry so much.
Yes, Joe, we very much so know this. This is common knowledge and honestly is just a fact of life, like how birds know how to fly, like how monkeys know how to climb trees, or like how Lizzo is always eating too much food for her own good. But we just move on with life, just like how we're moving on to our next entry in this tier list, and that is Coca-Cola Life. Now, many of our dear viewers may be asking themselves, what is Coca-Cola Life? Oh, great and wise, Donald. Now I am here to tell you all that it launched in October 2014. Coca-Cola Life was developed to meet strong consumer demand for a great tasting, reduced calorie beverage sweetened with cane sugar and stevia. Now, as many of you can tell, considering you all don't know or barely remember Coca-Cola Life, well, it fucking flopped and was complete ass if you ask the Don. What the hell is the point in reducing the sugar if you're still going to put unhealthy ass cane sugar in my shit? You just made my Coke taste even worse while still not providing me with less sugar than a Coke Zero or a Diet Coke. This shit is absolute garbage, and I am so glad that they discontinued this piece of trash, and I will be placing this hot ass into D tier.
Wow, that was a lot to say just to shit all over Coca-Cola Life. I don't think it sounded that bad, though. It wanted to kind of go half and half with Diet Coke and normal Coke. I feel like this would be an excellent product for people who have good self-control, because if you simply just avoid grabbing more Cokes than you should, then it'll be a good product to have.
Okay, but who the hell grabs only one Coke can?
I do?
Okay, pussy.
Took the words right out of my mouth, Joey.
All right, fuck the both of you.
Can't do that right now, Barack, because I got to rank our next flavor. And to anyone expecting me to shit on some vanilla Coke, let me just disappoint you right now. Because I fucking love myself some vanilla Coke. I don't think it's like to twerk for, but I do enjoy myself some vanilla Coke. The vanilla taste is very potent, and I, for one, love it. It's a little more acidic than usual, but it's not too bad to handle if you're a pro like the Don here. And you can still taste the Coke, which is a plus as well. I think this is a solid A tier because the S tiers I have are going to be unmatched, but I want vanilla Coke to stand proud because they were very strong, but not strong enough to be placed into S tier.
I like the respect that's placed into vanilla Coke. It's like when everyone hated on Mountain Dew Fruitquake, but I personally really liked it.
Barack, I appreciate the opinion, but Fruitquake was definitely more hated than almost any other soda out there because people just love to hate. And if you came into this playlist expecting me to hate or say anything negative about the original Coca-Cola, then you got me all sorts of fucked up. This, of course, is going straight into S tier. I don't really have much to say, so why don't you hit us with some fun facts, Joe?
Whoa, this is like the first time my fun facts are welcomed. Well, shit, I'm kind of folding under pressure right now. Did you all know that Coca-Cola helped invent the modern-day image for Santa Claus that we all know today?
That shit is pretty well known, Joe. You got anything else?
Fuck, man. Did you know that Coca-Cola was first made with a mixture of Bordeaux red wine and cocaine? And it was marketed as a tonic that fortifies and refreshes the body and brain.
Joe, you're kind of slacking on your fun facts because I personally knew about those things. Barack, am I hating or did you know that too?
Well, I did, but even if I didn't know about them, I'd lie just so we can hate on Joe for a little bit.
Bitter ass motherfucker.
On God, Joe. Barack is the king of bitterness. That was a very lousy thing to lie about when we all had good vibes going on. Oh, well, after that, we got Coca-Cola that is caffeine-free. And this honestly is whatever. I don't really have a super strong opinion on it because it's basically decaf Coke. And the only difference I found is that it doesn't bubble up as much and isn't so sharp. But I am a caffeine lover, so I have to place this into C tier. Like, if you really get hyper or overstimulated from normal-ass Coca-Cola, then your ass needs some Klonopin or tranquilizers. Hell, go drink some goddamn lean if you're that hyper without caffeine.
Do not do that at all. We do not support the use of lean at all on this channel.
Shit, then go chug some NyQuil. I don't know.
No, that's the same thing. How many times must I say that we do not endorse any sort of drug use on this channel?
Didn't I make a drug tier list a while back? Isn't that super hypocritical of us to say?
We don't talk about that, Joe.
Just like how we don't talk about Coke Zero enough. Now, this bad boy is a pretty good product, but I still prefer my good old Diet Coke, and we'll be placing this into B tier. Now, you may be asking yourself, Donald, what's the difference between the two? Now, our precious subscriber, I will explain, because this stuff is some real shit. Fuck reading, writing, or any type of other skills at all. Because first and foremost, all of you need to know the difference between Coke Zero and Diet Coke. So Coke Zero is based on the Coca-Cola formula, while Diet Coke is an original formula made specifically for the Diet Coke brand. So essentially, you get a product more closely related to the original Coca-Cola formula with Coke Zero. But with Diet Coke, you get an original flavor that bangs just as much and arguably more than Coke Zero, at least in the Don's opinion.
I mean, that's a reasonable stance here because I feel like most people either choose one or the other.
I mean, call me a little bisexual because I like both, and honestly, I can't even tell the difference between the two.
That's because your taste buds are more fried than a junkie's brain. The sheer audacity of that statement honestly triggered the fuck out of me. But I can't let it get to me because we are almost at the end of the list. And second to last, we got Coke Cherry. And I have good news to report for all the Coke Cherry lovers out there because I also have this bad boy going straight into A tier alongside its vanilla brethren. I like the overall flavor of it a lot and do like to switch it up from my original Coke flavored things, but I won't go as far as to place it into S tier. But as we talk about S tiers, let us all take a moment to gander at possibly the best goddamn soda to ever walk the face of this earth. And that, of course, is Diet Coke. This is like the mecca of diet drinks. And honestly, if I could, I'd make a religion out of this thing. And of course, this is an automatic S tier.
Yeah, nobody saw this one coming.
Just like how nobody will see me coming, unless I record it, that is.
What the fuck are you blabbering about? What up, gamers? Me, Sleepy Joe, and Barack are here to rank some consoles.
It should be noted that this was Donald's idea, and since me and Joey have PCs and don't really game on console that much, we can't give out the best opinion for the newer stuff.
On God, switching to PC was the best decision I ever made.
Okay, guys, we get it. You guys are losers with ugly wives that won't leave you if you buy a $3,000 setup. Anyways, let's get this list started. I'm putting the Nintendo 64 at good tier because I liked it a lot and it was extremely solid.
Questionable take, Donnie. I think it's an S tier.
Yeah, Donald, it was a revolutionary thing for the time and had elite games like Ocarina of Time and GoldenEye.
Listen, guys, I'm making the list and I don't disagree with you two, but this is quite possibly the best list ever made. Some say it's really one of the only real lists that will ever exist. Just trust me, fellas. After that, I have the Dreamcast at bad tier. Like, did anyone ever own this thing?
I remember Shapiro kept raving about how underrated it was and how it's actually one of the better consoles for its time. But like, who gives a shit if no one owns it?
Yeah, I don't remember it that well.
Of course you don't remember it, Joe, but next up we got the PlayStation 1 and OG Xbox at good tier because it was really fun and great, but I don't think either was God tier.
Yeah, they are cool, but the PS2 was way better.
Agreed. You better put that shit in God tier, Donald.
Shut the fuck up, Joe and Barack. It is my list, and I will put it wherever I want. I just so happen to agree with you two both, so it will go in God tier. It had some elite games and just good memories overall from that gaming generation. Same goes with the PS2 Slim, it's going in God tier. Next up is the Game Boy Advance, and let me tell you two, this shit is going in God tier right off the bat.
Oh shit, now Donald is cooking.
I know, I told you guys to trust me because the Master Chef is now here. The PSP, unfortunately, will not be getting much love from me. There's no iconic games, and it wasn't supported that much, I feel. And don't get me wrong, guys, it was cool, but it just had nothing on the next console coming up.
Since I know where this is going, I'm not going to hate you too much for this, but the PSP was mad underrated.
Barack, I want to agree with you, but I'm with Donnie here. It just isn't that good compared to the DS that's coming up.
Barack, your brain must be scrambled from eating Michelle's low-calorie foods, but the PSP is perfectly rated, and the DS is as well, since I'm putting it in God tier.
Yeah.
Settle down, Joey, but the DS was elite, and it even let you play Game Boy games. I just don't see how the PSP could compete. It had no chance like Hillary did against me in 2016.
Well, some would say it wasn't that much of a landslide.
Haters gonna hate Barack. You're just upset no one gives a shit about your PSP. Moving on, we have another S tier in the Wii. Let me tell y'all about the Wii. What do y'all know about the motherfucking Wii?
Donald, I was playing that shit in the White House. Of course I know about the Wii.
Yeah, Donnie, me, and Barack were playing it like crazy. Shit like Wii Sports went wild, not to mention the exclusives on it were good as hell, too.
Okay, since you guys want to take over my list and tell me everything, then fuck me in my opinion, I guess.
No, sorry, Donald. Please continue. You're cooking right now.
Since you asked nicely, I will. I have the PS Vita at OK tier. It was cool as shit, but much like the PSP, I don't think it was supported a lot and was too advanced for its time. We weren't ready.
Valid.
Next, I have the Xbox 360 at God tier because that was the console that showed us the jump from older consoles to next gen. Shit was amazing seeing the transition, but I have the PS3 at OK tier because even though it had the same great stuff as the 360, it was just too expensive and came out later. The Blu-ray reader was cool though, and I won't even make a comment on the Kinect.
I loved watching movies on my PS3.
Yeah, it was pretty cool, Joey, just like how the 3DS was cool and had a nice little gimmick, but it couldn't capture the magic the DS and Game Boy had for me, so it belongs in OK tier. But this next item I have is going straight to trash tier. The Wii U is fucking garbage.
I'm not going to argue that it wasn't garbage, but can we acknowledge that it had Super Smash Bros. And that's all we needed?
And Breath of the Wild.
Okay, yeah, it had good exclusives, but that shit was trash. Next, we got another God tier, and that is the PlayStation 4. It was a great jump into next gen again, but in my opinion, Sony handled it a lot better than Microsoft did. It really shows that they learned from their mistakes. The Xbox One had a worse release and didn't have great exclusives like Spider-Man and Infamous Second Son.
Yeah, I loved Spider-Man so much.
Exactly, Sleepy Joe. I bet that shit woke your ass up with how good it was. And to be honest, the PS4 Pro was good, and that's all I have to say on it. Same goes with the Xbox One S and X. They were solid. But more importantly, one of my favorites is coming up, and that is the Nintendo Switch. Got an OLED one, and that shit fucking slaps.
You're looking like a bit of a Nintendo fanboy right now, Donald.
No, let him keep cooking. I love the Switch.
Rare W from you, Joe, but yeah, the Switch is amazing, and the exclusives alone carry it for Nintendo. I have another thing going in S tier, and it's going to be the PS5. Everyone should already have one by now, and if you own one, you already know that it's amazing.
This is around the time me and Barack got gaming PCs, so we can't really grade these, to be honest.
Yeah, me and Joey can't really say much, but is it true, Donnie, that the PS5 controller feels really cool?
Yes, that controller makes me want to come with all that haptic feedback.
Not exactly what I was asking for, but thanks for the input.
I kind of want one now.
Joe, you need to get one. Next, I have the Xbox Series S at God tier as well, and the Series X at OK tier.
Why is that?
I'm glad you asked Joey. You see, the Series S provides a nice and affordable way to get into next-gen gaming, as it's cheaper than the PS5, but the Series X is more expensive, and at that point, the PS5 is way better.
Which one has better exclusives?
Is that even a fucking question, Joe? It's obviously PlayStation. Why the fuck would you ask a question like that when we just talked about how cool Spider-Man is?
Sorry, I just find it odd you have so many God-tier consoles. And if the Series S is God tier, like you said, then it should have better exclusives. And if it doesn't, then maybe it should go to good tier instead.
You know, Donald, Joe is making some solid points. Don't you think you have a bit too much at God tier?
Fuck off, you two. I'm making the list, and next-gen gaming is cool no matter what console it is. I just wanted it up there so the broke motherfuckers don't feel bad when they play their Series S.
Wow, okay, well, can you wrap up the list now?
Don't tell me what the fuck to do, Joe. You know I hate authority figures.
Sorry, Donnie, can you please continue the tier list?
Thank you for asking nicely, and I will. To be honest, I never touched Google Stadia or whatever the fuck that other thing is, so they're trash tier for me.
Okay-ish list, Donald, but where would you rank a gaming PC in all this?
Yeah, he wouldn't know since Melania won't let him get one.
I actually know exactly where I would rate it, and that is V for virgins, you fucking PC losers. What is up, gang of Lang? It is your presidential trio back at it with another tier list, but this time we are bringing you all a video game / console controller tier list. We don't want to include keyboard and mouse for all you PC losers, so this is exclusively for consoles only.
Who's we? Last time I checked, me and the Joe Dog happily game on our computers while you sit there angry that you can't.
Shut up. Just wait till Christmas rolls around and maybe Barron might give me his PC because he's probably looking to upgrade his build.
Wow, that sounds like a good gift. I'm not really used to cool gifts like that. Every Christmas I invite Hunter. He just either declines outright unless I bring him the good stuff, and every time I bring the goods, he calls me an idiot and takes $200 out of my wallet and leaves.
Joe, just what do you think the good stuff really is?
I just assume he's talking about meat and cheese, so I bring him different sets of charcuterie boards, and I feel like I haven't found the right mix that he likes yet. That makes me a terrible dad.
Yeah, we'll say that's the reason. Totally not the fact that he means the good stuff is cocaine and you choose to bring him none. Frankly, I don't blame him at all because I too would be upset if I were expecting some blow and instead I saw you. But enough of Joe's inner familial struggles. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty and talk about these controllers. These are in a randomized order so that it can give this list some variety. And up first we got the Joy-Con controllers for the Nintendo Switch. I like these a lot, don't get me wrong, but these things get stick drift like crazy and just aren't well suited for long-term gaming. I do, however, really like these and enjoy the stuff they can do with motion controls and the way you can split them apart and play two players. I think all in all, this would merit a solid A tier from the Doninator.
Stick drift absolutely sucks. But I can see why'd you put these up there. Maybe not A tier, but it's decent. I would still rather have a Pro controller most of the time, though.
But you can't split a Pro controller in half, so checkmate there. Anyways, up next we got back-to-back Xbox controllers, and up first we got a good old-fashioned Xbox 360 controller up first. And I don't have much to say about this one. It's a solid controller, and honestly, without this one, we wouldn't have the amazing new Xbox controllers. It's like a refined version of this one, so I have to place the 360 controller at A tier alongside the Joy-Cons. But this is where we reach a bit of a problem. We then have to rank the OG Xbox controller, and I cannot with a straight face say these were great. This controller stinks up a room faster than Lizzo after a workout. I am not a fan of this controller, but there are certainly worse. So I think the OG Xbox controller gets a solid C tier from me.
The OG Xbox controllers look so ugly to me, like a huge big square being put into my hands, but you have a point about it being necessary to make the better controllers.
See, me personally, I was a huge fan of both controllers, but I guess that's just me.
Of course, you would be Joey. Sometimes I feel like you just be talking to say, like I feel like you need to have your voice be heard constantly. Anyways, up next is the Super Nintendo controller, and these handle pretty nicely, but compared to more modern controllers, they pale a bit in comparison, and I think a solid B tier is in order. But if I were ever to play any classic games, I'd much rather have these than another controller, if that makes sense.
So, like, if you're going to play a Super Nintendo game, you'd rather have that OG controller rather than emulate on the Switch or something?
Well, yes, but really it's with almost any game except more of the modern ones, if that makes sense. But yeah, speaking of modern, we got the PS4 controller up next, and I have this going into A tier. I enjoy the enhancement from the PlayStation 3 controller, but I still feel like that big touchpad in the middle is kind of useless. Like, let's be honest here. No one in their right mind is jumping for joy for the big-ass touchpad right in the smack dab middle of our controller. It basically became the select button and almost serves no other purpose in games.
Now, you can't say that. Remember that infamous Second Son makes use of the touchpad.
Joe, I don't ever want to hear you mention infamous Second Son to me again. It's a good game, but never speak to me about it. I am tired of that game because it was the only exclusive on PlayStation 4 for like a hot minute. Up next, we got two Sega consoles, so like only a 1/10 of the audience will have even heard of these things. And we got the Sega Saturn going up first, and this thing was a mess. It had like 1,000,000 buttons on it, but it still somehow managed to be better than the Genesis. And because of that, I will be placing the Sega Saturn controller into C tier and the Genesis controller into D tier because I really was not a fan of it.
The disrespect for Sega here is insane.
Disrespect these nuts, Barack. Up next, we got the Wii U, and you all already know what stanky-ass rating I'm about to give this. Firstly, it sold like garbage, and to play the games, I had to use this big-ass iPad-looking thing just to be able to do anything. It was like the size of a Steam Deck, but on steroids, and it felt clunky as hell to use, and for that, I think I'm going to give it a C tier.
Okay, literally last list you were on my ass for not ranking cheeses low, and here you are talking all this trash on these controllers, but placing them as high as C tier.
Did you not see me just place something into D tier, you Neanderthal? I can assure you that this list is looking a lot better than your cheese tier list, because what the hell was that brie cheese take?
Listen, man, I had to make some cuts somewhere.
And you cut in the wrong spot, but that's neither here nor there, because up next we got the PlayStation 1 analog controller, and this right here is another B tier, because it is definitely better than the PlayStation 1 controller with no joysticks, but it still isn't up to snuff, because there are way, way better controller out right now, like this next one, which is the Nintendo Switch Pro controller. I love this controller and would place it in S, but I think some other controllers beat it in functionality, because there are always those Switch games that need a Joy-Con, like Mario Party, for example, but it still is very good, and I believe it should go into A tier, because this thing is a great alternative for most games and avoids the big stick drift issue. On Joy-Cons,
Solid reasoning. Quite honestly, I expected more of a, I like the way this controller looks, or I like the color and the way it feels, rather than some actual nuanced takes. Bravo, Donald.
yeah, but let's just wait for that one comment that's about to ass blast me for my Sega controller takes, because there's always going to be that one person. But you know what? I respect their dedication to Sega. Anyways, up next we got the OG PlayStation 1 controller with no analogs. And this was the worst iteration of a Sony controller, but playing classic PlayStation titles with this controller wasn't half bad. I'd give it a solid C tier for its attempt at making a simple controller and succeeding. Up next, though, I think we got the ultimate controller, and that is the PlayStation 2 controller. I have this sucker going into S tier, but maybe I am being blinded by nostalgia, but I feel like it had the most natural feel of any controller, especially for the time it was made. It didn't have any useless features and was bona fide at the time. I genuinely have no gripes with this controller at all.
I feel like you're just sucking off Sony at this point. We don't even have a PlayStation 5 controller on this tier list, so like, what the hell, man?
Okay, how the hell would I be sucking off Sony when the PlayStation 5 controller isn't here? And don't blame me, Sleepy Joe. Blame our editor Fraile instead, because he forgot to get a list that would include it. But I'll give an unofficial ranking on it right now. I think it would slot into S tier if I am being quite frank. I still think the huge touchpad is dumb, but I like the overall feel of it and the USB-C charging port.
Dude, you're doing tricks on it. You love that Sony D, don't you? But yeah, honestly, I love it too, because I can also use it on my PC wirelessly, which bangs.
See, you're sucking them off too, and quite frankly, I do not care about that at all, because I don't have a PC right now.
Christmas is right around the corner, man, so you better gear up.
Fuck, I guess you're right. But anyways, up next, I got a spicy take. I know I'm going to have some rabid Nintendo fanboys come at me for this, but I do not think the GameCube controllers are the best Nintendo remote, and will have it going into A tier. It holds a lot of nostalgia in my heart, but I feel like it was a bit clunky at times. Don't get me wrong, it worked for the games on that console, but enough time has passed for me to realize they could have done better. While the Nintendo fans are seething in rage from that, I may as well add fuel to the flame and say that the classic Nintendo controller is a B tier. It gets some legacy points from me, and I will also be adding the Nintendo 64 controller into B tier as well. I like the controller, don't get me wrong, but why the hell is it shaped like a trident? Like, who the hell thought it was a good idea to have that design? Either way, thought it was a bop and fun to use on a classic console like the Nintendo 64.
I don't think those were hot takes, to be honest. Maybe the GameCube one, but I don't think many will argue with you on the other two. In fact, I think people would place the classic Nintendo controller even lower than B.
We don't know what the people will approve of, but either way, I got to get to ranking, and up next we got the Dreamcast controller, and this leapfrog-ass looking thing was all right. They definitely could have just made it smaller, and it probably would be high for me, but it's wider than Jonah Hill and Superbad, and I genuinely just didn't like Sega consoles, so I think I'll be placing this into C tier.
Yeah, you're just a Sega hater. Figures that you would just hate on them for no reason, even though their consoles were good.
This isn't a console ranking, and plus, all they literally had to do was make more Sonic games that didn't suck ass, and they probably would have been fine, but you know what? I am a hater. So what? Up next, we got the best freaking controller ever, and I say this knowing they were gimmicky at first, but you all cannot tell me that the Wii did not have elite controllers. Like the fact that Nintendo went out of their way to make brand new controllers focused on motion and something the industry hasn't seen, and how other companies tried to copy them and failed miserably just shows how absolutely goated these controllers are, and I am placing the Wii Mote and Nunchuck into S tier.
The Wii Mode is goated, I cannot lie, but goddamn S is high.
I cannot ignore the balls Nintendo had to just drop their huge sack all over the industry with their new console and controllers, so I have to place them high. Now we're nearing the end, and let's just continue the list rapid fire these controllers that are up next. And we got the PlayStation 3 controller, and I don't know what it was about these controllers, but it felt like a downgrade from PlayStation 2, and I have to give these a B tier. They were still serviceable, but up next we got the updated version of the OG Xbox controller and more similar to the modern designs, but I don't care because it is still ass, and I will be giving that a C tier. And lastly, to finish off, the Xbox Elite controllers are up next, and this is an S tier. This is probably the best controller I have felt aside from the PS5 controllers. I love the way it fits in my hands, and it feels just right.
I bet you love the way it feels in your hands, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Boo, Joey, that was a miss.
Oh, but when Donald does it, all of a sudden it's hilarious.
You simply do not have my aura.
Aura D's nuts.
What is going on, gang? We are back to making yet another tier list, but this time we are making a Halloween candy tier list. I'm specifically rating this with the gang based on how happy we would be if we got this during Halloween.
Is that what we're saying to make it different from our candy tier list?
That, and this episode is spooky, so like it is totally different when compared to the other tier list.
Listen, gentlemen, I can care less about what goes where, but can we all please agree that Tootsie Rolls are simply the best candy in all of existence? Like it's taffy, but with chocolate flavoring, and who would not like the marvelous wonder that is that?
Oh, I cannot wait to rip your heart out soon, Joey. Anyways, let's start this Halloween candy tier list. And up first, we got plain old Hershey's. No nuts or nothing. We just have the plain old milk chocolate bar. I personally think that you cannot go wrong with this bar, and I think a solid B tier would be needed for this. I would not be mad if I got these if I were to receive them while trick-or-treating.
I'd be a bit upset, but at the end of the day, it is chocolate, so I guess you're right in that instance.
I'd be happier to get a Tootsie Roll if you ask me.
Well, thank God none of us were asking you about that, but now that you mention it, let's go ahead and rate your precious Tootsie Roll. Before that, I want you to look at the tier list, Joey. Do you notice anything different?
Oh, you added an E tier to it. Why'd you do that?
So I can place your beloved Tootsie Rolls beneath that. They are so garbage that I went out of my way to add a goddamn E tier just to shit on your Tootsie Rolls some more.
You can't possibly be meaning to add these to E tier.
Even better, I am adding Tootsie Rolls to F tier because that is how awful they are. If I was out trick-or-treating and someone handed me a goddamn Tootsie Roll, man, I would kill their ass. Have some sniper take them out on the spot if they think a goddamn Tootsie Roll is a candy that is worth handing out. Like I would rather chew on Lizzo's used workout underwear than ever conceive the thought of even chewing on a Tootsie Roll, let alone eat one of those turd sandwiches.
Now that is a goddamn lie and you know it. They're the best goddamn candy out there and my butt is fluttering just at the thought of eating one. You just haven't matured enough to fully understand the complexity of flavor and sweetness something like a Tootsie Roll would have.
If that's true, then I never want to be mature like you, Joey, because apparently that only leads to sniffing younger women and genuinely enjoying Tootsie Rolls, and only one of those two statements are cool.
Hold on there. None of those statements are cool.
You haven't gotten a good whiff, that's why, but anyways, up next we got Skittles and Snickers, and there better be no complaints about these two because they are both solid selections. I would understand placing them higher or lower, but I believe these two both belong in A tier. You can never go wrong with a Snickers if you're feeling in the chocolate mood. And if you're a bit fruity, then you can have Skittles.
Oh, I am super fruity when I get in the mood.
Doesn't surprise me at all, Joe. Up next, we got Twix and Whoppers, and I got Twix going into S tier. I am a huge fan of these, and in this instance, it does not matter if you're team right Twix or left Twix, because they are both so unbelievably great that it simply does not matter. As for the Whoppers, well, I like them, but I think they're somewhat mid compared to what's there. I think a solid B tier for this big Whopper Black Balls is the right rating.
I love me some big black Whopper balls going into my mouth.
Joe, you really have to learn more about phrasing.
I think he's just fine, and he shouldn't change at all.
Thank you so much, Donald.
Yeah, don't sweat it, man. Anyways, up next, Three Musketeers and a Mr. Goodbar, and I have to, unfortunately, ruin all 5 of those Three Musketeers fans because this is an automatic F tier Before any of that, let's move back onto Tootsie Rolls. On second thought, I hate these things so much that I'll make them their own tier called Tootsie Ass. But anyways, back onto Three Musketeers. Like, no one really enjoys these things, and if you do, I am sorry to inform you that you are in the minority, and you all better band together in the comments because these things suck. As for the Mr. Good Bar, well, it's honestly midder than mid, so I think a C tier is needed for this one.
Way to shit on all my favorite candies, man. First Tootsie Rolls and now Three Musketeers. There is obviously some anti-Joe propaganda being thrown about.
The crazy thing about this, Joe, is that I already hated these things, but I somehow knew that your ass was going to be a fan of these gross things. Following that shit show, we got another shitter coming up, and those are Twizzlers. I have this going into F tier as well, and I'm sure that we will hear all about Joey complain that these are placed too low when in reality they are garbage. Then we got peanut butter M&Ms going into B tier because they are pretty good.
I actually don't really like Twizzlers.
Thank God you have some semblance of a brain.
I actually freaking love Twizzlers and eat them pretty regularly. Have you not had the flavored ones? Those are great.
Yeah, but if you're a kid who got handed a bunch of Twizzlers, you think your ass is going to be happy? Man, I'd throw a fit if I saw these lousy ass strings of licorice in my freaking bag. Same with these next ones because I also have Milk Duds going into F tier.
Wow, real funny, man. Are you calling me a milk dud?
Well, I am not calling you a milk dud if that's what you're asking. These things suck ass and taste like ass and we'll happily keep them there. After that, though, we got a Heath bar and the Don thinks they are okay. Solid C tier placement. Like if I got these during Halloween, I wouldn't jump for joy, but I wouldn't scoff at the sight of them. However, these next ones, I would give you a mean look. Like I'd stare you down for a bit till you looked away because you should have known better than to hand me a Milky Way, which I am placing in D tier, by the way.
Now what the hell is wrong with Milky Way?
The problem is that when you chew them, it's like trying to munch on slime. Like the sands of time prevent me from fully closing. Each bite and my mouth just gets more and more tangled in the caramel, and it feels like I'm stuck in Minecraft cobwebs. Moving past those, we got Baby Ruth candy bars, and these are fairly mid. I don't really have a strong opinion on this one other than the fact that I thought they used to be called Babe Ruth bars. More importantly, gentlemen, we got a banger up next, and those are Kit Kats. Now, if one of you in the comments try to lie to me and say that you hate Kit Kats, just know that I would publicly execute you in the most cruel and unusual way. These are an automatic S tier in my heart and objectively.
A bit too much with the public execution bit, but I have to agree that Kit Kats are elite. And if you ever have the raspberry or green tea ones, I guarantee you'll be sent to heaven.
Can't be as good as flavored Tootsie Rolls.
Okay, that's one thing I'll let slide because flavored Tootsie Rolls actually kind of bang. They aren't amazing, but the Don fucks with them. Following that masterclass performance, we got Crunch and Butterfingers, and I think A tier fits Crunch bars the most. I like how simple and crunchy they are. It's just an all-around solid thing, and if I got that during Halloween, I'd be jumping for joy. But not as much as I would be for a Butterfinger because holy shit, I will twerk for some Butterfingers. This is an auto S tier. And the only bad thing you can say about Butterfingers is how they basically get glued to your teeth after chewing it for a bit.
Do you know what else gets glued to your teeth but tastes absolutely amazing?
Joe, I'm not moving Tootsie Roll from its own dedicated section. After that, we got Candy Corn and Dots. And actually, now that I think about it, I think Candy Corn belongs with Tootsie Ass because that is just how awful it is. And Dots are bad too. So I am placing that shit into F tier.
Dude, you just simply don't understand the finer things in life, Donald. Candy corn and Dots are freaking amazing.
If I were deserted on an island and had nothing to eat aside from candy corn and Dots, I think I'd rather just start eating the fucking sand before I even consider eating those two things. Enough of that ass candy. Let's talk about dum-dums and these things bang. They get a solid B tier from me for always being slightly above average. This next rating, though, I know will get people riled up, but I am placing Swedish Fish into C tier. Like, they're okay, but I am not going to go crazy for some Swedish Fish. Just give me some Haribo gummies and it's the same thing.
Donald, chill the hell out because you know damn well those two are not the same thing.
You're right, because at least Haribo gummies taste better and have more flavors. Up next, we got two back-to-back B tiers, and that is Reese's Cups and Laffy Taffy. I like them both, but I don't think they're beating out any of the ones above it. And I would place Reese's higher, but it's just so tiny.
You fat piece of shit, just how much chocolate do you even eat?
I am a healthy weight for my height, and I eat as much as I want because I naturally have a slender frame. Anyways, up next we got normal M&Ms, and these get a C tier from me. I personally prefer their peanut butter counterparts. But up next we got a banger, and those are Nerds. I am placing these into A tier because if I ever got these while trick-or-treating, I'd bust my load right then and there. I'd eat the whole box and just had a sugar high for a while. Speaking of high though, did you two see our next entry? Did you guys ever crush up Smarties and pretend to smoke them? Because Lord knows I did, and it was fun for that reason, but overall they deserve a C tier for being mighty mid.
You know what? Hunter used to always do that with his Smarties.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. Following that, we got two big kahunas, and that is Sour Patch Kids, which we all know belong in S tier. Like, these are the best gummy candies out there, and I'd like to hear all you haters in the comments argue otherwise. Then we got Starbursts, which are also absolutely delightful, and we'll be placing into A tier.
Solid selections overall. And I have to agree with the Sour Patch take because I can legit get only the watermelon or grape ones and still think they are absolutely amazing.
Go figure it's those two flavors, but anyways, let's move on to our final entry, and this is what I have to say about Almond Joy, and it's that you either love it or you hate it. And thankfully, the Don understands the complex flavors behind chocolate and coconut, and will be happily placing this into A tier.
Obviously, you don't have an advanced flavor palette, or you'd be rating Tootsie Rolls higher.
No, Joey, you don't understand. What you're saying is simply called being retarded. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around, we are going to be ranking the best types of food to have when you're trying to nurse a hangover.
Donald, I get this is a food tier list, and you normally always handle these, but this is for curing a hangover. You are famously quoted saying that you don't drink any alcohol, so how is this going to work?
Listen, man, there's a whole goddamn wiki page dedicated to the amount of times I've lied or misled people. Go ahead and Google it, and you can very much so see that I frankly don't care. Don't believe everything you see on the internet, Barack, because goddamn, you're a buzzkill.
I always knew Donald liked to drink.
Gee, I wonder what gave it away, Joe. The fact that I tell you that me and Hunter go bar hopping in Miami, or maybe the fact that you've seen me down drinks like a monster.
Nah, it must have been that time we were in the car having a tango with Mary Jane.
Joe, I do not use any sort of cannabis. Do not slander my name in front of the audience.
Okay, I'm calling Catman. You and Joe were zooted up and kept begging me to take a photo of you two while you both were high off your minds. Can't handle the za like I do, but yeah, Fraile, go ahead and show the audience the picture I took because it is some very damning evidence.
Well, you can't even lie. This picture goes dummy hard.
I might even make it my phone wallpaper.
Of course you would, Joe, but listen, man, that's fake news, and even if there's literal evidence of it, I'll continue to deny it. Anyways, let's go ahead and get the list started because just staring at these food entries, it has my stomach rumbling. To start off this video, we actually have two back-to-back S-tier bangers, and that is some avocado toast and bacon to start off your morning after having a crazy bender the other night. Now, I know you're all thinking that the Don wouldn't like something as healthy as avocado toast, but let it be known that I do indeed fucks with the avocado toast. Also, YouTube, let it be known that I said that with an X, not with a CK. Anyways, yeah, I love it because it's flavorful but very light. And if you're too messed up, then you can have something like this to start off the day. And if you want to feel even better, you get some bacon on the side or chop them into bits and put them on the toast. God damn, just thinking about that has me creaming and screaming.
For once, you actually have my toes curling from how good this sounds. Oh man, Donald, that seems like a goddamn banger.
Of course it is, because it's the Don who told you about it. Following that, we have a bit of a stinker in the biscuits and gravy, because if my head is throbbing and I feel queasy in the morning, you bet your ass that the last thing I want to see is some goddamn biscuits and gravy. I have to place this in C tier, though, because my hungry ass will probably still eat it. Our next entry is somewhat of a banger, though, and I know it may seem like I'm a coffee hater, but let it be known that this with some bread in the morning bangs because you get your caffeine boost and a jump start to your day. It's like juicing up a car after the battery drains, and I have to give it an A tier.
If you asked the Joester, some iced coffee would bang a lot more than normal coffee.
Joe, it's on the damn list. Just wait till I can get to it. But yeah, then after we got some, I don't even know what the hell these things are, but I think they're tacos or something. This looks heavier than Lizzo's daily snacks and feels like they're serving me a damn buffet. I don't think it's bad, but it does look heavy as hell, and I have to give it a C tier because of it.
Donald, let's be honest here. You don't care if it's a heavy meal or not. I know 5 fat people, and you're 4 of them.
Oh man, now that was a good Barack zinger right there.
These fat jokes are getting lame, man. Nothing I ain't ever heard before.
You're so fat that I bet you have to measure your shadow when you check your weight.
Laugh it up, Sleepy Joe. I know that I can activate the Russian sleeper agent inside of you at a moment's notice.
All right, let's relax and continue with the list. We're sorry, Donald. There is no need to turn Joe into Jose or even his Japanese counterpart.
What are you two babbling about?
Real ones know if they saw the mental illnesses tier list. Anyways, moving past that, we have butter on toast, and listen, I think this would be good, but only for one slice. After that, I know my ass is going to be way too hungry, and it won't be as good as the avocado toast. I have to give this one a D tier.
Wow, that's actually super unexpected.
Listen, man, normally I'd twerk to high heavens for this, but with a hangover, I feel like I'd strangle someone if they handed this to me. But yeah, then after we have a somewhat of a mid-tier entry because I have chicken and waffles going into B tier, I feel like the waffles themselves are better off alone than having the chicken come with it, and the worst part is that the chicken looks like it's grilled. I don't really like the sound of that, but it's okay because we have two back-to-back S tiers in the sunny side-up eggs and the French toast. Because goddamn, these two bangers are just heaven in your mouth, and if you're craving something salty after maybe throwing up all the salt in your body the night before or the morning after, well then some salty eggs would do you some good. If you're craving something sweet after, then have some French toast, or even if you only want something sweet, then French toast is still one of the best options because they're so damn good.
Now the love for French toast is something that the Joe Dog can definitely get behind. You bet your bottom dollar that I would be jumping for joy if someone gave me some French toast with a bunch of fruit syrup after I went on a hard Everclear binge.
Why does it always have to be Everclear? Why can't you ever just have a nice couple of drinks and just relax?
I need heavy drinks to wash away the bad memories, but I do have a nice couple of drinks as long as they have Everclear as the mixer, because ain't no party like a Joe party.
Is a Joe party similar to a Diddy party?
Well, considering the recent events that have transpired, and if the accusations about P. Diddy are true, well, then yeah. A Joe party is exactly like a Diddy party. And in fact, I might have to link up with Bro in the future because I have to put him on game and teach him more tricks of the trade.
Considering he's gone so long without getting caught, I think he knows enough about tricks.
Well, shit, then he can teach old Joe a thing or two.
If he isn't in jail by the time you contact him, then sure, I'm more than certain that the two of you would be the best of buds, pre-ordering kids left and right.
Now, who says anything about pre-ordering? I play them in early access if you catch my drift.
Jesus Christ, Joe, I do catch your drift, and I'm sure the rest of our audience does too. Anyways, following that, we have something that'll delight Barack, because a plate of fruit would absolutely hit in the morning after a night out, and I have to give this an A tier. It's a light and sweet snack, and I don't see how that wouldn't bang. Then I have grits going into B tier because it could be good, but I feel like being greeted with grits when you have a hangover is like dishonorable as hell. Like you're telling me you couldn't have prepared anything else for me. Like I'll still eat it and it'll probably make me feel better, but I'll still be a bit flabbergasted by the decision to serve me this. Oh man, but we got some goddamn bangers up next, and I have hash browns going into A tier because their grease factor may be too high, but goddamn, I'll still twerk for some hash browns when I'm nursing a hangover. And then, of course, I have sausages and sausage patties going straight into S tier. I don't even care if this is overtly greasy and makes me queasy because the taste will be so immaculate that I won't even care about it. Pair this with some eggs and French toast, and that's my ideal meal to nurse a hangover.
It doesn't sound bad, but you can always pat out the grease with a napkin or something. You don't have to have a greasy hash brown or sausages.
You expect me to get a napkin and pat out all the grease for every single little thing? You got me all sorts of messed up if you think my lazy ass is going to do all that. I'd rather just take the grease like a man and accept my fate. Anyways, up next we got a breakfast skillet, and listen, hear me out before you all judge me, but I have this going into C tier. It just seems way too damn greasy, and it has too many damn flavors in the mix for me to fully appreciate, especially if I feel like hot ass in the morning. But man, oh man, am I happy to see what we have finishing up this list, because I see only bangers, and one of which is the cold iced coffee, which immediately goes straight into S tier. It's like the normal cup of Joe, but instead it's nice and chilled, and if I'm eating my banger hangover cure with all that sausage and egg, then you best believe I need me a cold and sweet iced coffee so that I can get my caffeine boost without getting my tongue burned off from all the heat that the normal coffee has. Shit has me feeling like I just tongued Princess Flame from Adventure Time, but real ones would take that risk.
As a fellow real one, I would most definitely take that risk.
You two are weirdos.
Once again, Barack, your opinion is void because you are a damn furry. Anyways, as I was saying, there are bangers up next, and after that we have pancakes, and I prefer French toast if I'm being honest, but I'll still give my respect to pancakes because some flapjacks sound pretty good to the Don, especially if you drench those bad boys in a ton of syrup. I think an A tier is a decent place for them because I don't think they're the best, but I still like them a lot, but not as much as our next two entries because goddamn, I have pizza and waffles both going into S tier. I don't know how anyone could hate some pizza after waking up from a hangover. You buy yourself some Little Caesars pizza and leave it there and take it out of the fridge cold, and it still bangs just as hard as if it were warm. Hell, I'd be creaming my pants if someone handed me a slice of that pizza when I was stupid drunk. Then the explanation for waffles is pretty simple. They belong in S tier because they're simply better pancakes, and if you get one of those nice and crunchy waffles like the Eggo waffle ones, and oh man, I'll be coming as soon as I take a bite into one. That would instantly make me feel so much better.
Okay, all these hangover cures are cool, but why not just do the best thing to nurse a hangover and just make sure you hydrate a ton before drinking and maybe even use some liquid IV? Or better yet, the ultimate way to avoid a hangover, and believe it when I say this has a 100% success rate, but the best way to avoid one is to, now get this, to never drink in the first place.
All right,
What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a Hot Pocket tier list, and you all already know that the Don is going to be behind this, considering the fact that Joe has some weird tastes, and Barack can't even get a video game show and movie tier list right. The comments were once again frying you for your rating, Barack.
I don't even know anymore. I feel like I can never please anyone with my lists, and it just really gets to me and makes me sad. I just want everyone to like me.
See, you let their opinion get to you too much, and then you get sad. They smell the weakness on you, and that's why they respect me and Donald. We don't care if we get baked alive in the comments for rating stuff because we don't care. And since we exude such a powerful energy, the comment section respects us. We are Alpha Sigma males.
Well, I don't know if you are Joe, but I know 1,000% that I exude raw testosterone, and quite frankly, I have too much of it. I am just too goddamn manly.
Not sure if you can be really manlier than me when you have boobs bigger than some girls.
Joe, those are called pecs, and buff people like myself have them, but enough distractions because we have to start this list. And up first, we got two back A tiers in the bacon, egg, and cheese, and the barbecue beef Hot Pockets. Now, if you're a busy man like myself, you don't really have time to make a traditional breakfast, but goddamn, if you're craving something with eggs and bacon, then you got yourself a mini omelet sandwich with this thing. Then the barbecue beef is just a banger because of the delicious meat and sweet and tangy barbecue sauce inside.
Solid selections, but I'd argue that no one should start their morning with a Hot Pocket.
There he goes again. Barack, how many times must I tell you that breakfast is a social construct? A meal is a meal. All foods can and should be able to be eaten at any point in the day and not be labeled pariahs because they don't fall within the man-made confines of predetermined made-up meal times. A donut, technically, is a dessert, but I would never tell someone not to eat it in the morning because it made up rules. Let me eat my cold pizza at 9 a.m. in peace.
Okay, cold pizza at 9 a.m. is diabolical. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, Joe, you brought up a great point, but then you added on the cold pizza at the end and you lost me. Why would I want to eat my food cold? It being hot or warm is like half the flavor. But Joe's weirdness aside, up next we got an automatic S tier because the buffalo-style chicken is freaking amazing and it comes in bigger and has even more protein. So, of course, I'm going to twerk for this gift from God. Then after we got the Deli Witch from Hot Pockets and the ham and cheese flavor, left me very unimpressed. I would rather just have a normal ham and cheese Hot Pocket, but I won't completely say that they were booty and balls and give it an okay C tier.
Booty and balls?
Yeah, it's a more ad-friendly way of saying it sucks. I know I'm a genius, but yes, then following that we have another banger of an S tier entry in the chicken bacon and ranch Hot Pocket, and this is the bigger and bold one, which also comes in larger than the usual Hot Pocket, and what can I say? They were cooking in the damn lab when making these, but then they decided to let someone like Barack cook for the next one because we have our first D tier entry in the chicken, cheese, and broccoli one because goddamn that sounds repulsive and tasted just as bad.
Okay, you know damn well it did not taste that bad. The cheese also masks whatever flavor you don't like from the broccoli.
Then why even include something as gross as broccoli in my food in the first place? It's not like it's going to make it any healthier considering it has an artery clogging amount of cheese in it. Make it make sense, Barack. Following that, we have something that I want to put into D tier just from the name alone. But since I haven't tried it, I will give a little bit of respect to the lean pockets and place them in the haven't had them category. What I will place into D tier without any regard for human life is the damn deli, which once again disappoints. And they are selling a glorified grilled cheese with this because it is literally just cheese in this thing. That is highway robbery because even in my laziest stupors, I will refuse to pay for a frozen grilled cheese.
What if I'm buying a grilled cheese from a restaurant? Does that change anything, Donald?
Matter of fact, it does, because not only is it fresh, but it also is probably made from in-house ingredients. So like the cheese can be freshly made by them, or they'll have an assortment of cheeses, and the bread could also definitely be made by the restaurant. And I haven't even touched on the fact that they also give out tomato soup.
Ooh, I love me some tomato soup alongside my grilled cheese.
You know what? For once you cooked, Barack. But anyways, moving forward, we have another S tier because the double pepperoni pizza is just amazing. Like if you just stuff the ever-living hell out of my Hot Pocket, then I am automatically going to enjoy it a lot more, and you then decide to stuff it with pepperoni pizza and double it. Like, yeah, you all knew damn well I was going to glaze and hyper twerk for this creation. This next entry will have you cheese lovers disagreeing with me, so I know you'll have a comment for me, Joe, but the 4-cheese pizza Hot Pocket just doesn't do it as much for me and is only getting a B tier. Like, call me the biggest thought in the world, because I cannot live my life without any meat in my mouth.
This does indeed displease the Joe Dog because you can definitely enjoy something a lot without any meat, but I also see it from your perspective because meat does enhance the flavor profile of cheese, so I won't get too angry.
Wow, once again, fully expected a Joe rant. We haven't been getting one recently. You okay, Joe?
Nah, I'm good. Same old stuff happening, and I just get tired of ranting sometimes. Well, that, and if Hunter hears me rant, he hits me with his beer bottles because apparently I, quote, trigger him. Man, oh man, kids these days.
Well, aside from him not being a kid and quite literally being a grown-ass man, I guess I have to agree with you, Joe. But yeah, moving on, we got the normal pepperoni pizza, and this gets an A tier only because the bigger and badder version of it exists and is an S tier already. Then we got an S tier in the classic Hot Pocket flavor, which of course is the ham and cheddar, and this gets a ton of OG points and personally was one of my favorites. And since I am at it, let me just say that I have never had the croissant crust cheddar and ham Hot Pockets, but I'm sure that they are just as delicious.
You know, Donald, on the rare occurrence that I do eat a Hot Pocket, I must say that you are cooking with this list.
Oh God, that must mean I am doing horribly. Joe, tell me your opinion on this.
The Joester concurs with Larry and also agrees that you are indeed cooking. But I was not happy about the 4-cheese entry, nor was I happy that pepperoni pizza was only an A tier. Sometimes I don't want all the extra food in my pocket. Maybe I just want a normal pocket.
That's because you're not a real eater, Joe, but I'm glad to see that I was indeed cooking. Now allow me to cook further because up next I have 2 back-to-back C tiers in the hot ones, collaboration with Hot Pockets, because I did not like the spice levels on these things, but I did like the flavors. They are pretty good if you can tolerate spice, but this is the Don, so of course I don't like causing myself some unnecessary mouth pain.
Wish I could say the same.
I know you do, Joe, but anyways, after that we got Lean Pockets once again, and I haven't tried this flavor either. Quite frankly, I wasn't even aware of this being a thing until we did this tier list, but either way, this goes into the I haven't had category. And after that, we have the meatball and mozzarella, and I am quite torn on this because I want to give it an S tier, but I feel like I can't lump it in with all the things that are above it. And quite frankly, I don't really find myself getting the meatball mozzarella Hot Pocket that much. But every time I do get it, I thoroughly enjoy it, so I think an A tier is in order for this one. Then after that, we have the pepperoni Delawich, which is actually the first one that isn't mid or horrible because I have this going into B tier.
I keep hearing all this Delawich talk. What the hell is a Delawich even?
It's just a glorified sandwich, Joe, but some people like them, and they're made by the Hot Pockets company, so it had to be included. But moving on, we got crispy pepperoni pizza and the Philly steak with croissant crust, both going into A tier. The damn Pizza Hot Pocket has been released so many times that I don't think making it crispy is enough to merit an S, but it is still delicious, and the Philly steak is pretty damn good, but I don't think I like it with the croissant crust, if I'm being honest.
This is your first major L of the list, Donald, because Philly cheesesteak is fucking disgusting. It tastes like shit and is a fucking abomination. I don't know how people eat this shit and enjoy it. Every time I smell it, I want to vomit. It's so bad. If I even see a picture of it, I get queasy. It's so disgusting, and I can't believe people like it. Fuck whoever thought that this would be a flavor anyone would enjoy. They probably tasted some Warm Elmer's glue and decided that's what people wanted because the Joe Dog didn't get much cheesesteak flavor in it when he tried it.
Wow, hearing all that come from just an A-tier rating means you probably feel really strongly about it, Joe, which makes me even more damn happier to report that our next two entries are automatic S-tiers, because the original Philly cheesesteak is a banger and the sausage, egg, and cheese is an even bigger banger. I love me bacon, but sometimes I think I'm more of a sausage guy, and when it comes to these Hot Pockets, I definitely need the sausage in my mouth. But more importantly, how upset are you at the fact that I placed this in S-tier, Joe?
Why do you have to get him all riled up, Donald?
No, it's fine. I am calm. Sometimes you can't reason with people, and I have to understand that. But you know what? It's fine that Donald thinks this way because I was taught not to make fun of people with disabilities.
Is that the best insult you got, Joe? Because the only thing I have is disability to dunk my nuts in your mouth, Sleepy Joe. God, I love that I got to use that. But yeah, rounding off this list, we have another Delawich, and I have never had this one in my whole life. So of course this goes into that category. But man, I am quite proud of this tier list and my Joe Byrne at the end.
Yeah, you really set yourself up on that one, Joe.
Yeah, I'm going to need some blue Gatorade dogs to unwind after this stressful tier list.
Sleepy Joe never changed. Gang-a-lang, what is up? Your presidential trio is back once again with another tier list. This time we are going to be ranking different flavors Kool-Aid packets. Now, alongside the Cheetos that I had in prison, I also had a copious amount of Kool-Aid with them, so it's safe to say that I'm an expert.
Again, we've been over this, and you were there for only like 20 minutes at best, so I can't imagine you drank that much Kool-Aid.
Oh, but I did. I just had people serving me different flavors until I found the right one that suited the Don's taste buds.
Well, did you find the right one that suited your taste buds?
Well, no shit, Joe. That's why I said I was going to make the list. Enough of this time wasting. Let's go ahead and get started with the list. Up first, we got the berry cherry Kool-Aid flavor, and I know that we all share the opinion that artificial cherry is terrible. Like the absolute worst thing. This flavor, however, it bangs. I think I have to place berry cherry into A tier because it's got the right stuff going on. Like the other berries are nullifying the assness from the cherry flavor and might actually work together well with it, and for that alone, it deserves to go that high.
Oh man, that's some praise from you, Donald, especially about a cherry flavor, but if I were to guess, I'm going to assume the same doesn't apply for black cherry Kool-Aid, right?
And you'd be right in guessing that because I have black cherry Kool-Aid going straight into C tier. Now, no Kool-Aid is terrible, but I would say that the black cherry was my least favorite one of them all. Thankfully, though, we got like a good-ass flavor up next, and that is the blue raspberry lemonade flavor. I have this going straight into S tier. I honestly think I'm just a fan of blue products. I get blue ices, I get blue Gatorade, and I get blue Kool-Aid. I'm a blue sort of guy.
I freaking love the flavor blue. I think I'll eat or drink anything that's blue.
Whoa, whoa, hold on, Joe. What the hell is the flavor blue? Also, what can you possibly be eating that is blue? Like, seriously, honest to God, I cannot think of a food that comes in the natural color of blue.
Well, I sometimes boil my hot dogs in blue Gatorade, and it gives them this yummy tinge of blue that you can see and taste.
That is so freaking gross, man. Like, I don't think we can even explain it to you.
He is too far gone. Let's just keep going. And up next, we got normal cherry. I think everyone knows my opinion on that, so no need to talk or explain why I have it at C tier. Now, this next is for all my brothers out there. I will be placing grape Kool-Aid up there in A tier. I'm so happy to represent all my brothers who are also known as grape lovers. This one goes out to Barack and Kanye West.
Why are you changing your manner of speaking? Why call them brothers? Why not brothers? Why did you also only seem to mention a certain demographic of people?
Well, you see, I know you love grapes, and I have lots of conversations with Mr. West. Lovely man, and he tells me he loves grapes. Yeah, I have nothing more to add to that. Let's just move on to lemonade, and I like it a lot. But let's be honest, it is basic as hell if you get lemonade-flavored Kool-Aid. I am placing it at B tier just because of how basic it is. B for basic, if you will. Like, at least get the lemon-lime-flavored Kool-Aid or blue raspberry lemonade because it adds more oomph and, quite honestly, is just better than the plain old lemonade flavor. And since we are talking about how good lemon-lime is, I guess for that reason, I will be placing it into A tier.
That's a pretty good take, Donald. I usually try to avoid pure lemons because I remember one time I had lemon heads in the White House and I was choking and no one wanted to give me the Heimlich. I don't know if they were purposely ignoring me or if they wanted me to die.
Pretty sure everyone in the White House is instructed on how to give the Heimlich, but I also don't blame them for ignoring you. They probably just felt like you could have handled it. Anyways, up next we got the mixed berry Kool-Aid. This is an absolute slapper and goes straight into A tier. It has a lot of things that I like, berries and strawberries. Ooh, and it's the color blue, so you know I got to give it points for that.
Points for just being the color blue? Wow, that's dumb. But I will agree that it slaps, so I can't even hate you for that.
Dumb to uncultured people, but as a blue believer, I don't think it is. Anyways, up next we got orange-flavored Kool-Aid, and all I have to say is that it is mid. Still better than the cherry flavors, though, so I will be placing it into B tier. The same cannot be said about the peach mango flavor. God damn, is this shit a masterpiece. Like, I love mangoes as they are, but then the combination with the peach, God, it's just marvelous. I'll write poems about how good this is.
Damn, is it that good? I always thought that mango-flavored things would be kind of mid. So I never really went out of my way to try that flavor.
Just like how you don't go out of your way to do or help anyone in this country, Joe, because you're too busy boiling hot dogs and Gatorade. But as I said yesterday, you called me handsome, so you get a pass. Anyways, up next, shit, we might have a bit of a problem.
What is it? Have you not tried these flavors before?
No, the problem is I have tried all of these, and these next three all slap. Like, I don't think you understand the magnitude of how hard these slaps. These three are all amazing. Strawberry Kool-Aid absolutely belongs in S tier no matter what. I am a die-hard strawberry enthusiast. Anything strawberry flavored always seems to bang. Then next we got strawberry kiwi, and that is yet another classic flavor, which is a big banger. The Big Bang, if you will, that just has to belong in S tier. And then lastly, we got tropical punch Kool-Aid. This is also an S tier, like there's no way around it. We just got hit with the super team of Kool-Aid flavors. Nothing can stop them.
Well, I don't know about that. You see, after I boil the hot dogs in Gatorade, I drink the leftover liquid, and I feel like the hot dog meat adds this extra layer of oomph needed to make Blue Gatorade truly elite. And if you all would give it a try, I think...
Shut up, Joe!
What is going on, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we got a Cheez-Its tier list, and oh man, the Don is excited that we are getting this started because I happen to be a Cheez-Its connoisseur, a compatriot of cheese that are it. The comrade of Cheez-It enthusiasts.
I think we understand what you're saying, Donald. You love Cheez-Its a whole ton.
Barack, never interrupt a man when he's in the middle of such a heartfelt speech.
How the hell was that heartfelt in any way at all?
You're not a real eater, Barack. You just wouldn't understand my perspective as an elite and very much so real eater.
Okay, I understand why you would call yourself an elite and real eater, but why the hell is Joe considered a real eater?
Well, see, I'm an eater of foods and fine cuisines, but the Joester over here is a real eater, if you catch my drift. If you're not catching it, then I don't know what to tell you. But anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got Cheese Nips. And you all already know that this garbage is going straight into D tier.
The hell is a cheese nip?
Well, you see, Barry, Cheese Nips were a small cheese-flavored cracker manufactured by Mondelez International, which is a part of the Nabisco brand. And they were originally used to compete against Sunshine Biscuit's Cheez-It crackers.
As always, you provide the most information for the most useless of things, Joe. But yeah, these things were a sorry-as-hell competitor to my beloved Cheez-Its. It was like trying to out-twerk Megan Thee Stallion.
Can't you use a more normal analogy?
Fine, it's like challenging a gym leader in Pokemon when you're too underleveled.
Now do a non-gamer version of that analogy.
I'm not a goddamn dog, Barack. I won't do everything you tell me.
I'm just testing your analogy skills.
Well, if it's a test, then that's different. Ahem, it would be like trying to bench 2 plates as your first ever rep in the gym, and you've never worked out a day in your life.
Now, those are some good analogies.
Thanks, Joe. It's one of my many talents. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on to what's next, and that is the Cheez-Its Big. And these things are just enlarged Cheez-Its. And while that sounds amazing, I still prefer smaller handful pieces rather than the humongous piece. I will place this into A tier, but I do have to say that these are great for spreading something on top, or maybe even dipping into some extra cheese, or maybe even some salsa.
You sound disastrously fat with that spread and dip comment you just made.
My fucking bad for merely recommending something fucking delicious to our precious viewers. Next time I even conjure up the thought of giving them a delicious life hack, I'll just keep it to myself. Following that, we got the Scrabble Junior Cheez-Its, and this shit is made for babies. And I refuse to have another incident where people see me with these things and go on assuming that I'm a special needs kid. This shit goes into C tier.
What do you mean by again?
Nothing. It happened to a friend of mine, a very handsome friend.
Pause. What do you mean by a handsome friend?
Joe, you've said the most sus statements here. I sure as hell don't want to hear you say pause. Following that, we got the hot and spicy Cheez-Its, and these are actually not all that bad. I think people overhate these things, and while it's not the one I'd twerk for the most, I still respect it enough to put it into B tier. But man, after that, we got some wannabe healthy fucking Cheez-Its, because we got whole grain ones up next, and this is getting a damn D tier, because I will never enjoy the fact that they try to make healthier alternatives to snacks. Like, let me be a fat piece of shit in peace and don't offer me a worse alternative.
Healthy alternatives slap, though.
Name one fucking thing. That's what I thought, and let me answer it for you. It's the baked versions of chips, but even then I prefer the original. But anyways, after that we got a banger coming up, and that of course is the 4 cheese flavor, and I have this going into A tier. I'm a cheese man through and through, so of course when you add more cheese to something, I'm gonna go crazy.
Amen to that, Donald, because the Joester loves himself some cheese as well.
Joe, we know you made the cheese tier list. You don't have to bring up the fact that you love cheese every time. Anyways, after that, we got, of course, the OG of OG flavors of Cheez-Its. And that, of course, is the original, which I have going straight into S tier. I think this is the most obvious tier for this delicious-ass snack.
Tell me about it, Donald. I love playing a little game where I try to stuff as many Cheez-Its as I can into my petite little mouth. And by the end of it, I have this big glob of cheese mush in my mouth, and it's mixed in with my saliva. So it's not entirely dry either, but I love taking that big ball of mush in my mouth and try to swallow the pieces of mush bit by bit. It makes eating Cheez-Its that much better if you ask me.
You're a disgusting man, Joseph. I'll be the first to always let you know that. Following that, we got the pepper jack flavor. And I actually have this going into B tier alongside the hot and spicy flavor. I like these, but man, when I want Cheez-Its, I just want something cheesy.
Well, no shit on that, Donald. Of course, we all want something cheesy when we eat something called Cheez-Its.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. You didn't let me finish. I want something cheese, but I don't mind throwing in the spice from time to time. But I won't go seeking that primarily, if that makes sense. Like for every 10 normal Cheez-Its that I buy, maybe one of them will be a spicy flavor.
Why the hell are you buying 10 packs of this at a time?
I never said I was buying 10 at a time, but you just happen to be right in this instance. Anyways, enough of Barack being a snack watcher because he's so jealous I can eat whatever I want. And let's get back to the list. After that, we got reduced fat white cheddar, and this goes into D tier as well. Why the hell would I want to reduce my fat, like especially during bulking season? These idiots don't know the secret bulking life hacks, but anyways, after that, we got the delicious cheddar jack, and I might be one of the few people that really enjoy this flavor. Like, once again, I don't think it's an S tier, but it belongs in a solid A tier if you ask me.
Donald, you have so much shit in A tier, and we don't have much of the list even left. Like, what could you possibly be saving for S tier?
God, Barack, if you would have waited literally for the next 2 items, you'd see that I have white cheddar and duos both going into S tier, but instead, here you are as impatient as Joe during an elementary school's early release. But yeah, these 2 flavors are elite as hell. And the white cheddar is just a generational talent, if you ask me. I don't think there are many people in the world who hate white cheddar. And if you're one of them, then I want you to expand that thick skull of yours and admit that white cheddar is elite. Then with the duos, we got 2 good-ass flavors in one box, and the variety and flavor cannot be beaten. After that, we got the Cheez-It grooves, and I have a solid opinion on this, but I'd love to open the floor to you 2 here.
Wow. Thanks for letting us have a say. I'm not really used to that in your tier list, Donald.
Whoa, whoa, don't get it twisted. You don't have a say, but you can voice your opinion. This isn't a democracy, but more so a Trump-tatorship.
Well, I, for one, salute our new form of government. Anything that means I can be more lazy is a great thing for me.
Joe, that is really not what you should be saying.
Barack, please let the Joester think, because he doesn't really remember much about Cheez-It grooves other than them being okay. I'm not a huge texture guy, so these were kind of whatever to me.
I actually have to agree with you, Joey. I don't think the grooves did much other than make the cheese powder get stuck in the grooves and change the texture, but in all honesty, I also don't have much to say.
The one time I allow you two to have a voice and the both of you just shit the bed. I actually have this going into C tier because it does change the texture, but I prefer the other one we have on the list that changes texture. And quite honestly, now that I think about it, I also don't have much to say on this. I cannot say the same for the next ones because I have the extra toasty Cheez-Its going straight into S tier. Now, I'm pretty sure these are just extra burnt Cheez-Its that are rejects from the manufacturing process, and this is just a way for them to make more money off these burnt things, but goddamn do I love them. I realized as I was eating these Cheez-Its that I love toasty and burnt snacks. This notion never dawned on me until that very moment. I love extra dark pretzels. I like that one over-browned saltines in the sleeve, burnt chocolate chip cookies, and that one extra crispy French fry at the bottom of the bag. I even order my pizza well done, so the crust is burnt and crispy. This is just a dream for my precious toast army who loves their shit nice and crispy with a little char.
I hate having burnt things. Feels like I'm eating straight cancer particles when I chew on something burned or charred. Like, what is the enjoyment in that flavor? It literally tastes like I'm licking a dirty grill.
Joe, before you go any further, let me stop you right there because I refuse to hear a Joe rant on this video. We can agree to disagree. One side can agree with Joey the Oaf, who constantly has bad takes and chugs warm milk in hot weather, or the correct side can choose me, who is handsome, humble, loyal, intelligent, and most of all, I am extremely graceful with my words. But yeah, anyways, after that, we got a pretty twerkable entry up next, and that is the pizza cheese flavor, and I want to put this in S tier. But I feel very solid with what we have up there. Like I look at it, and it's like staring at the goddamn Mona Lisa. I cannot see anything wrong with it. And I feel like if we add the pizza-flavored ones up there, then we would just ruin it. I think A tier is a great place for it, and I will say that they're never going to be as good as pizza-flavored Pringles. But oh man, we got a fucking absolute stinker up next, and that, of course, is the reduced fat original flavored Cheez-Its. I refuse to rate the healthy ones any higher than a D tier because why the hell would anyone enjoy something healthy when they can be having the true flavor and the best thing available?
Okay, you say this, Donald, but then you have a Diet Coke. And last time I checked, a Diet Coke is not better than a normal Coke.
Well, a Diet Coke has a fuck ton of carcinogens, Barack, so I wouldn't say it's healthy. Jesus Christ, you trying to kill me?
Yeah, you trying to kill him, Barack. I would have never guessed that you of all people would be advocating for such a sugary drink.
Joe, I'm not advocating. I'm just saying that it's hypocritical of him to say, and technically diet drinks aren't sugary, but they have sucralose and or aspartame, and 1/100th of that tastes like a spoonful of sugar. And
quit your yapping, Barack. We don't want to hear your excuses because we got the final entry on the list, and that, of course, is the Cheez-It Snapped. Now, I will snap my fingers like a sassy black woman at this, but I won't do it in anger, but rather in joy because I actually fuck with these thin Cheez-Its. Another A tier in my opinion, but don't sleep on these because I personally fuck with these heavily.
Only thing the Joe Dog fucks with is heavily.
Is heavily what, Joe?
No, as in I just fuck heavily.
Nice one, Joe. What is up, gang-a-lang? It is your presidential trio back with another tier list. We did chicken nuggets, so now we figured let's go ahead and do some chicken sandwiches. And of course, my viewers don't need to worry because the great Don is taking over for this list, and I am the food expert.
But Donald, you told us that you haven't even had chicken sandwiches from all of these places.
Listen, Sleepy Joe, I am here to appease the people, and they wanted this, so I will give them this. Just because I haven't had them all doesn't mean anything. This is not Pokemon, and I will simply just grade the ones I have had. Let's go ahead and get this list started instead of listening to Sleepy Joe. Up first, we got Burger King, and this ranking should really surprise no one because I have the Burger King chicken sandwich going into D tier. Much like their chicken nuggets, the Don simply isn't a fan of what they have to offer, Whoppers aside, of course. Or actually, their mac and Cheetos are good too.
They got some good shakes too. I had their Fruit Loop shake the other time, and I swear that it tasted good as hell. So if you get their shakes, I will personally vouch.
Listen, Barry, I try to visit Burger King as little as possible. How about instead we talk about places with real food like our first S tier on this list, and that is Chick-fil-A. These are made with real juicy, tender, and scrumptious ass chicken. This is the Margot Robbie of chicken, and this deserves the spot of top-tier sandwiches.
But what about Popeyes? That's like the Selena Gomez of chicken, and I like their sandwiches almost as much. Maybe even more than Chick-fil-A.
Joe, you stop butting in and let me do the fucking list, man. We haven't hit Popeyes yet, but believe me that it will get only the most accurate of rankings. Speaking of that, I am sorry to the loyal audience, but I have never had a chicken sandwich from Dairy Queen. Is it good? Because I only get ice cream from there whenever Joe makes us go.
Which is almost every weekend because he can't get enough of his blizzards. It's kind of an unhealthy amount of ice cream that he eats.
No amount of ice cream is unhealthy. In fact, I could go for a blizzard right now. Can we go after this list?
God damn it. Sure, man, I can go for some ice cream. Anyways, let's go to Jack in the Box next. And I have this going into C tier because I think it's honestly all right. And following up our KFC comments from the chicken nugget video, KFC has simply fallen off, and I will be placing their chicken sandwich into C tier as well. It could have an argument for B, but I'm going to keep it here till they get their shit together. Now, with those two out of the way, I have some very, very unfortunate news for everyone. Now I am a McDonald's lover, and everyone knows that. The audience knows, Barack knows, Joey knows, hell, even Hunter Biden knows I freaking love McDonald's, which makes these next words I'm about to say hurt me even more. I am placing McDonald's into D tier for their failure of a chicken sandwich with their dumbass McCrispy invention. You're better off with a McChicken than ordering the stupid-ass McCrispy because that thing is absolutely dreadful. It has no passion or love put into it, and it is simply hot garbage.
Jesus, Donald, we got a whole rant from you. It must be that awful for you to talk so badly about a McDonald's product.
Believe me, it was horrible. I was scarred from eating that monstrosity, but I will forever swear by their McChickens. Thankfully, we got another palate cleanser, and that is the delicious ass Popeyes chicken sandwich. This goes directly into S tier and is the direct competition for the Chick-fil-A sandwich. For me personally, I get whichever one, but lean a bit more towards Popeyes.
Let's go. Popeyes superiority.
Relax, Sleepy Joe. I usually only get it when I want something cheaper or if it's nearby, but I enjoy them both equally. Up next, we got Arby's, and I think it gets too much hate. I love their curly fries, and their chicken is just as good. It's not the best, but they place in a solid B tier for me personally. Let's give Arby's some more respect because it is better than the credit it gets. Following that up, we got Shake Shack, and I never got a chicken sandwich from there. Just a burger and a shake, so I have no opinion on this really, and thus I have to place this into the question mark tier. But oh man, you see that shit up next? Yeah, I am putting Steak and Shake straight into F tier. This is hot garbage, and I would rather be shot on sight than ever step into another Steak and Shake again.
That's a bit excessive. I personally really like Steak and Shake. It's like a cool little place to enjoy, and sure, the food might not be the best, but I like it for the atmosphere.
Yeah, I bet you like the atmosphere of where little kids and young teens hang out at. Plus, this is purely a ranking based on flavor alone and not anything else. Which leads me to our first A tier, which is Wendy's. They stepped up their game a decent bit with their new fries, and they have good sandwiches. I feel pretty good about this placement, but I think I still wouldn't go to it because if I really am craving a chicken sandwich, I'll go to Popeyes or Chick-fil-A. And if I want a cheap chicken sandwich, I'll just get a McChicken from McDonald's.
Okay, so if the McCrispy alone makes McDonald's a D tier, what does it become if you count the McChicken for this?
Probably an A tier, to be honest, but I'm too lazy to change it. Joe wants me to finish this list, and quite honestly, I also want a Blizzard now. So let's go ahead and wrap up this list. I never had what a burger chicken sandwich is, so that also goes into the question mark tier. And for all the Bojangles lovers, I have good news. I think that it is a solid B tier. Take that however you will. Now, Joey, let's go get you some Blizzards.
Yippee!
What is going on, gang-a-lang? The Don is back with another tier list to rate, and this time around we are going to be doing a Chinese food tier list. And before that, I want to shout out our awesome viewer and Twitter user at Alucard51 for making this tier list all the way back in early February, and we finally have time to get around to doing it, so hopefully now he can rest easy.
Rest easy? Why are you talking about it as if he passed away?
Well, we took so long to make this tier list that we don't really know if he's alive or not.
Yeah, Barack, a lot can happen in all those months.
Well, a lot can actually happen, but isn't bad to assume the worst.
Fly high, Alucard 51, because you will be missed. Now we have to eventually make the grass and soil tier list for that one guy who's on like day 16 of asking for that damn list.
How would we even begin to do that?
Part of me is starting to realize that our fan base also doesn't know how either, but they want us to do it just to put us through more suffering. I think they like watching us writhe in pain when trying to differentiate between different types of days, months, hair, smells, and now a damn grass and soil tier list.
I respect their level of commitment, quite honestly, and I salute the soldiers in the comments because it is going to take a while for their videos, if we ever do make them.
You're only saluting them because it's always me and Joe making the weird tier lists, and quite frankly, we're sick of that.
Whoa, don't lump me in with you because me personally, I love the hair tier list and smell tier list.
A real freak like Joe just gets it.
I forgot he likes to suffer and be in pain for whatever odd kinky reason.
Yeah, I'll only slightly ever understand what he means when it comes to various different kinks. But anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. Because up first, we got some kanji. And before anyone in the comments starts saying that I don't know how to pronounce things, I just want to say that I can't believe we have Sherlock Holmes himself in the comments. I am a damn American, so if I mispronounce these things, it's not my fault because I speak freedom with a big accent of liberty on the side. But yeah, let's not get distracted because up first, as I said, we got kanji, and this is basically rice porridge or some rice gruel. And this, of course, gets a C tier because it is mighty mid, but it is definitely better than one of the things on this list. So it gets placed slightly higher than that thing that I rank D tier, which I will not disclose yet.
It's the bok choy because it's purely vegetables, isn't it?
It could also be the tea barak.
Thank you, Joe, for giving me some credit. I won't spoil who is right, but we'll get there when we get there. Anyways, after that, we got a bona fide S tier, and that is the Pekin duck because some crispy cooked duck just absolutely bangs. And if they get it right, it is most definitely an S tier. I encourage everyone to try duck if they haven't because the meat is succulent and has a savory taste that combines sweetness with a slight gamey undertone. I am quite frankly a big fan of that.
You always have a way with words that isn't grotesque or offensive whenever it comes to describing food that you enjoy.
You're right, I'm getting too boring. I would handstand wall twerk while Baby Got Back plays in the background, and you can see the motion in my ocean if you catch my drift. Twerks aside, I then have fried rice going into A tier, which may offend a lot of you, but hear out the dawn. Now, while I admit that fried rice is amazing whenever you got some meat mixed in, I also have to say that the rice just stuffs you too much, and I rather control my own portions of meat to rice ratios. And with the pure meat dishes, I can have rice as a side rather than a main portion. Like some Pekin duck with a side of rice would absolutely slap because it wouldn't be the main star of the show because that belongs to the duck. On a pure meat lover's stance, I have to not rate fried rice that high.
Meat lovers, pizza people must be in heaven hearing you say that comment. That is some fat boy shit because who the hell cares about getting stuffed? That's the point of food, Donald.
Now, let him spit because what if I just want a variety of food or I want to try something new? Maybe I want 2 dishes and I know if I get an order of fried rice, then my ass is going to be stuffed before I can even finish the dish. And then next thing you know, I'm going to be blowing up a toilet and all you're going to hear from my stall is my tummy grumbling harder than a volcano.
You know, Joe, I was half expecting you to say something either weird or offensive in your analogy just now, and you disappointed me with the fact that you didn't. But anyways, after that, we got 2 back-to-back S-tier entries, and that is the orange chicken and the sweet and sour pork. What can I possibly even say about this? Because you all already know that orange chicken is absolutely amazing, and there is no need to overhype a dish that is already really popular, but sweet and sour pork is another amazing entry, and fewer people have probably had this, so there you go, everyone. Go try it, but yeah, then after we got dim sum, and I do indeed really fucks with the dim sum, and have it going into A tier.
Oh boy, now this is the next entry that basically determines whether or not the bok choy goes in D tier or not.
My money is on the veggies going in D.
Gun to my head, actually gun to the head of all of my whole families and friends, and I would still not even have a doubt in my mind that Donald is going to put the tea in C tier and the veggies in D tier. Like there would be zero hesitation.
Fuck you, Joe. The bok choy veggies aren't even close to being rated yet. That's towards the end, but I hate that you got my tea rating right. It doesn't mean anything at all, and I may not have any D tiers in this list. But yeah, I have tea going into C tier. Thanks for spoiling it, you two.
Well, it wasn't really a spoiler, but more so an educated guess.
Educate these nuts, Joe. Anyways, after that, we have Mapo Tofu going straight into S tier, and I bet you guys didn't see this coming. I actually enjoy the texture of tofu and like how well it pairs with literally anything, and you bet your ass I will love the hell out of Mapo Tofu because it has delicious sauces and is paired up with some good-ass beef.
This actually doesn't surprise me.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, liking tofu isn't some astronomical feat that makes you super healthy or something. It has no flavor and basically camouflages into whatever you put on it. So of course you were going to like this dish.
Fuck you, man. You couldn't give me any props for liking that.
Hey, Donald, I'll give you some props. Good on you for liking Mapo tofu.
That didn't feel genuine at all. It felt so forced because I complained about it. Whatever, let's just move on with the tier list because I think I have another upset coming up, and that is the egg roll. I only have these bad boys going into A tier, and I want everyone to listen to my explanation. You see, I absolutely love egg rolls, especially the meat-filled ones. Like, I will pop those like they're goddamn Percocets because it's a fried dough thing filled with meat and cabbage and other shit. Now, you're probably telling yourself, man, why is Donald hyper-glazing and twerking for these things but still putting it in A tier? Now, I will tell you why. You ever order some egg rolls expecting them to be some meaty goodness, but then take a bite and realize it's pure veggies? Because the Don has, and that is absolutely the worst feeling anyone can experience. I would rather have cock and ball torture while seeing my whole family get executed right in front of me rather than get veggie egg rolls.
Wow, absolutely wild. You would even say that.
Yeah, like cock and ball torture sounds absolutely marvelous if you ask me. I don't understand why you'd associate that magnificent thing with such bad acts.
Joe, now is not the time for that. God, let me continue with this list because we have something that I feel like redeems me a bit for any egg roll lovers because I have the broccoli beef going straight into S tier. What is there not to love about some meat and broccoli? And yes, I do eat all the broccoli too.
You know what? You got me there because I fully expected you to rank that lower because of the broccoli in it.
I'm a man who is full of surprise. What can I say? Anyways, we are approaching the final entries of our list, and we get into the bok choy veggies, and well, if I had to place this in a certain spot, it wouldn't be high. It would be somewhat low. Yeah, it would not be quite high if you ask the Don.
Get on with it, Donald, and go ahead and prove me and Joe right.
Fuck you, man. Of course I am placing this garbage into D tier. How can you even blame me for this? It is pure veggies, and I refuse to give any credit to a dish that is purely made from harvested materials from the ground. I would tell your ass to go kick some rocks if you tried convincing me to eat the bok choy over literally anything else on the list. The only one that you might be able to talk me into is the tea, and that's only if I am starving to the point where my body will shut down if I don't have any food soon, and even then, I'd still heavily contemplate still drinking the tea over the damn bok choy.
Come on, it can't be that bad.
I think it's rather delicious if you ask me.
That's because you're a damn mouth-breathing bootlicker who just eats up any disgusting abomination Michelle cooks up for you. She could serve you up some grilled lettuce and your ass would rave on about the complex texture and flavor it has because of the charring. Frankly, I don't want to hear it from you, Barack, because I think I've had enough. You sucked out all of the pleasure that comes from doing these lists, and now I'm not even that excited for these things, but the fan base is so lucky that I am dedicated to the damn cause. Anyways, after that, we got back-to-back B tiers in the chow mein and chop suey. I like noodles, but man, I don't even know what to say anymore. My mood is beyond ruined, and it just feels like Barack shat all over my nice day. I'm finishing off this list right now because I don't want to do this anymore. Lastly, we have Bayo, and this is a bun that is meaty and delicious, but I think I'm only giving it an A tier. There, we're done with the list.
See what you did, Barack? You made them all upset and angry.
Okay, man, my bad. Listen, Donald, I am very sorry that I upset you, and I sincerely want to apologize for being such a dick to you earlier because it was totally uncalled for.
Fuck you.
Okay, wow, that'll teach me to ever be nice to you.
Don't worry, Larry, I can handle this. Ahem. Donald, buddy, I know you're a little angry, but I got you a Nutella Oreo sandwich with extra honey, and I even added whipped cream at the top. Will that make you happy if I gave it to you?
I guess it would.
What has this world come to? What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to be doing a Minecraft music disc tier list, and for once I feel like there is literally no way to mess this one up. Like it's just music, and two of these discs literally are just walking sounds, and are very easily determined as bad, so I am confident in my redemption arc.
Barack, you're speaking very highly of yourself. What if you mess this up? It's only going to ruin your reputation even more, and it's already practically in the mud.
Yeah, Barry, I am quite worried about you because the comments were not very nice in your most recent ones.
Don't worry, there is no way for this one to go wrong, and look. We are going to add side video of me playing the music discs in Minecraft to the right of the screen so that we can grab the attention of all the ADHD goldfish brain people who need something to the side while they watch these tier lists. Without wasting more time, let's go ahead and get this tier list started. And up first, we have 13. And what do we feel about this one, fellas?
Well, let me listen. Goddamn, the disc just started.
I don't know about you guys, but this disc gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, this is like some creepy stalker vibes that just makes me feel like I'm going to get pounced on and get my butt taken by some random person.
Yeah, this would definitely be something I would play before ensnaring one of my victims.
That is so damn creepy, Joe. I can't even imagine hearing this and then seeing your shadow right behind me. I don't think I really like this one that much, but I'd still have to give it a C tier. After that, though, we have a freaking banger in the Cat music disc. And how do you guys feel about it? Because I personally think this is an amazing one right here that should be placed highly.
Barack, of course, this is a damn banger. Who doesn't like Cat? This is literally one of, if not the best music disc in all of Minecraft.
You guys are sleeping hard as hell on stall because that disc is a banger.
Joe, we're not on stall yet, but I do have to admit that I shouldn't have asked this on Cat because I think we can all agree that this is an amazing music disc. That being said, I have to place this into S tier because we all agreed on this being a banger. After that, we have blocks, and what are we thinking, fellas?
Jesus, Barack, are you just going to ask us constantly? Make up your own rating and think for yourself.
Why is it wrong that I want to ask for opinions?
You're just trying to leech off us and get good rankings so the comments don't get mad at you.
No, Barack, you're definitely trying to leech off us.
God damn, you guys are so insistent on this. Fine, man, I'll make my own damn rating. So I think I really like blocks, but not too much, but I think I do like it enough to where I will place it somewhat high. So I think a solid A tier is the right ranking for this.
Now that's more like it, Barack. Don't be afraid to voice your opinions no matter how wrong it is.
What? What's wrong with me putting blocks in A tier? I really feel like you're setting me up for failure here, Joe, but whatever, because after that we have another disc to listen to, and this time around we have Chirp. And since you all want me to give my own opinion, I want to say that I am not that big of a fan, but it's definitely better than a C tier, so I guess I can give this a B tier. I feel like I really like that for Chirp.
I mean, I'd give this a C tier because this sounds mighty mid, and I genuinely don't like the way this sounds.
Oh God, should I change the rating on this or something?
Stick with your guns, Barack, because this is your tier list, and you need to stay true to whatever rating you have. This will be the video you get your groove back.
I'm not used to all this encouragement, but goddamn, Joe, I love this new positive energy you're giving me. Anyways, after that we have Far, and this is another certified banger. And I have to place this bad boy into A tier. Like, just listen to this majestic piece of music that is going through your ears.
Now I definitely twerk for some Far music discs, and even though it's not Cat or Stall, I still manage to enjoy it because it's just a nice piece of music.
Well, I wouldn't twerk for this one, but this is another safe choice. I feel like these disc range from either being mid or ass with the occasional S tier in like 3 or 4 of them.
So like almost any other list? Except for when you make something about food because you twerk for almost anything unhealthy.
I only do as my brain guides me.
Oh, believe me that we can tell whenever you make these lists, but yeah, then after we have Mall, and let's go ahead and give this a listen.
See, this gives me like Dire Docs vibes from Super Mario 64, like this is all super calming music, and it makes me just want to take a nap.
What doesn't want to make you take a nap, Joe? I swear, you can be sleeping during a Barack bombing in the Middle East and not even wake up from a single rumble or even direct hit from a bomb.
Well, if I got hit by a bomb, then I wouldn't wake up, would I? You freaking idiot.
Shut up, Sleepy Joe. You know damn well what I meant by that, and I don't like being told off by someone who has the IQ of warm water.
Well, the joke's on you because I really like warm water, so that's like a compliment to me. What is warm water's temperature, like 80 degrees or something? Now that sounds pretty high if you ask me.
All right, let's settle down, you two, and I give this an A tier, but let's talk about the next one. Because after that, we have Mellow High. And I forgot how this sounds, so let's give this one a listen.
This sounds like some shit that belongs in a ballroom. Talk about a snoozer.
This sounds like something that the Joester would put on to get someone in the mood.
In what world would this depressing song get someone in the mood, Joe?
Well, you see, Donald, this song is quite tranquil and elegant, and for some people that could definitely work, and you fail to recognize that aspect. And let's just go with your funny scenario where this song would not get them going. Well, this song can very easily put someone to sleep, and oh boy, let me tell you that, if they are asleep, then that is basically go time for the old Joester. The only thing that would stop me is if I fall asleep before them.
Whoa, you might be spitting here, Joe, because I didn't think of the fact that they would go to sleep.
What? No, this is not okay at all. What Joe literally admitted to is a huge crime, and you should be jailed immediately.
Yeah, but remember that I make too much good content to ever go to jail, and I'm the president, so I can literally veto anyone who tries to put me in jail.
I don't think that's how that works.
Oh, believe me, it does work. I would know personally.
You two are some freaks. But yeah, this is a C tier for me. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on to our next entry, which is Joe's favorite disc, as he mentioned earlier. And this is Stall, and I quite like this one, to be honest.
Now, this one is a banger. This is like some classic mobster music, or like I'm a detective in some 60s movie and I'm smoking a cigarette out in the rain while trying to solve the case of the missing 11-year-old. But little does everyone know that I know who stole the kid. It was me, and no one ever suspects the detective, so I just leave the case unsolved and pretend to devote my life's work to this cold case. But I never let anyone know, and the kid slowly ages more and more and develops Stockholm syndrome. And when they get too old, I let them free, and they don't know what to do with their newfound freedom and go insane and end up dead in a ditch somewhere, which is also probably because of my doing.
Just for that story, this is getting only an A tier. But yeah, then after we have Strad, and this one is kind of mid, but then again, I can't place it lower than a B tier because, like, it's an actual song that is somewhat weird and funky, but at least it's better than the stuff below it.
Now, this sounds like some weird monk music, but you know, the longer we listen, the more I think I may actually like it. Like, I won't twerk for it, but I still like the way it rings in my ears.
Now, I think I like the monk music too, hence the B tier. But I will admit that I won't actively seek this music disc out, nor will I be like, yo, can someone get this music disc, please? I really want to listen to this. Like, no, this is more like if I have it, I guess I'll play it, but I don't know, it just kind of is slightly better than something in C tier.
The fact that this gets a B tier, but somehow Stahl only gets an A tier is absurd as hell.
Well, Joe, you're going to have to suck it up because this is my ranking, and the both of you had your chances to have inputs on the list, but you guys wanted me to go full Obama on this list, and I did. Anyways, after that, we have Ward, and I really am not too sure how I feel on this. Like, I think this just gets a C tier from me.
Yeah, this feels like some funeral music, but at least it picks up a bit more toward the ends. But nah, I am not a fan of this one either, to be honest.
This reminds me too much of the inevitable death all of us will face, and just makes me want to stare at a wall for hours and just wait for the Grim Reaper to take my life.
Wow, that is depressing as hell. So let's just go ahead and change it to an even worse song because I have 13 going straight into D tier. Like, just give this weird shit a listen.
Now, actually, the Joester quite likes this. We were talking about songs to stalk our prey to, and you know what? This one takes the cake, and I would definitely have this bad boy rolling when I'm on the prowl.
Can you even call this a song? This is just footsteps and coughing. Like, what the hell is this? Who in their sane mind recorded this? Like, we keep listening to this thing, and I haven't heard one beat, not one drum, not a damn instrument has been played. I'm literally hearing a serial killer's POV of one of their murders.
Yeah, I also feel the same way, which is why I think we have heard enough of this song, and quite frankly, it's time we switch it up to something more colorful and happy. And up next, we got Wait, and this is a certified S tier banger. And maybe it's because we heard multiple creepy songs, but I am just so damn happy to be listening to something upbeat.
Now, this one is indeed a certified banger. Like, the little beats in the background sound like some nice elevator music, but then it picks up with more instruments and becomes even more of a song. And this is something I would actually listen to in the background if I were playing Minecraft or if I was just doing some random chore in my house.
Well, I mean, it is a good song, but come on, guys, how does this beat out the funky and smooth Stahl that just makes me want to be a detective? Like, this song instead wants to make me do good things, like get a cat out of a tree or like relax at home in the breeze while I'm on my hammock.
What's wrong with wanting to do good for once, Joe?
It's against the Joe Dog's inner nature. This is like trying to feed a dog a pure vegetarian diet, and that shit does not fly.
Wow, that is absolutely crazy hearing from you, but once again, I'm not surprised in the slightest. But yeah, let's move on. And up next, we have one of the newer music discs named Other Side. And I swear I have never heard this one before, but it actually doesn't start off that bad. I think I rather like this one, to be quite honest.
This doesn't sound Minecrafty enough for my liking. This seems like something someone would want to mod into the game and try to claim that it's Minecrafty enough.
Yeah, but I like it, so I think this honestly gets an A tier from me because I just appreciate nice sounding music discs instead of that weird and creepy music that just makes me feel like a stalker who is out to quench his thirst for blood.
But I love that type of music.
Well, then you'd be happy to hear this next one, Joe, because after that we have another weird one in the next entry. Because we will now play Music Disc 5, and goddamn, this one is yet another weird D tier.
Ooh, yes, the Joester loves this one. We should have this playing in every single tier list because I know the fan base will learn to appreciate the thrill of the hunt.
Joe, we should not be trying to inspire our subscribers to be future criminals. This shit literally sounds like someone marching into war. And then it devolves into just some weird monster noises and some creep little jukebox playing some post-apocalyptic theme. Like, just listen to this.
Barack, this is scaring me. Can we just go into the next song, please?
You know what? I think you brought up the best idea, this whole tier list. And we will indeed just be skipping over this because I'm tired of the creepy stuff. And we actually have a banger up next. Now, this last entry is called Pig Step. And this is actually kind of cool. Has a funky little Halloween tune, and I really like this, but I don't like it enough to put it into S tier. So you know what I'm going to do, Joe? A solid here and place this into A tier while moving Stall into S tier because I feel like we needed another one up there.
Now this pleases the Joe Dog greatly, but I'm definitely going to need 5 and 13 high up in S tier too, because I can't think of better music to kidnap people to, and that's really hard to find nowadays.
I'm not going to do that, Joe.
See, with that comment there, you have been added to my long list of people I need to kidnap.
Now, how many people on that list are over the age of consent, Joe?
Not that that matters, but let me see, I guess it's just Barack.
Seek help, Joe, please, for the love of all things holy. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another tier list, and this time we are bringing you a Minecraft animal tier list. So we're continuing the Minecraft trend, and we're probably going to do a mob tier list next.
Don't forget the Minecraft wood tier list.
Yeah, and a damn wood tier list.
I nominate Barack for the blocks tier list.
Let's just relax with all that, because I don't know if my brain can handle ranking blocks for the entirety of a video.
Oh, but virtual animals are so much better.
Well, at least they do things and have a function to the game. Blocks are just blocks you use to decorate or build with, so that would all be opinionated.
Everyone knows that the mycelium block is the best one in the game. I can hear the mycelium talk to me and it tells me to do things that I shouldn't do, but they just feel so right.
Are we sure that it's the block and not the voices in your head, Joe?
Well, it could also just be both talking to me.
All right, that's enough of Joe, because this is somewhat of a lengthy tier list. So let's just go ahead and get it started. Up first, we have an axolotl owl. And honestly, these guys are cute and are great pets. And I love that you can pick them up in buckets and they'll fight other water-based creatures. And that's also cool. I think a B tier is a good placement because not a lot of people get them. Then bats get an absolute D tier because these things are possibly the most useless animal in the entirety of the game.
Whoa, what's with all the bat hate? Just because they allegedly started COVID doesn't mean that it's their fault.
Joe, that's in real life, and we're talking about Minecraft.
Oh, well, I think they look cool.
Yeah, and you also think streaking in a kid's park is cool, and that is obviously not okay in any shape or form, so I don't hold your opinion in high regard.
Yeah, Joe, you got to streak in an adults-only place like the rest of us.
Not at all what I meant by that. But sure, at least that's somewhat more appropriate, but you're still getting caught for indecent exposure. Anyways, after that, we have the B, and this gets an A tier because I just like the way they look and how blocky they are. Plus, they produce the honey block, and that is pretty useful if you ask me. Then after we have back-to-back S tier bangers in the cat and chicken. Cats are a good pet to have, and they help ward off creepers. So that's a plus. Chickens are self-explanatory because damn breed like crazy and provide chicken, which you can then cook, and then you can get their eggs and just smash them into a wall and produce more chickens, which then in turn let you breed them more and kill more, that it's just a self-sustaining food cycle, and it's just funny to keep them in inhospitable conditions. And seeing the chickens just absolutely tweak out because you have like 64 of them glitching in and out of this one-by-one plot of land you decided to force breed them on.
That sounds kind of messed up, man. You genuinely sound like you enjoy putting those chickens through all that pain and forcing them to breed. Barack, you're messed up in the head, bro.
It's a game. I wouldn't actually do this to chickens in real life.
Yeah, just like how I wouldn't ever kill a hooker in real life despite doing it multiple times in GTA and actually planning out a foolproof plan in real life and having the thought cross your mind like 20 times a day that I should do it and no one will know it's me.
Oh, Joe, you hilarious little guy.
Okay, so it's okay for him to joke, but not for me with virtual chickens.
It was no joke. I have these rampant thoughts in my head every day, and I merely adhere to societal constructs to further hide the insanity that reverberates throughout my skull.
Oh, Joe, you numbskull, you're so funny.
Someone should seriously do a wellness check on Joe.
By then, it'll be too late.
A, you're probably right. Plus, we have this tier list to do first and foremost, so those issues with Joe can wait. Anyways, after that, we have codfish going into B tier and the precious cow going into S tier. With cows, you can get leather and get a delicious source of beef, which will also fuel you, and it doesn't even cost much to breed them because you can just use wheat, which can come from the seeds you use to feed the chickens. Then after that, we have the dolphin and donkey both going into A tier. And I may be overrating the dolphin, but damn, when you have no boat and you're in the ocean and they give you that little boost to swim faster, it can be damn lifesaver. And as for the donkey, well, I'd rather use a horse, because do I really need a slow donkey with a chest for that extra space? Like, chances are that it'll end up dying in a lousy way.
I, for one, love my donkey, and his name is Bobo. I ride him everywhere, no matter how long it takes, and he has enough chest space to store all my mushroom soup.
Joe, you're super OD about the amount of soup you have that donkey carry. Its whole chest is just freaking soup.
You can never have enough soup.
You very much so can, Joe, and you definitely have too much soup. Anyways, following that, we have the fox and glow squid both going into C tier. The fox really doesn't do much, and honestly, the same can be said about the glow squid. I just don't feel strongly about either, and that's why they go into C tier. However, we got some bangers up next, because I have the goat going into B tier because I love using their horns to just make some noise randomly. Then we have an auto S tier in the horse because it is the most optimal form to travel before being able to fly. And lastly, llamas also get a B tier because they're like donkeys with how you can put chests on them and use them for transport, but you can't ride them like donkeys. Still though, all you need are some leads and you'll be good.
I also like how if you get them angry, they spit on you. I freaking love that part, and I wish I could get people to spit on me more often.
Gross, Joe, unless we're talking about Sydney Sweeney or Margot Robbie.
I'd rather just not get spat on at all. Anyways, after that we have the mule, and this gets an A tier from me. I don't really use mules much, but I can see why people would get a mule because it's basically a faster donkey. After that, we have an ocelot, and OG Minecraft players remember how hype it was to find one because that was the only way to get cats back then. And for nostalgia reasons, they go that high. Then we have back-to-back A tiers in the panda and parrot. Seeing the panda roll around and eat bamboo is cute, and having a parrot on your shoulder is just as adorable.
So we're ranking things based on how cute they are now? Is that really what we're going with now?
Donald, it is my list, and if I want to place something that high because it's cute, then God damn it, I'm going to do it. But yeah, then after that, we have a certified S tier in the pig because of basically the same reasons as the cow and chicken, but now it's pork related. Following that, we have a polar bear, and honestly, even though they don't do much, they still deserve a B tier for just having a good design. Then after, we have a stinker in the pufferfish, and if it weren't for the fact that they're the only source of water breathing potions, they would be going lower. But once you get respiration, that potion is basically useless. Then we have the bunny and salmon going into B tier because while these two do provide food as well, you can't make good farms with them, and sure, you can go ahead and start a bunny farm, but do you really think it's worth it for the small amount of food that they give?
What if I just think it's cute to tame a rabbit and just have it with me at all times?
Not to be that guy, but they restore 5 hunger bars, so it's actually kind of useful.
Okay, but how much does steak give?
Well, they give 8 bars, but that's not the point. What if there are no cows around?
Then I'll just make some bread and go vegetarian. I refuse to farm rabbits because it's annoying, but yeah, then we have an S tier in the lamb because now they provide food and wool. So if you breed them like crazy, then you got free wool and some mutton, and that's banging, if you ask me. Then after, we have a spider, and I don't know how this qualifies as an animal considering it's a mob because it attacks you.
Well, it is technically an animal. How are you going to say that spiders are not an animal?
All right, I guess. But these are just annoying as hell, and unless you have a spawner for them for infinite string, then these things just suck. And I am giving them a D tier. After that, we have a squid, and this gets a C tier because it barely edges out the last two. Because I do like black dye because I can make different colored stuff, and you can combine it with white dye and get some gray dye. It's purely good for aesthetic reasons.
Okay, so why the hell do spiders get so much flack that you're willing to put a squid over it? Spiders are way more useful than squids, and you know it.
I just hate seeing spiders in video games. I have mild arachnophobia, and whenever I see them, I just get goosebumps, and it just makes me really uneasy, and sometimes I need someone to kill them before I start playing.
You're lousy as hell for that. Who the hell is scared of some damn video game spiders?
Donald, it is so bad. I remember me and Barack were playing Baldur's Gate, and he got so scared of the spider enemies, he just had my midget halfling, who was a rogue named Meechophamus Maxwell III, attack them all and kill them before he entered the freaking dungeon. So I couldn't even do a surprise attack, because the second I hit them, they all just swarmed me and came for my butthole.
Joe, you know, that was scary as hell. Especially that one guy who was half spider. Oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Let's move on and instead talk about the next animal, because up next we have a normal fish that don't do anything, but they're cool for an aquarium, so they get a B tier. Then after we have a turtle, which gets an A tier, because you can get that cool helmet using the turtle parts to craft it. You can even breed them and make a turtle farm. I don't know why you would, other than the fact to say that you have a turtle farm, but I mean, you do you. Then lastly, we have the most bona fide S tier in this whole list, because the damn Minecraft dog is an OG and will protect you and fight for you, despite possibly dying at any point. I usually just have them in my home and keep them there chilling with their own individual names, and sometimes bring out on or two when I travel for extra backup. But when I see them die trying to protect me, I fall to my knees in shambles, because losing your Minecraft dog is never easy.
Bro, it's just a virtual dog. Relax there, buddy, because I just have an army of them. So when I attack something, I just have a horde of dogs, maul whatever is in their sight. I'll let them all die for me if it means I lose one less heart.
You heartless bastard, Joe.
So God forbid a dog dies in a video game, but you're over here talking about having torture chambers for chickens. I bet you even blow them up with TNT just for the fun of it.
Okay, that's totally different. And maybe blowing them up is easier than hitting them with a sword.
See, I just built this underwater chamber to drown all my excess chickens. I have these magma blocks pull them down so they can't escape their inevitable death. It's kind of like those coin machines where once you have too many coins, the other ones get pushed off, except instead of coins, it is chickens. And they can't help but push their parents into their inevitable death. And then they can only wait until it's their turn next. It's survival of the fittest.
Oh my God. What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we are going to be ranking the various forms of travel, and as you can tell, we have a lot of variety on here.
Listen, Barack, I don't want to be that guy, but it makes no sense that paragliding is here, because who the hell even uses that?
Yeah, like who the heck would even paraglide when everyone knows that it would be more efficient to ice skate everywhere?
Joe, that would probably be worse than walking.
Well, not if we assume I have ice freezing powers like Iceman or Frozone. Because if I had those powers, then I'd be able to freeze everything and make ice roads in front of me that could extend to anywhere in the world. And then my ice skates would be the most superior form of travel.
Okay, but you don't have ice powers?
Correction, Barack. I don't have ice powers that you know of.
Joe, you do not have ice powers.
That's what the government wants you to think.
Joe, you literally do not have ice powers. That would be impossible because we're freaking human. And aside from that, I'm more than sure that you would have bragged to us about your ice powers if you did have them.
Donald, don't bother arguing with him, because he's just going to keep up this bit and pretend he has ice powers for whatever weird reason. Let's instead just get this list started, and up first we have two back-to-back A tiers in the buses and skateboards. I like skateboards, but I feel like a bike is better unless you have an electric skateboard and live in a major city. And as for the buses, well, I don't think I'm a bus guy, but I can respect the people who take them. I would rather just live in a walkable city or use other methods of transport, but I have to still give this an A tier, and that's me honestly hating on it. I understand this is an S tier for a lot of people, but in my opinion, I don't think it's all that good.
What makes you hate on buses so much?
The incident that occurred to me a while back makes me not really like buses now, but I rather not talk about it.
The hell is the incident?
Well, you see, Donald, this one time me and Barack got on a bus like 10 years ago, and we were having a handy-dandy time until out of nowhere this one homeless guy says something in like Arabic or something, and then slings a fat wad of poo into Barack's face and then runs off the bus. Ever since that day, he has been scared to hop on board any bus out there in the world. The worst part of it all, the guy must have had a ton of corn beforehand, because man, oh man, was it grainy.
That's actually pretty disgusting, and I would have been better off not knowing what had happened.
Which is why I didn't want to talk about it. But I'm glad Joe is out here exposing all of my painful memories. Anyways, moving on, we have one of the dumbest things on the list, and that is a freaking paraglider, or just a normal glider, I guess. I don't know what you'd specify it as, but either way, it's a D, and there's no discussion on that. Then after we a helicopter, and this gets a C tier from me, I feel like it can be cool, but I also don't really like going on helicopters much.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to Kobe Bryant yourself on one of them.
Jesus Christ, Joe, that's a dark and gross joke.
Yeah, like I was going to tell a joke about Kobe Bryant, but now I'm not so sure it would land well.
Wow, that's
Yep, we know, Barack, that joke is definitely going down in flames.
You two are definitely going to be going to hell.
Bold of you to assume we weren't going to go there already.
Fair play, Joe. Anyways, after that, we have a car. And listen, I know we have some European audience members who might not get this, but let me tell you that here in the States, having a car is like a must-have. And it has to go into S tier. I think Texas is as big as like Germany and France or something like that.
Well, they do say everything is bigger in Texas.
Especially those big old women down in San Antonio. I love me some bigums.
All right, Joe, that's enough. Anyways, after that, we have a boat and cruise ship both going into C tier. Listen, if we're talking about pure forms of traveling, then I think it's fair to put these low. Now, a cruise ship might be cool to be in, but you'll still travel a lot slower than a plane, and you can only cover water areas. Now, back in the day, this would have been an A tier or even S tier, but thankfully we're in the plane age.
Way to suck off planes so much, bro. I, for one, live for our boat overlords.
Joe, for once, Barack has a point here because a private jet definitely beats out a private boat.
Well, I was talking about a commercial airline and boat, but I'm glad you can brag to us about your private jets. But yes, speaking of planes, I'm sure that we can all guess that I'm going to be placing this bad boy straight into S tier. Like, this is the most ideal form of travel if you're going to be going long distances, and honestly, even short distances. Like, why take a long road trip when a 2-hour flight can get you where you need to go? But God, I'm annoyed again because we have yet another D tier in skiing. Because who the hell is even using this for travel?
Well, skiers, you f***ing idiot.
Yeah, you stepped right into that one, Barack.
Why do I even bother with you two when I know this is the feedback I'm going to get? I just have to stop asking these rhetorical questions because Joe is going to actually try to answer them. But yeah, then after we have 3 back-to-back-to-back S tiers in walking, cycling, and motorcycling. Listen, walking in a walkable city where everything is around you is so freaking amazing. I love just being able to get around on foot, and best of all, it's really healthy for you, and you can get all your steps in for the day. Then if you want to get there quicker, then you can always cycle places, and they even have public bicycles to rent in certain cities. And this can get you from point A to point B even faster than walking. And you'll still be getting a good workout in between all of that traveling. And lastly, to touch up on a motorcycle, well, I think it's basically the same as a car, but way more dangerous. But we're not here to discuss danger levels, so I support all you bikers just biking away.
I can understand why you'd put motorcycles up there because they actually do something. But you got me all sorts of f***ed up if you think I'm going to go out of my way to cycle or even walk somewhere. Like, what if I have an important business meeting? You want me to show up there smelling like Joe's saggy ball sack after he doesn't shower for a week?
Funny that you would mention that because I'm trying to bottle that exact scent of mine and sell it as these alpha pheromones for everyone to use. Because the Joe dog produces this strong aura after not bathing, and it seems to scare off any troublemakers from ever messing with me. So if I sell this to people, then they too can be safe from danger.
Joe, they just avoid you because you smell like hot ass. I hate to break the bad news to you.
Nah, man, that can't be it. They fear my massive aura.
Yeah, your aura of stench because it's so bad that there is a visible stink cloud hovering around you. Like, I thought that was something that only happened in cartoons, but your stench has defied the laws of nature, Joe.
Yeah, Joe, as the 2 people who hang out with you the most, and most of it is unwillingly, but I can tell you for certain that you smell like ass. But that's neither here nor there because we have a list to continue, and after that we have horses and scooters both going into B tier. If we were in the Red Dead Redemption days, then horses would go hard as hell, and I would be tricking out my horse harder than anyone else.
Yeah, I bet you people would somehow find a way to modify a horse and make it look like a Hellcat.
Wow.
By that I mean horse people, you horse people.
Sure you did, bud. But yeah, I also have scooters / mopeds going into that tier because, well, they're a bit lame and slower than a motorcycle, but I bet it wouldn't be awful having one. Well, then after we have 2 back-to-back D tiers, because I have ice skating and rocket ships both going into D tier. Both of these are highly unreliable for different reasons, but I'm sure you all can guess why.
I can't guess why, because if you ask me, If you have ice powers, then ice skates would literally be the best thing on this list. That, or maybe if you're traveling across a large frozen lake. Tell me what else would be better for traveling across long bodies of frozen water.
A plane or even a damn helicopter.
Okay, you got me there, but let's say you didn't have that with you, then what?
In that ultra-specific scenario where you require me to cross a large body of frozen water without access to a plane or helicopter, then I guess ice skates would be the best option there, Joe. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yeah, I actually did want to hear that. Now, spaceships should also go up higher too, because nothing else on this list can get you into space or the moon.
Joe, who the hell is going to the damn moon?
The space people.
Joe, do you mean astronauts?
Yes, the astronauts.
Joe, we barely send people out into space. And you want me to move this damn thing up because a couple of astronauts will need this thing?
Well, yes, because without a spaceship, how else are we going to escape this planet when it dies?
Joe, buddy, I don't even think you're going to make it till the end of this year, much less until the planet dies. I don't think you have to worry about that.
Yeah, Joe, I am not placing this higher because of your stupid reasonings, and that's the end of the story. Moving on, we then have our final two entries, and up first we have trains and listen. Even though I am not a huge fan of buses, I have to say that I absolutely love trains so much, and I have to put it high up into S tier.
Yep, that's his autism activating with the trains.
Donald, I do not have autism just because I like trains. I just like sitting in them and staring out the window and just relaxing, because for however long that train ride is, you have all that time to mellow out, maybe play some music on your headphones, or just sit and take in the landscape passing by you. I just think it's a nice little slice of heaven.
I don't know. That sounds kind of normal to me, Donald.
Okay, that's because your sleepy ass likes to sit and rest anywhere, and Barack's reasons for liking them were very reasonable examples, but you're really pushing your luck here, Barack, because you're now a furry who likes trains. That's really pushing it, bub. That's like an Asian dick away from pushing yourself over the edge, man.
All right, enough of your jokes, man, because we have a list to finish, and lastly, we have a trolley. And I don't know what to say about these things because I have never been on one, but let's just go ahead and give it a B tier. It feels like a bus, but it looks worse in my opinion, so I'll just give it that to be safe. But if people in the comments tell me that there are no weirdos who sling poop on trolleys, well, then I'd probably move it up to A tier.
Goddamn, man, did that homeless guy really traumatize you that bad?
Donald, I had actual human feces thrown onto my face.
See, a real dog like me would lick it off my face and say, breakfast, and stare him down the whole time in order to establish dominance.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list, and this time around we are going to hit everyone with a months of the year tier list. And we figured we'd do this considering it's almost the end of the year by the time this is recording, and we've been through every month of the year, so now is the best time to do this grading.
What if I love every month of the year? What if I am so thankful to be alive that I just appreciate every waking moment and learned that every single day of every single month has its ups and downs? But we need that to truly appreciate the beauty behind everything. Sure, we might love Christmas, but we needed the autumn months to get to our beloved winter season.
Joe.
Yeah?
Shut the hell up.
Thanks, Donald and Joe. We do not care about what you have to say, Joe, because we are making a goddamn tier list, and that is final. Now let's get this baby started. And if you all haven't noticed, we actually put these months in order, so just wanted to point out that nice little touch. But anyways, as I was saying, January, man, what don't I have to say about this month? It's a fantastic time to introduce the new year, and really is a time for change for a lot of people. Everyone has their New Year's resolutions, and tons of people fail it within that month. I don't even know how that happens, but apparently it does.
I remember I challenged Joe to have a New Year's resolution to stop being so creepy, and that dude failed it literally a week later.
Listen, man, I asked you to define creepy. You didn't give me an exact definition, so I had to freestyle that. And I would say that I am still holding that resolution up proudly to this day.
Joe, you made my neighbor move within a week of meeting her for the first time because you kept stalking her house at night and calling their phones and doing nothing but breathing into the microphone. That's not even mentioning the stuff you did to her kids at the park.
Listen, man, they were simply asking for it.
Jesus Christ. Please, let's not do this, and let's instead focus on the ranking. What are we thinking here, fellas? Because I am leaning towards an A tier because I love the new year.
Yeah, I'd say an A tier fits right because it is a cool way to start everything off.
I'd take it or leave it.
What the hell does that even mean, Joe? You can't just take it or leave it. It's a goddamn month out of the year, and we have to rank it. You know what? I am just putting it in A tier. Anyways, moving past that, we got February, and I won't lie. I don't really vibe with this month. I got to do so many things for Michelle, and it's a short month, so I don't even think anything eventful happens here.
Yeah, screw Valentine's Day. Melania already has her birthday, Mother's Day, and Christmas. Now you're telling me there's a whole other day that I have to worry about just to get her shit.
Ha, you guys are such nincompoops. You guys don't understand the beauty and romance in simple days like this. I love dispersing my love to the world and treasure Valentine's Day.
Joe, the little girls you send chocolates to are not your Valentines. Quit it with that shit.
Your sister sure appreciated the Joe Dog's meat.
What was that?
I said that I can go with or without February.
That is most definitely not what he said. And once again, you cannot go with or without a month. We literally need to pass them, but I think Joe gave us the green light to place this in D tier. But yeah, after that we got March, and I don't really know what to say about this month. It's kind of a transitional one, and nothing really happens in the month of March.
Come on, Barry, you love March because of March Madness. The whole world knows you love basketball. I mean, you were basically made to play that sport.
What do you mean by that?
You're 6'2", my man. Of course you can play some ball. Nothing more than that.
Any comment to add about March, Joe?
I love to pinch people who aren't wearing green. And I mean that I really, really love to pinch people who aren't wearing green during St. Patrick's Day.
Odd, but you are Irish. I forget that at times. Yeah, this is going into C tier, quite honestly. Then following that weak performance, I think we got another weak entry, and that is April. Who the hell even cares about April?
What the heck do you mean, who cares about April? It is only like the best day ever, and that's April Fool's. I freaking love that month, and I especially love that day.
God, he's so freaking retarded.
Let's not say that word. We do not want to get demonetized, but yeah, you're right, Donald. Joe, you're a little, how can I say this in a way where we won't get demonetized? Joe, at times, you strike me as a person who is missing, or maybe has an additional chromosome.
My syndrome might be down, but you all already know Joe Dog got his paper up.
Jesus Christ, but yeah, I am placing this into C tier. I don't really care about what Joe has to say, and after that, we got May. And again, I hate to break it to any May lovers, but we've hit like boring months. I don't know what even goes on during the month of May.
How freaking ignorant can you get, Barack? The utter gal to believe nothing goes on in May, when in all actuality it may be the most important month of the year, because it is Arthritis Awareness Month during May.
You cannot be serious right now, Joe.
I am super serial.
Yeah, just for that little comment, I'm putting this shit in C tier, and will not care at all about Arthritis Awareness Month. But anyways, after that, we are gearing up towards better months, and we got June, and this is a pretty good month.
Because of Juneteenth, right? I am right there with you, brother. I need all my brothers from other mothers to stand up and rise for Juneteenth.
No, I just meant that it was a good month because it gears us up towards summer. It has very little to do with Juneteenth, quite honestly.
I personally like it because of Pride Month. I sure do love those parades because I see so many girls that wear no shirts, and get this, they also wear no bras. Now the Joe Dog can definitely get down with that, and I am a huge supporter of the gays.
Totally thought that was going in a different direction, but it somehow retained the same creepy tone I thought it was going to originally have. I hate to say it though, but Joe is spitting.
Well, I would not say that is necessarily spitting, but whatever. I totally did think it was also going somewhere else, but anyways, I think I am rating June as a solid B tier. After that, we got July, and I don't think this one really needs any sort of debate, right? Like a solid S tier, because it is the peak of summer and the best time to chill outside, because you get the amazing sun and you can go out to the beach more often. Maybe get a sick tan or something.
Well, we wouldn't want you to get a tan, Barack. You get any darker and I will have an even harder time finding you at night.
I hate you so goddamn much.
Ooh, what about me? Can I still get a tan, Donald?
Joe, please tan as much as you can without wearing any sunscreen. You will be doing the world a favor with what will happen to you after.
Don't see how me getting a dope-ass tan makes the world better, but if you think I should do it, then who am I to deprive the world of some tanned Joe Dog goodness? I know the Joe heads will go crazy for me in a Speedo.
I did not want that mental image in my head, but unfortunately it is now ingrained deep inside my brain. Anyways, after summer, we got August, and this is a transition period, but it still kind of is a continuation of summer and is still hot as hell for the early month and sometimes even the middle of the month. Like, I remember still going to the beach when it was August earlier this year, and it was hot as hell.
Well, given all the global warming and climate change that is happening out in the world, and the polar ice caps melting at an alarming rate to the point where we cannot even harvest snow crabs because they have died in droves due to all that happening. I am not one bit surprised that you feel that way.
Yeah, but it's dope as hell that it's hot in August, Joe. Quit being a loser.
Yeah, Joe. If anything that sounds like something you should fix and not me and Donald. But yeah, I'm also rating this an S tier.
A bit too high for my liking, but whatever, I'll take it.
Perfect. Now, let's move on to September. And I think this is where a little drop-off happens, and I don't really enjoy September all that much. It really starts to get cold, and sometimes it'll be warm, and it won't just know how to behave. I am thinking a solid B tier for it, but then we get saved because we got October up next, and who doesn't like a spooky month? You got a bunch of horror stuff going on, and quite honestly, as a big fan of horror, this whole month is great. Then we got Halloween, which is a great excuse for older people to dress up and go crazy with parties, and I feel like we all need that stress reliever.
I know I need the stress relief when I see those nurse outfits.
Joe, please relax right now. We do not need those comments right now. The one caveat I'll give to October is that handing out Halloween candy is annoying as hell. We need to abolish that, but otherwise, I am giving October an A tier.
Might honestly have to start putting razor blades in the candy that I'm giving away to all those little shits.
Okay. Did not need to go that far, but anyways, after we got November, and whilst I think this month mainly gets carried because it's the segue into December and Christmas, I still think it gets some respect because of Thanksgiving and the fact you can do Christmas shopping during the Black Friday and Cyber Monday deals. So it's a good prep month, and it has its own good things as well. I'm feeling yet another A tier for this.
Heck yes. I love Thanksgiving, and I think this is my favorite ranking of the list. Not too low, but also not too high.
Thanks, Joe. I'm not used to hearing that enthusiasm from you about something so normal. Well, wrapping up this whole list, we got December, and I think we all already know that this is going into S tier. Like there is no way around it because we all love Christmas. And it has the countdown for the new year. And that's pretty cool. The only negative I can say about it is that with each passing December, it reminds you that you're constantly aging and leaving behind your precious youth. I'm not that bad yet, but physical ailments and pains hit you more often, harder, and stay with you longer. Before, if I got hurt or got sick, it was just a matter of waiting a few days to heal. Nowadays, even with medical assistance, it's weeks and weeks of aches and pain before something heals. Cuts and scrapes are okay, but muscles, joints, and nerves take forever. It's hard to explain, but you slowly lose the illusion of invulnerability you had in your younger years. Then parts of you start hurting for no discernible reason. Doctors stop trying to treat or diagnose you and just say, well, you're getting to that age. Losing touch with friends as they get girlfriends or get married, it gets harder and harder to just hang out. Another thing is that some people have the realization that every day your potential is shrinking. The more you live, the more you're locked into that life. One day you look at yourself and say, well, this is it. This is all I'll achieve and be in this life. You can either come to terms with it in a healthy way or let it depress you. But it's a very different feeling from the sheer potential you feel when young. Sure, when you were young, you knew on some level that your wildest dreams are a long shot, but they could happen. That hope dies bit by bit as you age.
Yeah, cool story, bro, but at least high school girls stay the same age. Am I right or am I right, fellas?
What is up, gang? Your presidential trio is back at it again with another tier list, and this time we decided it would be good to make a pet tier list for all of our animal-loving subscribers out there. As you can all see, we have a variety of pets on here, most of them belonging in the house.
I like how cute that hamster looks.
I appreciate that, Joey. The hamster does look pretty cute. But anyways, let's go ahead and get this wonderful list started. And up first, we got man's best friend, and that is dogs. I think I speak for all of us when I put dogs up in S tier. I'm pretty sure we all have dogs too, right?
Speak for yourself, Barack. I love dogs, but I would not like to own one. I don't like the idea of having to pick up crap every day and having it annoy me constantly. However, I do love visiting other people's dogs because I get all of the love and chillness that comes with a dog without ever having to deal with all the actual issues that come with dogs. If you ask me personally, I would rather have a cat. They're chill as hell and do their own thing. I could leave a cat out for days and it'll come back and just be chilling.
Plus, they have their own litter boxes where they do the deed if it isn't outside. But Donald, weren't you just on Barack's ass last tier list for jumping ahead of the list? Way to be a hypocrite, but I can kind of see why you would think that way about cats, especially since you're too lazy to take care of your own self, so how could you do it with another creature?
Let's relax now, guys, and move on to our next animal, which is snakes. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I like snakes. They're pretty cool. Like, I would most certainly prefer them over every other reptile on this list, I think. So I believe an A tier would be good for this.
Now, this is something I can get behind. Snakes are the very definition of chill. Like, have you guys ever met a guy with a snake that wasn't cool?
Not as of yet, but I'm sure you owning one would definitely change my mind. Now, up next, we got ferrets, and man, they are extremely cute, but I cannot deal with all the maintenance. Like, they smell really bad after a while, and they just seem like a lot of upkeep, but I won't judge you for owning one. I will, however, grade it on this list and give it a C tier ranking.
You're killing me here, Barry. Do you not like cute and small animals? They are so cool to just have chilling in your pocket or like snoozing with you on the bed. Next, you'll say you hate hamsters.
Well, let's just talk about these in order, and let's jump to frogs next, and these will also be placed in C tier. They're like snakes, but less chill, in my opinion. Like, imagine owning a bullfrog and having it keep you up at night with all the noise. If they're poison dart frogs, they look super cool, but the upkeep and environment you got to make for them is too much. And while I'm venting, please let me go after birds. I freaking hate birds. Like, you cannot tell me with a straight face you love your louds-ass chirping birds that will peck the hell out of you if they don't like you. Like, parrots are cool, but they seem annoying as hell too, but at least they talk. These other birds don't even do anything but squawk. And for those reasons, I will be placing birds into the D tier because they are just awful.
Wow, Barack, that's a lot to take in. Is this all coming from the time your brother asked you to take care of his birds?
Yeah, and I think I hate it even more because Bro will not keep my name out of his mouth and is tweeting some crazy shit again.
But he loves me, though. God, what an American he is.
Yeah, sure, man. Up next, we got cats, and I unfortunately have to agree with Donald and say that they are indeed mad chill. They are direct competitors with dogs, in my opinion, but I still think dogs are better. They still get an S rating from me because they are that elite.
See, I'm always right when it comes to the ratings, everyone.
Don't be annoying about this. Anyways, up next we got lizards, and I will be placing these into B tier. They're almost as cool as snakes, but I still mess with them. They also taste pretty good. I can't even lie to you guys.
You've tasted lizards before. What the heck? Gross.
Joe, I know you've put worse in your mouth, but it's whatever. Next we got turtles, and I like turtles. I don't know why, and I can't really explain it, but they're just cool as hell and belong in A tier. Plus, you got the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and stuff. Like, what is there not to like? Plus, they taste good, too.
W on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comment. But, dude, how many animals on this list have you eaten?
Well, how about we talk about monkeys up next?
You would want to talk about monkeys, wouldn't you?
What the hell does that mean? I just want to change the subject. And, well, I have monkeys going into B tier. Like, it would be pretty cool to have one, but next thing you know, it'll go primal on my ass and claw off my face, so that wouldn't be cool. But monkey, so I think it's cool.
Oh boy, if monkeys go that high, then I can't wait to see where you'll place my little hamster buddies.
Yeah, Joe, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I hate hamsters, and they barely go above birds, which will place them in C tier. These things just have babies and eat all day. You ever actually own one, Joe? Because they are a hassle and suck so much.
Well, I haven't personally, but they look adorable.
I would rather get a rabbit at that point, which I will have going into B tier. They're nice little pets you can have in and out the house, and they do their own little thing.
Let me guess, you also ate rabbits before, too.
Surprisingly, no. But I want to because I heard it's delicious. Maybe we should do a meat tier list next.
Oh my God, yes.
What the fuck? He was a little too happy for that one.
Yeah, it makes me want to do it less, but whatever. Up next, we got horses, and they are so nice, and you can actually ride these, which automatically places them into A tier.
You know, I didn't pin you as a horse girl, Barack.
Because I'm not. Sorry, I just like to ride these guys.
Now that is definitely what she said. Jesus Christ, that was too easy.
Haha, very funny. Anyways, up next we got hedgehogs, and they look adorable, but I've never seen one in real life, surprisingly, so I think a B tier would work well for this. They cannot be worse than hamsters.
Wow, and I bet you'll place fish into A tier or something because you hate having cuddly things.
No, they actually go into C tier because they suck. But again, not more than birds, bro.
Can't suck more than Joe on a Sunday night.
Oh yeah, I'd like to see the fish try.
Oh, what? What is going on, gang? We are back with a very cool tier list, in my opinion, because we have ourselves a T tier list. And this time around, I am making it because we all know how Donald feels about British people. And then you have Joe over here who only consumes milk products. And if he doesn't do that, he'll instead drink some weird and nasty stuff.
Okay, first of all, there's nothing weird and nasty about milk, and what is weird and nasty about Gatorade and soda? Because guess what? The Joe dog freaking loves his Gatorade and sodas alongside his milk, and sometimes I drink them all at the same time. I alternate between sips, and let me tell you that it brews a yummy potion in my tummy.
Okay, let me stop you there, Joe, because you making a cauldron of disgusting liquids in your stomach is absolutely asinine. It probably looks like a witch's cauldron in there, but there's nothing wrong with Gatorade, but it's the way you try to normalize hot dog water Gatorade that gets everyone messed up. And what do you mean, Barack? I personally love British people, and I will give beans on toast a try because that honestly looks like it bangs. Sure, they have a classist society. You will never be upper class unless you're born into it. They're also pessimistic, sarcastic, and just generally have a cynical outlook on life. Just look at Gordon Ramsay and how much he hates absolutely everyone, and it feels like he dreads being kind. See us Americans at a tailgate for a football game. I can ask a dude to hammer a beer in front of me just for fun, and he will do it while exclaiming a victory belch. But if I were to do something similar and give someone a drink in a British bar, he'd look at me funny and call me a bell end and tell me to bloody piss off. But their bangers and mash does look quite exquisite, and I respect them for their food because people honestly don't give the Brits enough credit for their cuisine.
I personally think British people are cool. Have you guys ever seen The In-Betweeners or Peep Show? I love those two British comedies, and I agree that their food does indeed look banging.
Okay, it is clearly shown that you two are unfit for this tier list. And again, Brits are not the only tea drinkers in the world. We got some Asian countries that mess with tea heavily, and why can't us Americans enjoy tea as well?
Unless you douse my shit in sugar and basically turn it into juice, I'm afraid I will not be drinking tea. Who the hell wants a bitter drink?
Well, I do, and before you guys say anything, it is not because Michelle forces me to drink unsweetened drinks. I just so happen to enjoy tea.
It's totally because of Michelle.
Oh, 100%.
Whatever, let's go ahead and get started with this list. Because up first, we got two back-to-back D tiers, in my opinion, and that is both the pure tea and the herbal rooibos taste like absolute dog water. I cannot stand the taste of pure tea because it just tastes earthy like wild mushrooms and smells like the forest. And if I want a nice tea in the morning to enjoy alongside some avocado toast, this is simply not it. And then you got the herbal rooibos tasting like smoky, sweet, woody, grassy, vanilla, floral. Like none of that sounds appetizing to me in the slightest and makes me feel like I might as well make some tea out of mulch.
Isn't that simply how all tea tastes like? Like how the hell can you taste the difference between that and something like Earl Grey tea?
Enough with the trolling, Donald, because you know damn well you can taste the difference. Even if you add your boatload of honey to the teas, you'd be able to feel the difference in flavor.
Do you know what type of tea I'm interested in? You know how cocaine comes from a plant? Couldn't you make some cocaine tea with those plants? Now that sounds like an absolute banger of a tea.
Joe, do not promote the use of that on our channel. Like, I know you made a tier list revolving around substances, but I don't want to hear it on my tea tier list. I don't even know if that will do anything, because I'm not sure about the whole process behind making that. Why don't you go ask Hunter about that instead? Anyways, after those two bad ones, we got some herbal chamomile, and this is an honest-to-God S tier. I always have some when I'm sick, and this is like a miracle tea because it can help with loads of things like inflammation, immune system support, stomach issues, and a whole lot more. The flavor of chamomile is great too, which only adds more support for it being an S tier.
Why don't you just go to a damn doctor if you feel sick at all?
Dude, I refuse to pay a ton of money to get checked at because my stomach happens to hurt a ton that day. It's like this one time I dislocated a finger and someone near me threatened to call the ambulance on me, and I just popped that sucker back in because I refused to pay over $1,000 just to have a ride to the hospital. I can be red screened and on my last goddamn legs and still would rather drive to the hospital myself if I need to.
I don't know about that one. Motherfucker like me just pays for it because they say more money, more problems. but as a matter of fact, it is quite the opposite.
Oh, I'm sure someone like you does not have to worry about the hospital bills.
I just sleep off whatever ailment I have. It seems to work out pretty well, in my opinion.
And of course, there is Joe's dumb comment. Anyways, after that, we got black Earl Grey tea, and this is yet another S tier in my book. The flavor profiles on this are absolutely immaculate, and this with a nice breakfast is a banger in my books. It's a great way to start off your morning, and is better than coffee, in my opinion, because it prevents that coffee breath that a lot of people have in the morning.
Tell me about it. Whenever Joe says hi to me in the morning, that shit is like the Sunday breath from SpongeBob. It is so bad that I can actually see the stink clouds emitting from his mouth.
Well, you don't have to go that far. I get it's a joke, but that's a bit excessive. I have feelings too, guys.
No, Joe. He is being for real. And having smelled your breath in the morning before, I can definitely assure you that I'd rather smell the inside of an overweight person's skid-marked tighty-whities after they just had the most grueling workout session of their life than smell your breath after waking up.
Okay, this is noted. I'll up the teeth brushing to once a week from now on.
God help us all. Anyways, after that, we got English breakfast tea, and this is also a certified banger, but before we have all of British audience jump for joy at this, I want to give them the harsh reality that I do indeed like it, but I feel like this only merits an A tier. You can all argue in the comments, but I stand firm on this decision.
Yeah, here in America, the only tea we like is a good old cup of freedom.
Okay, that's not it either, but I appreciate your enthusiasm on my decision, Donald. After that, we got some herbal hibiscus, and this has got some flavor packing in it. I know this helps with its antioxidants and reduces blood pressure. But I'm talking about the flavor alone, and hibiscus is underrated as hell. Have you guys ever tried hibiscus drink too? Like, I go to my taco place, and they got this red punch, and apparently it is hibiscus. And that is when I open my eyes to how yummy this plant can be, and is an absolute A tier in my book.
I have tried that, actually. I am a connoisseur of Mexican delights, and they got it right with all the sugar they put in those drinks.
Okay, well, it doesn't need that much sugar to be good, but whatever. After that, we got yet another banger, and that is jasmine tea, because I have this deliciousness going straight into S tier. Any tea lover will tell you that jasmine tea is one of their favorites, and if they say otherwise, then they are not real tea lovers.
Well, I frankly don't really like jasmine tea.
Well, that's because you're not a tea lover, Joe. You're a kitty lover.
Okay, that's enough with those type of jokes. You two cracked 2 jokes like that in our Nesquik tier list, and I was not a fan of those jokes.
Okay, I'll change the joke style here. How about this one? What did one lesbian vampire say to the other?
I don't know. What did they say, Donald?
See you next month.
Okay, that one is kind of funny, but still gross as hell. Moving on past that, we got some black lapsang, and this one is pretty all right. I don't have a super strong opinion on it, but I still think it merits a B tier. The same cannot be said about black chai, because I have that going into S tier, and I may as well rank our next one too, because I got green matcha also going into S tier. These two are some absolute bangers.
I'm sorry, but every time I hear matcha, I think of Japanese people. And whenever I think of that, I think of that one South Park episode where they have the Japanese and Chinese guy in the show do an assembly for the school. Fraile, you're going to have to roll that clip, because the behind the scenes for that episode was absolutely amazing.
We have a special assembly, okay, to learn about, we're going to learn about the diversity of Asian people.
This part coming up is
Please
hilarious.
welcome Mr. Liu Kim and Mr. Junichi Nakayama.
Jesus Christ.
South Park Elementary! Konnichiwa! How are y'all feeling? Yay, boy! Did you know that China and Japan are actually different countries? Oh, really?
Wow, that is so stupidly offensive. I cannot put into words how much that probably offended people.
Oh, Riri.
God damn it, Joe. Now you're forever clipped saying that? Anyways, up next we got some oolong tea. And yet again, this is another W in my book, because I am a fan of some good oolong tea. I'm thinking an A tier is in order for this one. And unfortunately for us, I think this is the last bit of good tea we'll have, because everything I see right now that's left on the list are kind of some stinkers.
Now, as a non-tea drinker, I want to know what the hell is the difference between these last set of teas and the ones you had going before it.
Well, really, it doesn't start till after Orange Pico, because I have that going into B tier. And actually, I have the green sencha going there with it. I really am just hating on the white tea, to be honest, and it still is better than the things in D tier. So it really is just a pretty mid T, and I have that going into C tier. To be honest, I just can't get over the fact that we played that clip in our video.
Don't worry, Barack, I'll end it off with a tried and true Joe Dog banger of a joke that won't offend anyone. Last Christmas we bought a fake Christmas tree, and the guy behind the counter said, "Are you going to put it up yourself?" And I said, "Don't be disgusting. I'm going to put it in the living room, not up myself."
Yeah, I think I like the offensive jokes more. What is up, gang? We are back on the Spider-Man craze because we all just saw Across the Spider-Verse. And we decided to make our next tier list on all the Spider-Man movies we've ever seen in order of their release date. As always, I am joined by Donnie and Joey.
Across the Spider-Verse was so good. Everyone should watch it if you haven't already.
Half of me didn't like Miguel O'Hara, but the other half I liked. I also enjoyed how he hated Miles and told him he didn't belong.
I wonder why you of all people would like that, Donald. Anyways, let's go ahead and start this list, and I have the first Spider-Man going into C tier. It's a pretty mid movie, but I still liked it and introduced us to Tobey as Spider-Man.
That's not a bad review for it, honestly. I'd maybe even bump it up to B tier because that shizzle is for nizzle.
God never let Joey speak for himself. C seems one tier too low, but after hearing Joey say what he said, well, I'll hear you out on this list, Barack. I just can't get over how good Willem Dafoe was in the first Spider-Man movie.
Nah, trust me and let me cook. My list feels very nice in my opinion. I do respect Dafoe as the Green Goblin, and he even stole the light from every other villain in No Way Home, but as of now I feel like this is the right place for this movie. However, next I have Spider-Man 2 going into S tier. This movie was the best superhero movie of its time and basically held that title for a while. It definitely held the title as the best Spider-Man movie all the way till arguably either No Way Home or the newer animated Spider-Man movies came out.
Big dubs right here, Barack. The OG Spider-Man carried the whole franchise till the newest movies. I don't want a damn soul in the comment section to try to say that Andrew Garfield had better movies or that Tom Holland had any better ones aside from, of course, No Way Home, but that movie is goated for having all three Spider-Men. Doc Ock was a good-ass villain in this movie, and Spider-Man 2 will forever live on as one of the best.
Yeah, but too bad MJ in this movie looks like Dookie.
You know what, though, Joey? I actually have to agree with you here. I, for one, think that The Amazing Spider-Man has the best female lead. Zendaya is, well, a bit too ethnic for me.
Okay, wow. Cut that out right now. That is so inappropriate, and you know Joey loves Zendaya. Don't make him sad, Donald. Anyways, we got our next movie, which is Spider-Man 3. Now, this movie is good for memes, but for everything else, it is kind of bad. I don't blame the creators because they were forced to put Venom in the movie, but overall, this is a D-tier movie.
Bully Maguire was a Giga Chad in this movie, and I like that part. But yeah, everything else was as bad as Joey's dementia-ridden nightmares.
What are we talking about? Ooh, I didn't like Spider-Man 3 that much, but The Amazing Spider-Man was pretty all right.
Joey, don't go taking naps. But I do have to agree that The Amazing Spider-Man was pretty all right and goes in C tier. I definitely think the first movie is overhated, but I personally think it is very solid.
Gwen Stacy definitely makes me pretty solid, all right?
A solid 3 inches.
Sleepy Joe, shut your ass up before I go over and cause another insurrection.
Okay, enough you two. I want to continue, and I unfortunately cannot say the same for the sequel because it is a pretty bad movie. Andrew Garfield tried his best to save it, but you just can't sometimes, and I have to put this into F tier.
Yeah, this isn't surprising. Can we talk about Spider-Man Homecoming now? It has the perfect MJ to ever exist.
Fine, I guess. I was going to go more in depth, but I guess I better finish this list before Joey takes another nap. So I like the Tom Holland Spider-Man movies, and he has become my favorite iteration of Spider-Man. I personally think the first movie was good and an excellent entry to introducing Spider-Man into the Marvel Universe. I'm feeling a B tier for this movie, as I can't really find too many flaws in this movie, and it had to establish the new Peter, set up a villain, integrate him in the universe, and it had a lot on its plate, but managed to be good.
I was going to rag on you for rating it that high, but you know what? I smell what you just said. It did have a lot on its plate, and I'm sure that if it wasn't forced to be in the Marvel Universe, it probably could have been made better.
Yeah, but it also deserves to be that high because of Zendaya.
She's a cool character, I guess. I'm glad you two agree. I then have our Miles Morales Spider-Man movie starting, and Into the Spider-Verse is our first A tier. I loved the animation, the music, the characters. Everything about this movie was just a chef's kiss.
Ethnic Spider-Man was cool, but I liked the animation a whole lot too.
Don't have to call him that. Could just say Miles or simply just Spider-Man. But anyway, returning back to Tom Holland's movies, I may have a bit of a hot take here because I am actually putting Far From Home into C tier. I just think it's one of those movies that initially you were like, whoa, this might be the best Spider-Man movie yet. But then the more you watch it, the more you just kind of are left unimpressed by the whole film. Like, I get he's got to get over Tony Stark dying, but having the whole main villain be as menacing as they are simply because Peter ended up giving him access to all the weapons just left me unsatisfied. I will say that it was a pretty cool modernization of classic villains, and having this all be a setup for No Way Home was great. But it just ended up making this movie feeling like it was purely for setup purposes only.
Wow, word vomit here, Barack. You could have just said the movie was mid and nothing more, and me personally, I would have agreed.
Yeah, dog, we did not need to hear all that.
I hate you two sometimes. I'll make this next one short. I am placing No Way Home into S tier because it has all the Spider-Men.
Okay, but now that is too short of a review.
I seriously hate you. Fine, I love the movie and how it introduced all the various villains and heroes from previous movies and hit us all with a nostalgia blast while simultaneously setting up the biggest moments for Tom Holland's Peter Parker in ways the other Spider-Men had. But his was missing. It had some of the most hype moments. And at the end of the film, we get a Venom teaser, and Peter goes back to being a nobody and has to do everything on his own, which I love.
Now that's a review, Barack. You need to use your words more often than not. I thought you were good at speeches.
Sure, Joey. God. Well, lastly, and this may be biased because we just saw the film, but I'm putting Across the Spider-Verse into S tier as well. I don't want to delve too deep into the story since it is new during the making of this video, but it does everything Into the Spider-Verse does, but in a bigger scale and with even animation and characters. I loved Miguel O'Hara so much in this film, and Miles comes into his own even more, very similar to Tom Holland's Spider-Man.
Big dubs in the chat for this tier list.
Yeah, I loved grass-cutting Spider-Man as well. Well, at least half of him.
I hate you so much. What is up, gang? We're back with another video, and this time around we are doing a streaming services tier list. So go ahead and get ready to cancel all the trash ones we're about to mention.
Yeah, I'm noticing we're missing a few streaming services like Where the Heck is the Hub and X Hamster.
No way am I ever going to put those two in this list.
Now, hold on, Barack. Let's hear Joey out on this one because I think it's a valid question. Like, for me, I want to know where Brazzers would rank on this list.
And you two are officially done from commenting further on this. Let's start this tier list, and up first, we got Apple TV. And I think it is fair to say that this is fairly mid and have it in C tier. I don't know anything on their streaming service aside from Ted Lasso, which, by the way, absolutely bangs. I am a huge Ted Lasso guy, and it's a very feel-good show.
Feel-good show, huh? Does it feel good to watch Ted Lasso go through his divorce and barely see his kid because he's halfway across the world? Is that the type of stuff that you enjoy, Barack?
Jesus, man, it's a good show, and that is just a part of the plot. Anyways, up next we got CBS All Access, which is also more known as Paramount Plus to everyone. I also have this going into C tier alongside Apple TV. The reason for this is because this is basically just my South Park service. I don't see anyone else actually using this thing unless, God forbid, you're like Joey over here who constantly watches Young Sheldon for whatever reason instead of South Park.
Listen, man, I hear all the Young Sheldon hate, but riddle me this. Have you guys ever tried watching it?
Joe, no one in their right mind should be watching Young Sheldon out of their own free will. Like, gun to my head, well, shit, I guess I'll watch it, but otherwise, I will choose to watch any other show in existence.
Yeah, you're missing out on some peak. Young Sheldon will forever remain the best show to have in the background playing while I'm doing almost anything else. You two can't understand the value in that because I am much, much more busier than you two because of all my presidential duties.
Joe, the other day you showed me your screen time on your phone and I saw you had over 8 hours on TikTok. What could possibly be keeping you so busy that you need a background show to be playing?
Those 8 hours were Chinese surveillance in order to make sure the future of America isn't being tainted, and I had to make sure there weren't any subliminal messages throughout it. Safe to say the big bundas I saw on my For You page were not of national security concern, so you're welcome for keeping all of America safe.
Wow, we are so grateful. Anyways, up next we got Disney Plus, and this rating might make all you Marvel goblinoids mad, but I am putting this in A tier. Like, I am not trying to watch every single Marvel show in existence. They make shows for just about anyone these days. And I also don't want to watch every Disney movie all over again. I'm sorry to the 7% of our female audience and all the Disney boys, but I am not going to watch Lion King for the 5th time.
Whoa, 7% of our audience identify as women? How sexist of you, Barack, to assume they would be watching Disney movies. Don't worry, ladies, I'm going to have to turn on the Joe charm soon to put Barack in his place.
You emanate as much charm as an obese slug, Joey. But you know what that is valid to say. And I apologize to any ladies watching this. Anyways, up next we got Hulu, and what can I say except for that I'm a sucker for Hulu. They have almost everything, and it's cheaper than a lot of streaming services, and I personally don't mind the ads. But if you're not a fan, then you can upgrade to ad-free. Hulu also added live sports like It Is Simply Elite, and I will be placing this into S tier.
I am a sucker for Hulu, so I will allow this placement, but looking at this tier list, I feel like there is like 2 more S tiers waiting for us on this list. You better not mess this up, Barry.
Can you relax, man? I know what I'm doing. I feel like I have the best tier list, but whatever. And up next we got Fubo. I don't know what the hell that is, and I don't even feel like looking it up.
It's mainly local channels and sports stuff. Really, it's kind of useless since we got other streaming services that already have live sports and also offer better stuff with it as well.
Yeah, I'm feeling a D tier on this one. It just seems lousy. Up next, we got HBO Max, or now known as just Max. I also am a huge fan of Max. I like their shows and how they have access to a lot of Cartoon Network and Adult Swim shows. Not to mention they have movies, and now they're adding some live sports. Like, this is just a good-ass streaming service, and I would heavily recommend people get this one, and we'll place this into S tier.
You know what show is a banger?
Which one, Joe?
10-year-old Tom and Smiling Friends are both indeed certified double platinum by the Joe Dog as certified bangers.
Of course, Joe would like a show about some 10-year-old named Tom. You like sniffing him on the screen or something?
Now, wait a minute. I unfortunately have to admit that Joe is cooking right now. 10-year-old Tom is funny as hell, and Smiling Friends is also bona fide as well. If you haven't seen it, I would heavily recommend them both. But yeah, anyways, up next we got Netflix. Home of all the original shows in all of existence. Too bad a lot of them are terrible, like look at Riverdale and that god-awful show. I will say, though, that the One Piece live action was a bop, and kudos on them for that. But they've made so many stinkers, but they get legacy points from me for being one of the OG streaming services. I still think that they charge too much right now, but I will give them a solid A tier for legacy reasons and the series they've created. I know they didn't make Breaking Bad, but I binged it all on there, and I personally really like Stranger Things.
Don't get Joe started on Stranger Things because he twerks for Millie Bobby Brown.
Isn't she like a child?
Not anymore. Joey won the lottery that day.
That is so vile, man. Let's just move past that and talk about Peacock. I don't really like Peacock unless I'm watching The Office. Still, though, I will put it above Apple TV and CBS at B tier because I really do like The Office, and they also have Modern Family and New Girl, so, like, there's at least that.
I do really like The Office. It sucks that they have to put it behind that because if they offered it almost anywhere else, I would not have a Peacock subscription.
True that, man, but that's how they get you. Like, Peacock without The Office would genuinely be borderline D tier. Maybe a C tier. Anyways, up next we got Prime Video, and this was a tough one for me. Most people have Amazon Prime, so I'd naturally put this high up and even considered an S tier for this because everyone probably has it either way. But that's not how I wanted to do the list. I wanted to do it purely as a platform. And on its own, it is pretty good, and it's arguable that it can belong in S tier. But me personally, I have it going into A tier. I love The Boys and Invincible, and I like the renting and buying options for shows and movies on there, but I feel like they don't have enough to get them over the hump and place themselves into S tier.
How did it even get placed that high? It literally only has a couple of good originals, and most things on there you have to buy.
Sleepy Joe, I know you love to constantly be sleeping, but do not disrespect the originals they have. I freaking love The Boys, and I don't even know if I will live long enough for Invincible Season 2.
Yeah, I have to agree with Donald. Joe, you're massively sleeping on it if you think that's true. Anyways, up next, we got Quibi, and this is an automatic D tier. I don't even think they're in service anymore because it was that big of a failure. Then after that, we got Sling, and I'll give Sling a C tier. It's basically like the shitty booty version of our next entry because it offers live TV and a bunch of channels. but it's pretty bad in comparison to the top dog up next.
You sure are hyping up YouTube TV? You sure you're not only doing that because they write our check?
No, like YouTube TV is actually elite. I would be praising it even if they weren't writing our checks. But anyways, let me explain why I love it so much. It has live channels and sports, and I can record stuff or pull up shows I missed at any time. I can also rent movies, and it's basically cable, but even better. I like being able to just pull up any show or movie that was airing that I may have missed. Or better yet, watch something that is about to air, like you got me messed up if you think I am going to miss the new premiere of season 7 of Rick and Morty. Seriously, everyone, if you want something similar to cable, then I would heavily recommend YouTube TV, which I have going into S tier.
This definitely feels like you're sucking off the service, man. Is it really much more different than other services on here? Like, I'm pretty sure Rick and Morty is on Max literally the next day after. So is all this hoopla really necessary for YouTube TV?
Yeah, but I can watch Rick and Morty as it's premiering. Maybe I just miss Cable Man. Is there something wrong with wanting things like how it was back then? I remember being excited to watch something air on TV or looking forward to the next new episode of whatever show I was watching.
You know what? That's valid as hell. I kind of miss how it was back then too, but it's basically the same thing now. Look at all these streaming services you listed off for this tier list, and they're pulling off exclusive rights to certain shows. So if I want to watch SpongeBob or the new iCarly, I got to go on Paramount. If I want to watch Cartoon Network shows, I got to go on Max. If I want to watch Stranger Things, I got to go on Netflix, and so on and so forth. I'm starting to realize this is all a load of bull to make us pay more.
You know what? You are spitting right now. This is basically like video game console exclusives, but cranked up to 11.
You know what? We all need to band together and only use one exclusive service, or better yet, just use none at all. Maybe I will go back to cable or just use YouTube TV.
I might have to hop on that train because I'm not a fan of all these streaming services hogging up my bills.
Yeah, you guys do you, because me personally, I gotta have my young Sheldon on in the background while I scroll through my bunda-filled TikTok.
What is up, gang? We are back with another tier list. And to celebrate the wonderful holiday that is Christmas, we are going to be making a tier list based on different items that one would need for the holidays, and that ranges from food all the way to movies.
God, I'm freaking excited for this list. I don't know if you guys know this, but I really love Christmas.
What? No way. It's not like you've made it super obvious on almost every single tier list that has ever mentioned this holiday.
All right, Joe, you don't have to be mean about it, but anyways, let's go ahead and get this list started. And up first, we got snowmen. I'll keep it real with everyone here and say that I don't care at all about snowmen.
Honestly, I'd say the same. Like, I have not made a snowman in forever, and I could care less about it.
Why is it always snow men? Why can't it be snow women instead?
I don't know, and I quite frankly don't care, Joe. But anyways, I think we are all in agreement that these things don't matter. I will be placing snowmen at the very bottom of our tier list because who quite honestly cares if you make them or not? The same cannot be said for our next entry because I feel like gingerbread cookies are more important. Like me personally, I can go with or without them, but I know some people really care about these things.
I would be one of those people because I need me some gingerbread cookies with milk.
Does not surprise me one bit, but I have to agree with Barack here because I could really care less if it's there or not.
Well, that's a 2v1 here. Donald and I think I will be placing it in the middle tier because me and Joe are quite indifferent towards it. Once again, these Christmas cookies should also be placed in the same middle tier. Like, I enjoy these things, but I am not handstand twerking on the wall for some Christmas cookies or gingerbread cookies. I think it's because I value the food and presents more than the treats themselves. Like, the same could be said about candy cane, but we're not there yet. This next item, though, I don't know what it is. It looks like a potted tree, but I'm just going to substitute that for artificial trees. And quite honestly, I like them and would prefer they be there rather than nothing. I feel like trees of any type are important for the whole vibe and ambiance of Christmas. But obviously, I would prefer a real tree over anything else.
Getting a real tree is such a hassle, though. Like, then you got all the pine needles going all over the floor, and I have to sweep constantly. And to be honest, I think I prefer the artificial trees over the real things.
That's just because you're lazy, Joe. I would rather have some fresh, nice-smelling pine than some piece of plastic.
I agree. Sure, we are probably hurting the environment, but I mean, who cares? After that, we got The Grinch, and this movie is not needed for Christmas. And to be honest, I feel like most movies are not needed. Like, we'll have some in the background, but The Grinch isn't one where I'll lock in and pay attention to. I think I can go with or without it, quite honestly. Mariah Carey is a different story, though, because I will have her, and Frank Sinatra just on repeat. That and a little random songs like Last Christmas, playing over and over just to help augment the vibe. And speaking of that, I have to have a real Christmas tree for Christmas. The smell of the pine just adds a multiplier for the overall Christmas feel in the house, and I think it is a must-have for the house.
Amen to that, brother, because I cannot imagine a Christmas without a real tree.
I can and have had that type of Christmas for a couple of years now. I am telling you guys that the smell of pine and the hassle of getting a real tree is not worth the end product, because it'll all result in the same thing, and that is the same ornaments going on the goddamn tree.
See, that's how you feel, Joe. But me and Donald have seen the light and understand the importance of having the real deal in the house versus some plastic junk. Moving past that, we got Christmas pajamas, and I can go with or without this. Like I sometimes have the jammies on with the family, but we also dress up somewhat nice for our Christmas dinner and aren't super casual with it all. Or we just have some nice casual Christmas clothes, like some sweaters.
Don't tell me you're the family who wears ugly Christmas sweaters the whole time.
Well, not all the time, but sometimes it is funny to have those on. But we'll get to that when we reach them on the list, because up next we got Christmas ornaments, and I think this will be the first one I can go without. Like, they are okay if they're there, but the decorating with the tree and presents is enough, but these little shitty snow globes or small ornaments are just not worth it. I rather have stockings or something more flashy than just these little things. Plus, they break super easily, and if someone breaks it during a gathering, they just end up feeling bad and get all awkward, even though you tell them that it is honestly all okay and that you did not care that much about the ornament.
Dude, I apologized last year already. Why do you keep bringing up my mistakes?
See, that's the proof right there of that. But anyways, following all that, we got some fruitcake, and I can't really remember the last time we even had fruitcake at Christmas. I want to say that it is not really needed, but still would be kind of cool if it were there. But in all actuality, it quite frankly is not needed. The same cannot be said about Elf, because I like to have this and one other movie on this list just playing in the background while we unwrap presents.
I wish I could relate to that, but after Hunter stopped visiting for the holidays, I don't really have a point in wrapping presents, or even buying some at this point.
You know that's your fault entirely, Joe. I told you that if you just wrap up a kilo in some wrapping paper, then that'll be enough for Hunter. He literally gets that from me every year he visits.
Wait, he visits you?
Well, it's not like I want him there every year. I am tired of my spare room being used as the coke/meth room. That's why I'm giving you pointers on how to get your son back.
I don't get it. Why not just tell him he can't come during the holidays?
The dude is my plug, and he knows the best party places in Miami. I cannot give that all up just because the man wants to go on an anti-Joe rant during the holidays and occasionally give substances to my other kids.
Jesus, man. Well, at least it is in the spirit of giving, which is all that matters during the holidays. Following Elf, we now have Christmas Day turkey, and I never have turkey aside from Thanksgiving. So this already is cooked, because I could care less about some damn turkey on Christmas. Like, I don't associate turkey with Christmas at all, but if it's ham, that's a different story. Anyways, after that, we got the Charlie Brown Christmas special, and if you all guessed that I was talking about this movie as a must-have, then you'd all be incorrect. I can go with or without this movie, quite honestly, and the same can be said about our next item, because I am not a diehard for gingerbread houses. Like, they can be fun sometimes, so I give them a bit of respect, but if they're not there or I don't make any, it's not like I'm going to fall to my knees and be mad at the world because I ruined Christmas.
Gingerbread houses are just like edible Legos if you guys don't think about it.
What the hell does that even mean? Is it because you construct both and make things out of them? I don't understand you a lot of the time, but one thing I do understand is Christmas ham. I would like to have ham every time during Christmas alongside whatever food we made that year. I don't really place a lot of stock into Christmas food because I feel like it's good to switch it up every year. But having ham is indeed a staple. Following that, we got eggnog, and this is a must-have. And I know there are a lot of eggnog haters out in the world, and I just want you to know that I do not care. I only buy this during the Christmas season, so please let me enjoy my goddamn drink 1 month out of the 12 in the year. Then we have Christmas sweaters and/or ugly sweaters. Either way, I would like to have these when celebrating if we are not going to dress up. I like to be in a festive mood with the clothing if we're not going to dress nicely.
Well, maybe with normal Christmas sweaters, but I'm not a fan of the whole wear the ugliest Christmas sweater type of stuff. They're all dumb, and a lot of the time they're just overpaid trash someone got online because they want to be funny.
Well, that's kind of the point of that, Donald. But anyways, moving on, we got hot chocolate. And real listeners know that we all love hot chocolate, so it is an immediate must-have with no questions asked. Candy canes I can go with or without, though. Like, I've used them for decoration, but to actually eat and stuff, well, they are not the best. Same with Polar Express, because I don't really care if it's playing or not, but that leaves 2 movies left. I wonder which one is going into the must-have category.
You've got me all sorts of fucked up. If you think anyone in the audience will believe that Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer has any chance of being a must-play movie during Christmas, just get going with the list and put Home Alone up there, because we all know that's the movie.
Damn, Joe. I did not know you hated Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer so much. But first, let me rate sledding, and it is most definitely not really needed. It's more like a winter event, and even then, why go sledding when you can snowboard? But now that we're on Home Alone, I regret to inform the audience that Joe was indeed correct, because this is a must-have during the holidays. It doesn't even feel good saying out loud anymore because you ruined it, Joe. You just sucked out all of my Christmas joy. So let's just get this list over with, and after that we got presents, and of course that's a must-have. You cannot have Christmas without any sort of presents because they're just a part of the holiday, like it is so integral towards it. And who doesn't like the joy of giving a really good present away to someone? As for the movie, well, I do not really care and could go with or without Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Then wrapping up this beautiful list, we got Christmas carolers, and quite honestly, they are not really needed. Like, I don't mind them, but it can get a bit annoying having strangers sing to you at your door.
That's why I have a sign in the front of my house that says carolers will be shot on sight, and have a laser pointer going out my front door.
See, me personally, I love to hear the little kids serenading their beautiful saint-like voices to me.
All right, that's enough of you, Joe. And to our whole audience, we all wish you a happy holiday.
Merry Christmas to you all.
And may you all have a very nice and jolly Merry Jomas.
A what? What is going on, gang-a-lang? We are back with another Eiter list, and this time around, we are going to be doing a fish tier list. I know people wanted an aquarium fish ranking, but we frankly decided to just do one on fish in general, just to fully encapsulate it all.
See, me personally, I feel like I got a little bit of the tism for fishes. I just like how they're chill as hell.
Well, Joe, I haven't done a list in a bit. But if you have any of your dumb fun facts to tack on, then maybe I'll let it slide.
Sounds like a fishy deal to me.
And here come the fish jokes. Anyways, up first we got codfish. And while these might be delicious, I don't want to rank these based on flavor because we have a seafood tier list already made for that. But I think I'll be ranking these just based on how cool they look. And a codfish is pretty normal looking, and I'll give it a B tier. Then following that, we got a dogfish, and these are also known as dog sharks. And they're pretty cute little guys. I think an A tier is a good spot for them because they're just mini sharks, and who doesn't like that?
I'd imagine the multitude of surfers or general beachgoers that got bitten by sharks would not really like that rating.
At least they get free handicap parking.
Jesus Christ. But anyways, after that, we got the dragonfish. And these guys look terrifying, but at the same time, I respect the level of ferocity they have. They lie and wait till the right time to strike and can grow up to 2 feet long. That's pretty freaking cool if you ask me. But anyways, moving on, we got the electric eel. And I think this is an immediate A tier. I like how they're able to electrify everything around them and use that as their way to hunt.
God, I know Joe said he had the tism for fish, but quite honestly, you are blowing him out of the water on that front barack.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I haven't remembered a fun fact, but I don't even have to worry because you have me covered.
I just happen to know a couple of things, and who the hell wouldn't know that electric eels conduct, well, electricity? You have to be dumb as hell to not know that. But anyways, moving on, we got a fang-tooth fish, and these things are an eyesore to stare at and are absolutely just vile. I hate these things, and they will be awarded with the first F tier ranking. After that, though, we got the flounder going into A tier. I like how they look like pancakes, and quite frankly, they also taste good as hell. Following that, we got 2 back-to-back S tiers, and that is both the clownfish and flying fish. I think flying fish are cool as hell, and they look cool when they're jumping in and out of the water. As for the clownfish, well, a cool biological fact is that all clownfish are born as males. One female lives with a group of males but only mates with one of them. When she dies, her mate will become female. This change is irreversible, so that's kind of dope how weird nature is.
Wait, if what you said was true, then that means that in Finding Nemo, when Marlin's wife dies, he would then turn into a female clownfish. Well, that would have made the movie a lot more interesting.
Oh, 100%. Upon Nemo's mother's death, Marlin would have transitioned to the dominant alpha female. Assuming no other clownfish were around, and Nemo yielded to now female Marlin, Nemo would have become the breeding male, at which point he would breed and make little clownfish babies with his father, who again, just for the record, is now a dominant alpha female. As I said, though, that assumes that Nemo yields to Marlin/Marlena as the dominant. If not, Marlin/Marlena would either chase Nemo away or kill him for not submitting, which, if you ask me, sounds kinky as hell, and I personally am all for it.
Well, everyone, there's a glimpse into Joe's extremely fucked head. But in all technicalities, he is actually correct about those order of events. I'd rather not think about that, though, and instead move on with the list. And up next, we got frogfish. And I have these little dudes going into B tier. I think they're like an ugly type of cute. And what the fuck is a ghoulfish? This thing looks gross as hell. And I will be placing this into F tier.
Excuse me, but I like ghouls.
Son of a bitch, what are you talking about now?
You know, funny little green ghouls.
What, like the fish on this list in the movies and cartoons?
Little green ghouls, buddy.
Your brain is absolutely fried, Joe. Jesus Christ. But anyways, after that, we got glass catfish going into A tier. They're also known as ghost catfish. And these are amazing for your aquarium. And sometimes shimmer with rainbow streaks because of how clear they are, and I think that's cool as hell. After that, though, we got 3 back-to-back-to-back S tiers, and that is the anchovy, goldfish, and great white. I love anchovies on my pizza, and that alone merits an S tier, goldfish, because these little dudes are like environmental warfare bombs, because if you release any of them into the wild, it just ends up fucking up the river or lake and its population. And lastly, great white sharks are just so dope and are just the biggest predator in the ocean.
Unless you drop Joe in the ocean. In that case, they'll become the second biggest predator there.
You can't argue with that. They do call me Dark Brandon for a reason, and it ain't about politics, let me tell you that much.
That terrifies me and baffles me that you just went along with that joke and accepted it. After that, we got the grouper going into F tier, and these are just big and fat ugly fish, and I am not that big of a fan.
With the words big and fat, I'm surprised you aren't a fan considering how your wife looks.
She is neither of those things, so I don't know how that joke would have landed.
It was worth a shot.
I don't think it was, but anyways, after that we got guppies going into S tier because they're just teeny tiny rainbow fish that are just cute as hell, and once again great for the aquarium. After that we got the haddock and halibut going into B tier. They're both all right fishes, but much like with the codfish, I like them served up on a plate rather than alive.
I bet if you were a cannibal, you'd be saying the same thing about Middle Eastern kids.
Oh my God, that's a bomb all the way from downtown.
Okay, wow, super funny guys. Let's just keep going with the list, and we got the hammerhead going into A tier. I like how they have a unique look, but aren't really that intimidating or cool for being sharks. Following that, we got herrings in B tier, and holy shit, we finally got something cool. And I have jellyfish going into S tier. Like, did you guys know that jellyfish are 95% water?
Well, not really. If humans are like 60% water, I'd assume that jellyfish, an animal with like no organs, would be made up of mostly water because they're in the freaking ocean. It only makes sense that they are water.
Wow, tough crowd. Well, anyways, after that, I got the anglerfish and Kaluga sturgeon going into D tier because of how ugly they are. But the lake sturgeon actually gets a higher ranking and gets placed into B tier.
Here's a joke for you, Barack. Which fish can perform operations? It's called a sturgeon.
That was so unfunny, but it made me chuckle a bit. Anyways, after that, tuna going into S tier because I don't think I legitimately can live without these things. Some canned tuna with mayo and saltines are an elite combo. Then after we have lamprey, and it looks like that one Pokemon off black and white, and I hate how they look, and we'll place these into F tier. After that, we got the catfish going into A tier and the largemouth bass going into B tier. I don't really know what to say about these, but they're all right. But I prefer eating catfish.
Some catfish bites do indeed bang. Trust me, I would know because I made the seafood tier list, which, by the way, it banged and was a home run out of the park made by the Joe Dog.
Okay, Joe, we get that you made that tier list. No need to suck yourself off that much. Following the catfish, we got two back-to-back sea tiers, and that is the leafy sea dragon and the lungfish. And the leafy sea dragon is cool as hell to look at, but it's kind of whatever. And as for the lungfish, well, I kind of like how it looks like an axolotl sometimes. Then after that, we got the mackerel and man-o-war going into A tier. The mackerel is delicious, and the man-o-war is just a cool-ass jellyfish. I then have the manta ray and marlin going into S tier because they're both cool fish as well, and marlins can even reach top speeds of 68 miles per hour in the water.
See, I knew you had that fish knowledge deep inside of you. Here you are hitting us with fun facts, and we're towards the end of the list.
Oh, I'm somewhat prepared. I can't give a fun fact for every fish, but hey, some will get some and some won't. Anyways, after that, we got barracudas going into A tier, and probably because it's a dope-ass song. Then after I got minnow going into C tier because they're just these boring small fish. Can't say the same for the moray eel because it is bigger, but goddamn are these things ugly as hell. A face only a mother can love on these gross-ass eels that will go into D tier. Following that, we got perches and pikes going into C tier because once again, they're pretty boring fish.
Ooh, but then after we got pufferfish, I love how these things blow themselves up to scare predators and how some can even be poisonous like the fugu pufferfish. Surely these are a S tier.
Wow. Well, I'm sorry to tell you that I don't like pufferfish as much as you, Joe, and will be placing these into B tier. I can actively feel my brain rotting from the sheer amount of fish I had to rate today. Let's please, for the love of God, get to that finish line. Oh, and look at that. We got a dope-ass and delicious fish and an auto S tier in the salmon. This stuff tastes delicious and is probably the best meat you can ever eat in your life, and I will fight anyone on that. Following that, we got the smallmouth base going into C tier because it's not as cool as the largemouth base.
Oh yeah, we only like ourselves some real eaters and big lip fish eaters.
Don't know what he means by that, but sure. After that, I got the snapper going into B tier and the stargazer going into D tier. It almost got an F tier, but I gave it a bit of a chance and put it into D tier because it wasn't that bad. Then, of course, we got stingrays, and these creatures are dope as hell and are very passive. So that's an S tier in my books.
Nah, this has to be an F tier. They took my main man, Steve Irwin, and I refuse to ever like these things.
This isn't what Steve would have wanted Donald. I bet if he could pass on a message from the afterlife, it would be something along the lines of, don't hate stingrays, please.
I think he'd rather pass a message off to his kids or something, but sure. Following that, we got the blobfish, and this is going into D tier. These ugly shits got lucky. I even placed them that high. Then I have swordfish going into B tier because they can't swim as fast as marlin, and they also have that super long dumbass nose. Carps then go into C tier for me, and tiger sharks, on the other hand, go into A tier for me. I think I just tend to like sharks of any kind a lot more.
Sharks are pretty dope, so I can't blame you.
Thanks, Joe, for actually saying something nice. Anyways, after that, we got boxfish going into D tier. These things just look fucking dumb as hell with all their damn dots. Then after we got butterfish going into C tier because these are beyond basic fishes with absolutely no hose, no swagger, and no game at all.
Jesus, what the fuck did the butterfish do to you?
Waste my time by even existing and then making me rank them on this list. Then on to our last two, we got trouts, and these get a solid B tier from me. I feel like I've been keeping it baseline that most cooked fish belong in B tier, unless they're delicious as hell. Then we got the, I'm sorry, how the hell do you pronounce that?
Come on, Barack, it's obviously pronounced as humu humu nukunuku apua'a, or also known as the reef triggerfish.
Why didn't they just name it that on this list? Automatic F tier for being dumb as hell.
Come on, Barack, who doesn't like the name Humu Humu Nuku Nuku Apua?
Almost any normal human.
I like the name.
I do too, Joe. You'd think he'd know how to pronounce the name because he's Hawaiian.
Shut the hell up, you two. Hello, everyone. This is Barack here, and I'm going to be presenting a zombies tier list for all the Call of Duty games with Donald. Say hello to the people, Donnie.
Hello, everyone. I'm ready to give my opinion. Some people say it's the best opinion. I like to think it is.
So starting everything off, I'm going to go in order of when the games came out, and let me just say that World at War, much like my presidency, holds up very strongly and created the whole zombie genre that all other games follow, just like how everyone tries to copy me because of how great I was in office.
That is simply untrue. I had the best presidency. Everybody knows that. But I will admit World at War should be placed highly.
Well, Donnie, I think it belongs at good, just because of how much better future games made the zombies formula.
You know what, Barack, I agree. I'm happy to have a smart individual such as yourself and one of my many black friends instead of that damn Sleepy Joe.
What's going on, guys? I just woke up from a nap.
Oh my fucking God, Joe, you have a country to run. Why the fuck are you here?
Now, Donnie, maybe he can help us here. You see, Joe were ranking different Call of Duty games based on their zombies game mode.
I like the aliens from Call of Duty Ghosts.
Shut the fuck up, Joe. It was called Extinction and nobody fucking liked it.
Fuck you, Donald. I just said I liked it. I never said it was better.
All right, settle down, everyone. Look at my screen. And now is it safe for me to say that Black Ops 1 is at the amazing tier? It gave us some iconic maps in Kino der Toten and Ascension.
I like Shangri-La too, so I agree.
God fucking damn it, Joe. No one likes Shangri-La. You're just saying that to be different. Everyone knows that Kino and Ascension were much better, and I haven't even mentioned Moon.
That's because you suck ass at zombies, Donnie. You always have the most downs in all of our games.
Shut up, Joe. Me and Barack always have to distract the crawler whenever you take your midday naps.
Please, gentlemen, I think we're all in agreement here for Black Ops going in amazing tier. Anyways, now let's move on to Black Ops 2. We can't forget that it gave us Mob of the Dead in Origins.
Buried wasn't bad either.
You're finally waking up, Joe?
However, gentlemen, it did give us Transit and Die Rise, and just for that, I don't think I can give it anything higher than amazing.
Transit is almost as bad as Joe's presidency.
Donald, we all know Transit would be a top-tier map if it wasn't limited by the older generation, much like how you limited me in Office by being such an idiot.
Joe, that is simply just a lie. I was the best, and some say the only real president that was ever in office.
Sorry, Donnie, but I do have to agree with Joe here. I don't like Transit either, but he does bring up a good point. But again, fuck that fog. Now, gentlemen, I believe that with our next entry, we have the best zombies experience in any Call of Duty, and I just have to put Black Ops 3 at God tier.
The only knock on it is the fact that every time I try to play a map with Donnie, he always equips Perkaholic.
Well, Joe, if it's a feature of the game, I'm going to use it, but I don't think I would place it at God tier, Barack.
Well, you see, Donald, since you're a console only, you haven't been playing custom maps with me and Joe on PC.
Yeah, Donnie, we played a map called Cheese Cube, and that shit banged, no cap.
I told you guys that Melania said she would leave me if I ever got a gaming PC, but I told you guys to invite me, and I can just borrow Baron's PC.
It's fine, Donald. Just know that gaming is better than girls any day of the week.
On gang, no cap, you tripping for real, Trumpy.
Sleepy Joe, stop fucking talking like that. You're not going to fool any young girls with that lingo.
All right, everyone, we're moving on to the dark era of zombies, gentlemen. Be prepared.
I bet Joe likes one of these god-awful games.
Fuck you, Donald. Infinite Warfare had some good zombies maps, and everyone knows it.
Settle down, everyone. We're not even there yet. We're tackling advanced warfare.
I like the jetpacks.
Joe, everyone knows that shit was stupid and boots on the ground combat was better.
Donald, you always do this shit. I just said I liked one feature, but it doesn't mean I like the whole thing. I honestly believe this is bad tier.
I have to agree with Joe here. Thoughts on it, Donnie?
I must say, I agree with you both, and therefore you two are correct. The exosuit thing and the general upgrade system for weapons was just not doing the whole mode justice.
I agree. Now on to Infinite Warfare. I personally enjoyed the first map, and then every map after slowly got worse and worse, but still better than Advanced Warfare. So I say it belongs in Meh.
I liked playing the arcade games after I died.
Of course you did, Joe. Can we just move on to Black Ops 4 since we all agree?
Sure, Donnie. Now, as for Black Ops 4, I played 9 and that one Pegasus map. I really liked those two, but I didn't really play much of the other maps.
Yeah, I forgot they even had maps coming out after I bought the season pass.
Doesn't surprise me that you forgot Sleepy Joe, but let me just say that you two did not miss out on much. The whole experience was, very mid in my honest and great opinion. Some maps were bad, but some were good. Kind of a step backwards for the franchise.
So what are you thinking, Donnie?
I'm gonna have to go with the meh tier.
Oh God, we're on to World War II. Great multiplayer, but dog shit zombies.
Sleepy Joe wakes up for this take. I hate to say that I agree with him.
Yeah, gentlemen, this was honestly the biggest downfall for me as a Zombies fan, and I think we all agree it's bad. However, I'm glad to say that doesn't apply to the final item on the list, and that is Cold War.
That game fell off.
Yeah, Joe, everyone played Die Machine for the first 3 months, but they took too fucking long to come out with a new map. But those first months of Cold War were better than Black Ops 4.
I agree.
I just think that if we only played one really good map before it fell off, it doesn't mean we should put it at good. But instead, we should put it at May tier.
I guess we can do that for you, Joe.
You always have to have your fucking way with this shit, Joe.
Fuck you, Donald. Anyways, anyone want to run some Kino?
Down.
What's up, Maiko Hi? It is Biden-sama once again bringing you all the best tier lists to ever exist. My anime tastes are top tier in my opinion.
They're a little sleepy, but I do have to admit that you wake up every now and then for a banger, Joey. Just quit it with that cringy weeb vocabulary.
Yeah, Joey, you don't need to say it every time, but you can mix in a little, but either way, it's me making this list. Anyways, let's get this list started, everyone. First and foremost, I want to get this easy one out of the way, and I want to put Attack on Titan as an easy S tier.
On God, Barack, this shit is a generational anime, and it is a modern-day classic in the making. I don't think anyone can say otherwise, because it is just that amazing, and I can't wait for the last season.
I hate to agree with Joe Meister here, but I love the way it goes from post-apocalyptical survival to a political drama and so much more. This is indeed generational.
Agreed, fellas. Next, I have Yu Yu Hakusho going at A tier because it's a solid old gen anime. Just enjoyable overall, and the vibes are immaculate.
I don't know, Barack, it's kind of old.
Shut up, Joe. Look at yourself in the mirror before you mention old. Your breath probably reeks of old man. This is a classic, and it deserves to be that high.
For real, Donald, you tell him. Next, we have Black Clover. And I'm going to be honest, guys, it's a good, solid show, like most things on this list are. But with the stuff I'm going to put at B tier, I just can't fit Black Clover in there. I think it's a solid C tier.
Black Clover is good as hell, Barack. It's a good shonen show.
See, notice how you didn't say great. It's a good show, but I'm with Barack on this. It is a solid C, but that isn't bad either.
Cocksucker.
Thanks, Joey. Now we have Bleach up next, and I am putting this in B tier. The art and characters are great, and with the new revival anime, I feel like it belongs at B.
It would have been a C tier before the revival, but I agree with you, Barack. With all the filler this show had, I would have rather had spent my whole day watching Boku no Pico instead.
Wait, what show is that? It sounds pretty cool. Is it like Boku no Hero?
Joey, trust me, you don't want to know. And it is nothing like Boku no Hero. So aside from some freaky stuff from Donald, which we shall save for the hentai tier list, I got Blue Exorcist at C tier. Is anyone like a die-hard Blue Exorcist fan?
I ain't ever hear someone be like, oh my God, guys, you gotta watch Blue Exorcist.
I agree, but it's not bad. I think we have our second C tier, to be honest.
Agreed. Ooh, and next we got Death Note. That shit is pretty good. I'm thinking A tier right off the bat.
Nah, fuck that, man. Put that shit in dog shit tier. Did you see how dirty they did me in the manga? They made a fool out of me. I swear I was about to nuke the Japanese just for that shit.
I think that's even more of a reason to put it high, but either way, this is an anime tier list. We're not going to count the manga Donald.
I bet you fuckers are only doing this because I'm suggesting it.
Yeah, probably. Anyways, up next we got another S tier, and that is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like, there is no debate on this one. We should all agree in unison that it's literally perfect.
Continuing to spit, Barack?
Yeah, I know. Anyways, we got Fairy Tail at the butt cheeks tier because it is so lame.
What do you mean? It's pretty solid and I enjoyed it.
Nah, I agree with Barack here. What are you, a pussy or something, Joey? You would like the anime that's like, with the power of friendship, I'm gonna pull all these power-ups, man. Fuck that.
For real, Donald, you are spitting. Anyways, we got yet another S tier, and that is Gintama.
I've never seen it. Is it good?
Joe, you sleepy fuck, you're literally missing out on peak. This shit is so good, and if you ask any Gintama fan, they will tell you the same.
On God, Joey, you need to stop watching those weird little sister animes and watch some good shit. Next, we have Haikyuu going at A tier because it's really good, but I kind of stopped watching at season 3.
I can't even lie, I did the same, but it is very good.
I mean, you guys aren't missing out on much. It's just more good shit, to be honest, but I agree it doesn't deserve S tier.
Nice. Glad we all agree. Next, we have Hunter x Hunter at S tier because, once again, that shit is peak.
I love the shit out of it, don't get me wrong, but that ending was so ass. How is it S tier?
Trump Sama Yubaka, it had a decent ending despite the manga still going, and with all the delays and shit, they did their best.
Joey, please don't do that. But yeah, sadly, I agree with him. It's so fucking peak despite having a somewhat bad ending.
Yeah, too bad. By the time it gets another anime adaptation, I'll probably be dead.
Well, Barack, what's next?
Right. Yes, totally. We got Dragon Ball Z at A tier because this shit made modern-day shonen and was the formula for everything else. It had some flaws, but it must be respected in my opinion.
Totally agree here. I love the shit out of Dragon Ball.
You know, Joe, you remind me of Master Roshi.
Because of how skilled he is despite his age?
No, it's because of how he's an old, disgusting pervert.
Okay, guys, enough. Next, we also have Dragon Ball Super. And I hope you guys don't kill me for this, but I think Super is, well, super mid. I am placing it in C tier.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Barack? The Jiren fight was amazing, and it's just good in general.
Yeah, but like, man, I love the movies, but why the hell did the anime recap 2 of them? It was a huge waste of time. It just covered 2 movies in dog shit animation quality. And just for that, I can't have it too high, plus it doesn't capture the OG Dragon Ball feel, to be honest.
Yeah, I missed it when going Super Saiyan actually meant something. Now the power levels are all messed up.
You guys are insane for this. I can't believe it. You know it's not good if Sleepy Joe agrees.
I kind of think the same, but that's my opinion. It's okay, though, because I'm redeeming myself with these next two. I have Hajime no Ippo at A tier because it is literally the best boxing anime out there. The fights are so hype. Then I have JoJo at S tier because the power structure, characters, story, and music is just peak all around. I just can't imagine hating JoJo or not thinking it's elite.
I mean, I can see someone arguing for putting JoJo at A tier, but I don't hate the S tier placement.
Yeah, I think it's a little excessive, but you put Ippo high, so I can't hate you, Drone Striker.
Thanks, guys. Next up, I have Rurouni Kenshin as our second B tier. It's a solid classic.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, I bet you and the author have so much in common, Joey. Both of you seem so alike.
Oh, geez, thanks, Donald. I like to think I'm pretty creative.
Joe, that is not the compliment you think it is. Anyways, up next, I got Kuroko Basketball at B tier as well because it's a really fun sports anime. Like, quite frankly, it's fucking hilarious seeing dudes camp the paint and say shit like, step into my domain. But Haikyuu has it beat in realism and intense moments, to be honest.
B isn't bad, Barack, but I feel as though my brothers would disagree with that.
And who exactly are your brothers, Donald?
You know, my brothers from another mother.
What do you mean by that exactly?
Whoa, look, we got my hero next. That's Joey's favorite.
On Baby, I like it. I wouldn't say it's my favorite, though.
Thank God, because it's an honest B-tier Joey. It's nothing special, but it's still good. The same can't be said for Boruto, because I have that in shit tier.
That's insane. Ain't no way it's that bad or worse than Fairy Tail.
Nah, I agree with Barack. It was unneeded as fuck. They're nerfing Naruto just to make Boruto better, and they killed off Kuruma.
Dude, what the fuck? Spoilers, Joey Jesus fuck.
Yeah, Joey, not cool, but it's not like I was going to watch that garbage anyways. Donald, it is bad, you just have to admit it. You're in denial. Don't worry, though, I'll give it some company by also putting 7 Deadly Sins in shit tier as well.
You gotta be shitting me.
Oh, but I'm not Donald. 7 Deadly Frames and Naruto's son will stay in shit tier. Thankfully, we have a great palate cleanser with Noragami, and I am putting that straight in A tier. It's pretty good. You guys are going to kill me for this, though. I am placing OG Naruto in C tier and Midruto Shippuden in B tier.
I should shoot you dead right where you stand. You have to be trolling right now.
Donald, he's just butthurt. I agree with the OG Naruto take, like it's a super high C borderline B tier, but Shippuden should be A tier.
What is he butthurt about? He's about to make me pop a neck vein.
He's upset because when he was watching the Great Ninja War when it was airing every week, he got to the hype Madara and Guy fight but got interrupted by filler and has had a hate boner for the series ever since.
Are you kidding me, Barack? This is why you don't watch weekly and wait for episodes to pile up.
No, that's not a valid excuse. Fuck Midruto, and I am leaving that shit there. I am not listening to anything else. I am moving on to Peak Piece, and that shit is an easy-ass S tier.
Come on, Barack. No way One Piece is an S, but Shippuden is a B.
Oh, but it is. Better characters, better world building, more creative powers. Need I go on? It's staying in S, and you can fight me about it, Donald.
Yeah, Donald, One Piece is peak as fuck.
Listen, I know it is, but I just don't want Naruto to be disrespected.
How's this for disrespect? I'm putting One Punch Man above it.
He is trolling.
Yeah, how about you deal with that shit anyways? We have Katekyo Hitman Reborn at B tier alongside Soul Eater. Both are extremely solid as fuck.
Okay, how do you have those two alongside Shippuden? You know what you're doing is wrong, Barack.
Barack, I'm tired of hearing him bitch. Please just change it. He's kind of right, too.
So ending everything off, I have promised Neverland at C tier. Pretty bad second season, but great first season.
Barack, please, let me give one last argument.
Fine, go ahead and tell me why it should be at an A tier.
Okay, so you know Hitman isn't as good as Naruto, and you can't even lie. You were the #1 person hyping up the Pain arc. You can't argue with me that the Naruto versus Sasuke fight at the end alone should put it at A tier. It should be that high for legacy reasons as well.
Fuck, Donald, I hate agreeing with you, but fine. I'll move Shippuden up to A tier, but One Punch Man has to go down to B tier.
Listen, Barack, was any of this so hard? I understand you were upset, but we are past that now. I know you're just being a little tsundere Baraki poo.
I know, Donnie Bear. I just can't help but hold a grudge, you know. Thank you for calming me down and being so supportive and helping me see the light.
You know I will always be there for you, Barack.
Likewise, Donnie Poo.
Nandeska, where the hell did this fruity fucking shit come from?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.